Luo Feng couldn't stay calm anymore, knowing that it might be Hugh Jack's creator. Fighting outside. "Teacher, let's go," said Luo Feng. He looked around, he saw a trace of indistinct godly power flying out of his godly body, and it was condensed into a human shape. It was an avatar. Universe Knights were already able to use avatars easily, yet it was very difficult for undying fighters to use it, as they had weak godly power. If they couldn't separate enough godly power, they couldn't even maintain the consciousness. If they separated 50% of their godly bodies, the godly bodies separated would be very weak, so it was uncommon for undying fighters to separate their godly power. However, it was much easier for Universe Knights to perform it when the original stars had first opened. Lots of Universe Knights from the Hong Alliance left avatars. "Okay. Let's go now." Sitting Mountain Guest didn't hesitate. After only a few seconds, a towering cyan mountain started to float, and it flew to the high point. Then Sitting Mountain Guest performed that giant engraving picture, which triggered the mysterious space, and it was transported out. Only a lake, an island, and an avatar were left in the mysterious space. The cyan mountain showed up again from the ice. So, the cyan mountain immediately flew away, and it disregarded any dangers. Compared to other places in the abyss, the mysterious space is a fantasy land of peace. Luo Feng complimented it. "There's no danger, and it's really peaceful. No wonder that Supreme Being lived there. The ways to get in and get out are extraordinary. I've seen Teacher performing it, but I still can't learn it." "You'll learn it when you become a Universe Supreme Master." Sitting Mountain Guest looked to Luo Feng. "Oh, right, you had better put your avatar there. Don't dissipate your avatar. I don't have time to send you in there again." "I understand." Luo Feng was smiling. He might be able to fight some Universe Masters with his accomplishment on the engraving path. However, he was still too weak compared to Universe Supreme Masters and great beings, even more terrifying than Universe Supreme Masters. Now that he had the chance to study the supreme techniques of that great being, he wouldn't waste it. Just an avatar, he can just live there forever. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "I need to study it no matter what. My techniques depend on it." Shwa shwa shwa. The mountain kept getting faster and faster, and it was already 100 times faster than light speed. While Luo Feng noticed the speed of the mountain. "Teacher, you're getting too fast, and it's already over the law operation. Some Universe Supreme Masters might notice it." Sitting Mountain Guest was sitting there and poured some grape wine for himself. "What else should we do?" "Fly there slowly. The fight will be finished before you can arrive." But Luo Feng had no answer. It might take them several days to get there. Several days. The fights between great beings were very short, even for Universe Supreme Masters. Half an hour was already a long time unless they were pursuing one another. Chasing fights could last for tens of thousands of years, yet all-out combat often ended in no time. If they were slow, they wouldn't be able to make it, but if they were fast, they would be discovered. "It doesn't matter if we're found," said Sitting Mountain Guest, taking the wine cup. "Come, this wine is great. It was given by a friend from the second universe era. After I made a true treasure for them. Try it." Luo Feng laughed. He wouldn't worry about anything if his teacher didn't. "The wine was created after you gave him a true treasure. I need to try it." Luo Feng walked up. Sitting Mountain sped up to 1,000 times faster than light speed, 10,000 times faster than light speed, 100,000 times faster than light speed. Luo Feng only sipped twice. Hong. The trembling intimidated Luo Feng. "We're here sitting." Mountain Guest stood up, he waved his right hand, and everywhere around him turned transparent. The mountain didn't block anything anymore. Luo Feng looked out, and he could see the glowing outside. The wind was already gone, and the lava stopped in front of the fight between universe Supreme Masters. The energies carried in Universe Boat were apparently weak. The ripples made Luo Feng tremble. "I can only feel the vibration after arriving here, yet teacher senses it in that mysterious space." Luo Feng now knew that how weak he was compared to Universe Supreme Masters. He stopped thinking. He wanted to figure out whether Hugh Jack's creator was there or not. Sitting Mountain Guest was surprised. One side had the third true master and the sixth true master from Divine Eye clan, and the other side, it's Brilliant Gold. Brilliant Gold. Luo Feng had heard of him before. Brilliant Gold, a Universe Supreme Master, was called Brilliant Gold Devil God, also known as Brilliant Gold Devil Child. He was a great being from one of the 7 pinnacle races of the Second Universe Era, the Dream Eclipsing Clan. His life form changed under some special circumstances. He turned in the shape of a child that looked like being sculpted by gold. He had 13 arms, and he had 13 bodies. The Dream Eclipsing Clan only had one Universe Supreme Master, yet the Dream Eclipsing Clan was still a pinnacle race from the Second Universe Era with the power of Brilliant Gold Devil Child. It's Brilliant Gold. Luo Feng relieved. Good, it's not Hugh Jack's. He was afraid that Hugh Jack's might get hurt if he fought the Divine Eye clan. Because of him. Luo Feng looked to them. In the distance, space and time were twisted, and countless meteors flew across the sky. At the center was a giant strange beast that looked like an octopus. It had 13 antennae. The strange beast appeared to be made of weapons. The 13 antennae annihilated everything. Hong hong hong. Countless meteors hit that strange beast. The 13 antennae were splashing all the meteors. There were 2 beams of light, both 1,000,000 kilometers long, and the 2 beams stabbed the strange beast time and time again. Brilliant Gold Devil God, Luo Feng murmured. The 3rd true master and the 6th true master. They were all renowned beings, with famous true treasures. Brilliant Gold Devil God was performing Brilliant Gold Beast, which was only second to Supreme True Treasures, and could rival Crazy Demon Extermination. Godly armor. However, it was obvious that the power was much stronger under Brilliant Gold Devil God. The 3rd True Master was named Star True Master, and he was performing endless meteors. It was a domain-type Supreme True Treasure. It was named Star Kingdom. The 6th True Master was named Green Eye True Master, and the 2 green lights he used were Soul-type Supreme True Treasures. It was named Green Eye Light. Teacher, this Brilliant Gold Devil God isn't using a Supreme True Treasure, yet he's able to resist the 3rd and the 6th True Master, said Luo Feng. Now Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head and smiled. First of all, Brilliant Gold only seems to be performing only Brilliant Gold Beast, yet there's a Palace-type Supreme True Treasure in his body which Brilliant Gold is able to resist easily. 3rd True Master and 6th True Master didn't use all their power either. Star True Master is only using a domain-type True Treasure. 6th True Master is the one doing the attacks. Besides, you should know that the 3rd True Master has 2 Supreme True Treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Right, both Brilliant Gold Devil God and the 6th True Master had 1 Supreme True Treasure each, yet the 3rd True Master had 2 Supreme True Treasures. This astounded Luo Feng. In the original universe, some universe supreme masters didn't even have supreme true treasures. However, those universe supreme masters from the first universe era and the second universe era had a higher chance to have supreme true treasures. They both know that brilliant gold devil god has a palace-type supreme true treasure, so they know that they won't be able to enter him no matter what they do, which is why they're not using all their power. Sitting Mountain Guest explained brilliant gold devil god just doesn't want to be hit like that, so he uses brilliant gold beast to resist it. What is strange is that those two true masters know they can't kill brilliant gold devil god. Why haven't they given up yet? They might be transmitting their voices. Let me see. Hong. A blurry, black light permeated from the Cyan Mountain, and it hit the battlefield. Sitting Mountain Guest, are you trying to interfere? Said an angry voice. And Luo Feng was able to sense it under the guidance of Sitting Mountain Guest. Are you going to join? Sitting Mountain Guest, said another voice. Sixth True Master, I'm just curious, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Why are you attacking Brilliant Gold when you know that Brilliant Gold has a palace type supreme true treasure? Why aren't you giving up? Sitting Mountain laughed. I'm not going to join, as I don't like to fight. It's okay for me to watch. You still haven't answered my question. Humph. This Brilliant Gold has extermination godly armor and the silver wing. How can we let him go if he doesn't hand us the valuables? That's right, we can't kill him, but two more true masters from Divine Eye Clan are on their way. Even if he has a supreme palace-type true treasure, we can seal him. Green Eye Star, said a high voice, you guys are being preposterous. Extermination godly armor and the silver wing are in the abyss, and I said I have them because you guys disturbed me for blocking my way and asking me questions without any manners. However, I don't have that extermination godly armor, and neither do I have the silver wing. What else can I do to make you believe it? Do you really think we'll believe in you? The sixth true master yelled. Just because I'm here, I have the true treasures, said the high voice. Sitting Mountain Guest, is there? Perhaps he has them. Do you really believe I have them? Said Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest, you're a top master, to make true masters even in Universe Ocean. Why do you need those silver wings and extermination godly armor? You can make them yourself. The third true master sounded relaxed and casual. Besides, you're a lone supreme master. Why would you even want this? Instead, Brilliant Golden is carrying an entire race, and it's highly likely that he did it. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. However, Brilliant Golden Devil God was furious. I've told you I didn't, but neither of you believes me. The voice got higher. I won't try to persuade you if you don't. Do you really think I'm scared of you? Do you really think I'll be scared of the Divine Eye Clan? Just come and seal me. Haha, just come. Everyone knows how impressive it is when all you 7 true masters cooperate with each other, and I do believe you have the skills to seal me. However, you can only seal me until the end of this universe era. After this era, you'll all die. However, I'll be reborn safely. As for my race, they'll all be living in my small universe, and they'll all be safe. Brilliant Golden Devil Master obviously looked mad. Universe Supreme Masters were extremely proud, and there was no way that they wouldn't be furious as they were bullied like this. It doesn't matter how you're trying to get away, said the sixth true master coldly. Suddenly, all the stars started to hit Brilliant Golden Beast with the 2 green lights. Brilliant Golden Devil God needed to try his best to get out of the abyss if he was attacked by Star Kingdom. he wouldn't be able to make it. They kept fighting each other. Teacher, brilliant gold didn't seize the valuable, yet the Divine Eye clan. Luo Feng frowned. Sitting Mountain guest snorted, do you really think the Divine Eye clan came here for the true treasures? They're not even supreme true treasures. Do you really think they mean that much to the clan? They're just using the valuables as an excuse not to let brilliant gold run away, and their real purpose is to fight brilliant gold to show their majesty. A phrase came into Luo Feng's mind, kill the chicken, to scare the monkeys. Those from the first universe era are facing the ultimate death, said Sitting Mountain guest, do you really think the Divine Eye clan will just let themselves die like that? Given their power, they'll definitely struggle, and this is only the start of it. Luo Feng kept thinking. Struggling. Are we going to wait here? Teacher Luo Feng was hesitant they might fight. For a long time, the other two true masters might arrive, and there will be 4 true masters. Wait, of course, said Sitting Mountain guest, we need to wait. How can we miss something like this? Luo Feng was afraid that the 4 true masters might attack Sitting Mountain guest. However, Sitting Mountain guest was very wise, so he was able to predict as much. Luo Feng stopped talking. In the 9th abyss. Such strong ripples. The towering gigantic axe was moving forward swiftly. Huge axe creator had sensed the ripple a long time ago, yet he avoided being found. He was approaching at a speed 100 times faster than light. It must be Universe Supreme Masters fighting each other. Although he was not afraid of fighting them, he didn't want to dash there recklessly. Time flew. The 2 true masters were encircling brilliant golden devil god, while Sitting Mountain guest stood aside and watched the fight. Who's there? Come out. A voice came from the 3rd true master, Star True Master. The voice was rumbling and spreading everywhere, and it was passed to Sitting Mountain guest and Luo Feng through the domain performed by Sitting Mountain guest. He looked out and smiled. Another great being has come. Interesting. Interesting. Hua. The force made the stars bounce away, and a towering axe flew in. Star True Master, you're indeed impressive. I heard that the 1st true master is the most powerful true master in the Divine Eye clan, and you are the 2nd strongest one and the best in domain. This is the first time we have met, yet you can notice me. Impressive, indeed. Huge axe, yelled the 6th true master. Huge axe, the 3rd true master, sounded cold. Glad you came. Ha ha ha, Huge axe is here. 2 brilliant gold devil god grinned. Sitting Mountain guest smiled. Also interesting, interesting. 5 Universe Supreme Masters were here, and the other 4 looked happy that Huge axe was here, yet Luo Feng was anxious. Why is Huge axe creator here? Is it because of me? Those 2 true masters are incredibly powerful, and they are fighting with each other. That brilliant gold has a palace-type supreme true treasure. Huge axe creator won't be able to hold for long. Luo Feng was quite worried. Huge axe was the true pillar of the human race. The only true pillar. Teacher origin was suppressed forever and couldn't get out. Luo Feng would never forgive himself if something bad happened to Huge axe. The 3rd true master and the 6th true master were indeed very happy. They were about to attack brilliant golden devil god, yet brilliant golden devil god wasn't easy to deal with. He had that black-stoned godly palace. Even though they saw Sitting Mountain guest, he was more difficult to deal with. Which was why they said directly that Sitting Mountain guest didn't need the true treasures. They needed to pick those who were weak to deal with, and to them, Hugh Jack's creator was easier to deal with, as they thought he didn't have a supreme true treasure. Ha ha ha! Hugh Jacks, the voice of the third true master, traveled through the space and time. The two true treasures fall into the ninth abyss, and only you humans, we of the Divine Eye clan, and the Purple Moon Holy Land know about it. I should have guessed that you, Hugh Jacks, have the two valuables. We hadn't found you, so we thought it was brilliant gold devil god. I don't have them, said Hugh Jack's creator. Do you really think we'll just believe you, said the third true master? You, humans from the original universe, dare to go against us, the Divine Eye clan. You humans deserve to die for seizing the valuables, and for that Luo Feng killing 5 chaos. The eyes of Hugh Jack's creator glinted coldly. Deserve to die. If you die, the humans from the original universe will die out also, said the third true master, coldly. I'll kill you, and then we'll see who will dare come up against us, the Divine Eye clan, in the future. Luo Feng, seated in Sitting Mountain, was furious. 5 chaos had tried to kill him first, but he couldn't return the favor. Besides, that Divine Eye clan wanted to show their power and used the seemingly weak humans to do so. Luo Feng turned to Sitting Mountain guest and said, Teacher, Huge Axe creator is the only pillar of our human race. He can't die, please. Teacher, help him. Sitting Mountain guest shook his head. I only care about you. As for the humans, that's none of my business. Luo Feng was dazed. Just watch, said Sitting Mountain guest. It's not easy for Universe Supreme Masters to die. The two true masters were encircling brilliant golden devil god, yet they tried to kill Hugh Jack's creator. Haha, you tried to seal me before, yet you want to kill Hugh Jack's, haha. Brilliant golden devil god's voice was filled with contempt. Do you really think you can do it with me here, Hugh Jacks? Let's fight with each other, and teach this Divine Eye clan a lesson. We'll let them know it's not easy to deal with Universe Supreme Masters. Sure. Hugh Jack's creator was holding a huge, black axe, and the black light covered his body, forming armor. Dong dong dong. The sounds resounded loud enough to shake one's heart. All the stars stopped moving. A blurry, glowing figure appeared. He had a smile on his face and looked merciful. All the stars stopped, and at this moment, the man with an indistinct smile looked like the only true God in space and time. An idea ignites, and the eternal kingdom. Pung. A star cracked, and it turned into a strange beast with 4 hoofs and 1 horn. Pung. Another star cracked, and it turned into a strange beast with 2 heads. Pung pung pung. All the stars cracked, and billions of strange beasts showed up. They all groveled toward that blurry man and made hoarse voices. The suppression completely condensed the space. Luo Feng was able to feel that pressure in the Green Mountain, and he recalled what he had seen in the mysterious space, the supreme technique, Devil Swish, where trillions of lives groveled. The scene in front of him looked like that. Although it was elementary, the Divine Eye clan received the complete ancient inheritance before, so the fighting method they used was the fighting method of that great civilization. Said Sitting Mountain guest, it looked like the one you saw before. No wonder. The third true master is the second strongest true master. This technique is impressive enough that suppression will largely slow Brilliant Gold down so that he can't cooperate with Hugh Jacks. Brilliant Gold was struggling. He tried to fly, but he was extremely slow. He yelled, Hugh Jacks, the suppression is too terrific. That might be the ancient inheritance. The Divine Eye clan got. Be careful. Huge axe held the black godly axe. Okay, he said. However, that floating, blurry figure was chuckling. Huge axe, this is the second time I have used all my strength. The last time was when 7 true masters cooperate to kill Kong Luo from the second universe era without a supreme true treasure. You will be dead. One couldn't identify a supreme true treasure if it wasn't performed. Green-eyed true master, said the blurry figure. Attack. Good, said the 6th true master. The blurry figure smiled and whispered, Eternal kingdom, divided are billions of star beasts, and eternal true God when combined. Strange musical sounds penetrated people's souls, and the 2 green lights glowed. It came from the supreme true treasure belonging to Green-eyed true master. Complex engravings showed up on the 2 green lights, and billions of lights shot from the strange beast transformed out of the stars. True God, true God, true God. Billions of strange beasts roared, and they went toward that godly light. Billions of stars formed the strange beast. The green godly light was the soul. The ancient technique was the center. They formed a strange, towering beast with 9 giant heads, 36 pairs of wings, 108 pairs of hoofs, and 9 tails. The operation law went away under that space, and the force from the strange beast was stronger than all the universe supreme masters. Silent. It was silent. Brilliant golden devil god stopped struggling, while huge axe creator gazed at that towering beast. Luo Feng was a bit anxious, and sitting mountain guest looked surprised. Eternal true God, the 3rd true master, pointed at huge axe creator. Kill him. The 9 large heads of eternal true God, be they hideous, ice-cold, roaring, menacing or growling, every single pair of eyes was looking up at the surrounding void space in all random directions. Whatever the eyes rested on, time and space in the universe would be completely frozen. Even the power of a universe supreme master was unable to cause the frozen space to break apart. Pung pung pung. Eternal true God walked about the void space. Every step he took made the entire void space tremble with loud bangs, the sound made by 108 pairs of clawed hooves trampling on void space was entirely synchronized. There was total silence. Not a single universe supreme master made a move. Even huge axe creator, who was holding his godly axe, was waiting silently. 6th true master transmitted his voice over to 3rd true master. Huge axe is merely a kid from the 3rd reincarnation era. His stint as a universe supreme master is still quite short. If the 2 of us join hands, we are bound to annihilate him. 3rd true master jested as he watched on. He doesn't even have a single supreme true treasure. It is certainly quite possible to annihilate him within one strike. In all of history, the times when universe supreme masters who had faced annihilation because of fighting and killing were extremely few. Yet 3rd true master and 6th true master saw the possibility of killing huge axe. Pung pung pung. Eternal God Master had such a large godly body that it might seem as though he was trampling on the void space slowly. In actuality, his speed had already exceeded 100 times the speed of light, and the universe laws no longer had any influence over him. Very quickly, and most majestically, he appeared before huge axe creator. Yet with a piercing yelp that could impact a soul, eternal true God erupted. Instantly, baring its sharp fangs and hooking its clawed hooves, it charged at huge axe creator recklessly, claws digging into the earth. Pa! Wherever he passed, the frozen space would immediately crack and break apart. threatening to charge over to envelop Hugh Jack's creator. Pung. Following a crisp bang, Hugh Jack's creator was sent flying backward with both hands still holding his godly axe. You were able to ward off my attacks, you must have some skill after all. From afar, that hazy and light radiating shadow of third true master watched and smiled, then he commented, but luck only comes this once, the next time you shall. Truly worthy to be a member of the Divine Eye clan. Hugh Jack's creator finally came to a halt, sent flying quite a distance away. Under his messy hair was a pair of eyes filled with battle rage. He laughed out loud and said, "Formidable, this beast, true God, has such a strong soul. Attack." I decided not to consult any background information this once, so I have given this beast, true God, a chance to gain the upper hand, however, being at the winning position just this once. His voice so coarse yet straightforward, and it shocked everyone. Third true master and sixth true master are going to join forces, and he is not intimidated, said sitting mountain guest in shock, watching the battle from afar. Luo Feng relaxed a little, though if he could make such remarks, it seemed that Hugh Jack's creator was not in danger. However, third true master and sixth true master were furious. What arrogant sixth true master shouted furiously, "So, starting from now, you are going to suppress us?" The shadow figure, that was emitting hazy light, let out a cold laugh. "I, star true master, have roamed the length of universe ocean. Those who dared to show me such insolence were few. Furthermore, sixth true master and I are joining forces against you. You actually say you want to suppress us both? Haha, a joke, what a joke." Eternal true God's 9 heads let out angry roars of their own, and once again charged toward Hugh Jack's creator to surround him. For afar, the wild giant with his messy hair let out a loud, rumbling roar. 12th. Hua. The godly axe was raised. Suddenly, in the space surrounding the wild giant, many Hugh Jack's shadows emerged. Every one of them was as wide as 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, as though they were as big as a world. There was a total of 12 Hugh Jack's shadows, dispersed in all directions, and beneath these 12 shadows, every spot that had been suppressed started to break open with loud cracking sounds. At that moment, the 12 Hugh Jack's shadows each spanned 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in the vast space above. Hugh Jack's creator, who was standing with his godly axe raised, seemed as though he was the core of the universe, and with a wave of his right arm, he made a powerful slash at the space before him. Godly axe was wielded. At that moment, 12 Hugh Jack's shadows speedily gathered and fused with the godly axe, which in turn emitted an immeasurably dazzling black ray. Eternal true God's clawed hooves trampled forward, too. Hong. The entire space trembled. Hugh Jack's creator took a step back to regain stability, but Eternal True Master's 108 pairs of clawed hooves retreated with 3 continuous steps. Total silence. Even brilliant Gold Devil God and Sitting Mountain Guest were shocked. Third True Master and Sixth True Master were in total disbelief. Your godly axe is a supreme true treasure, a supreme true treasure. Sixth True Master suddenly let out a furious roar. You actually have a supreme true treasure. Hugh Jack's creator stood in space with his hair in disarray, yet his face harbored a look of absolute dominance. Just got it not too long ago, he said. You are the guinea pigs for my new axe. Your eternal true God may be formidable, but compared to my axe, it has a long way to go. Instead, that hazy shadow of Third True Master said slowly, you have your Supreme true treasure, but by right, you should not be able to suppress. Eternal true God is the combined power of sixth true masters and mine. It was created according to the combined power of two supreme true treasures, added to the comprehension of ancient inheritance, too. Finally create this technique. How could you possibly gain the upper hand? The accomplishment of your acts is impressive. You are a worthy opponent for sixth true master and I to put in our best. Your best? Oh, you mean that was not your full force, said Hughjack's creator. Come on, I have yet to show my full power. Hughjack's creator laughed, and his laughter shook the entire void space. Jade eyes, third true master commanded release. All right, we shall let this Hughjack's have a taste of our power, said sixth true master. Sixth true master was in a total rage. This was now a battle of pride. If their combined power still failed to suppress a single Hughjack's creator, and they were still trampled by him, they would be considered nothing but a great joke. At that moment, that gigantic eternal true God started to emit hazy, jade-green rays. Countless jade rays started to gather into diagrams of secret engravings. The entirety of eternal true God started to transform, and two streams of purple light emerged to speedily fly into eternal true God's body. Eternal true God was transforming rapidly. Luo Feng was watching from afar when he saw the two streams of purple light emerging. He was momentarily shocked. It's Star Hand. Third true master was also known as Star True Master. He had two supreme true treasures. One was Star Kingdom, the other was Star Hand. Of course, what the original names of these two supreme true treasures were, the outside world did not know. Star Kingdom and Star Hand were what third true master called them, so they were spread out to the masses as such. Third true master's two supreme true treasures and sixth true master's supreme true treasures are all being used, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Seems like they are really going all out. Sitting Mountain Guest put his wine glass down. Now the battle had his undivided attention. Star True Master grew another pair of hind-clawed hooves that were extremely thick and huge. It could stand upright all by itself. The originally dense, numerous clawed hooves fused and gathered to transform into only 18 sharp claws. The 9 heads now had a pair of sharp claws each, as though there was a combined body of 9 great fierce gods. Roar, roar. 9 heads of eternal true God let out crazy roars. Their 18 arms were unbelievably sharp and wore a layer of purple armor. 3 great supreme true treasures. With us both joining forces, along with the combination of our secret techniques, I don't believe you cannot be subdued. Third true master's voice was icy cold. Far away, Hughjack's creator saw eternal true masters was getting more intimidating as time passed. All he shouted was, 13th. Then he raised his godly axe. Hua! In the endless space, a 13th Hughjack's appeared. Every Hughjack's shadow was like a world of its own, but this one was so massive that it could reach out to where third true master, sixth true master, and Sitting Mountain Guest were. But this shadow seemed to be in another dimension. With a wave, the godly axe made a move and hacked in the face of the purple fists, claws, and palms bombarding him. Hughjack's creator welcomed them all. Pung! An instantaneous exchange of blows got Hughjack's creator to make a hasty retreat. Eternal true God was apparently gaining the upper hand. This made third true master and sixth true master ease up instantly. Impressive. Now take a look at my 14th Hughjack's. Hughjack's creator raised his godly axe right away. What, there is a 14th. How is that possible? Third true master and sixth true master were a little caught by surprise. When the 14th huge axe shadow appeared, it was as though a puzzle was being put together. The pieces came together, as though covering space, causing the endless space to fall into pitch darkness. No light at all, it was pitch black. Following closely, a loud bang was heard, then everything in space resumed normalcy at that moment. Eternal true God was tossing and turning backward into the distance. Huge axe creator, with his hair as messy as ever, said in his deafening voice, "My 14th axe cannot even destroy eternal true God. My 15th axe has just been created. Let eternal true God try to take it on then." Huge axe creator's command sounded 15th. The endless space darkened again, but within the next instant, amidst the endless darkness, a huge axe shadow, glowing with light rays, appeared. The strange thing was, this huge axe shadow made every great being present, even the weakest one, Luo Feng, feel as though they were in another world. He had made it. Their sitting mountain guest jumped up from where he was seated on his green mountain peak. His eyes were filled with shock. Teacher Origin, huge axe human, the potential of the human race is truly. Even Luo Feng was shaken to the core. The huge axe shadow that was glowing in that endless darkness was so magical, it was as though they were all in another world. Luo Feng was deeply shaken by this strange feeling. He even felt that this huge axe might be able to exterminate an entire universe. Of course, Luo Feng was aware that this was only a misconception, but this misplaced feeling was simply overpowering. He, brilliant gold devil god, was too shocked to react as well. Soundlessly, with one axe, everything resumed normalcy in that endless space, but eternal true God was completely shattered and collapsed apart, thereafter transforming into countless stars, 2 streams of jade green light, and a pair of purple arm guards. He actually separated the 3 supreme treasures, said sixth true master, stunned beyond reaction. Being able to dismantle eternal true God. Huge axe, could it be that huge axe was also a teacher? Origin, third true master, speculated with shudders in his heart. He had exchanged blows with teacher Origin before, and back then, he was utterly defeated and fled in fear. Before teacher Origin, there was a feeling of powerlessness. At this moment, the same feeling was creeping up on him. Back then, when teacher Origin was eternally suppressed by the primal universe, many universe supreme masters had secretly rejoiced. The other universe supreme masters had all fallen into a state of great shock. Everyone was going through complex emotions, with many thoughts rising in their minds. Only Luo Feng, who, although he was equally shocked and emotional, said to himself, "I have never seen huge axe creator in action. I did not expect huge axe creator to be so powerful. This is a great blessing for the human race. I have always lacked a suitable supreme true treasure, always lacking one." Huge axe creator stood amidst the void space, grasping his godly axe as he looked into the distance. "As I don't have a supreme true treasure with me, I have always maintained a low profile, worried that if I stood out too much because of my outstanding ability, I would bring disaster to my human race. Teacher Origin bestowed me with great kindness and chose eternal suppression in the hope that I would lead our human race well." Third true master, sixth true master, do the both of you know what angers me the most? Huge axe creator's eyes were ablaze as 2 rays of light, which seemed to materialize into blades, slashed across the length of the sky with an angry roar. He voiced his rage. The answer is you wanting to destroy my human race. Destroy the race, exterminate all, he shouted. Just you, divine I clan, so arrogant that you think you can destroy my human race when teacher origin was around. Did you all dare make a single utterance today, I shall let you all know the consequence of trying to destroy my human race. Huge axe creators voice bellowed. His hand was already grasping his godly axe. With a roar, he shouted, the 15th, 3rd true master and 6th true master were angry yet shocked. They could not be bothered with anything else. Right away, they took off, escaping for dear life. Leave quickly. Go. But with one strike of his axe, vast darkness befell, as though there was a huge axe shadow, glowing with a dazzling light within the void space. Then the shadow merged with the godly axe, and soundlessly, it slashed at 3rd true master and 6th true master. Han Hua. Numerous stars clustered in the way were sent, scattered all over the place. Hurry, the stars, stop him quickly. 6th true master was panicking and flustered. 3rd true master, on the other hand, shouted angrily, his attacks can dissemble eternal true God, which is a combination of 3 supreme true treasures. How can my domain type supreme true treasure alone be enough to entrap him? It will not even be enough to slow him down. Quick, we should quickly escape. For now, discussion later. There is no escape for you. A huge axe came flying through the air at high speed. It was hot on their heels. Its speed was continuously soaring, from 1,000 times the of light speed to 10,000 times of light speed. The rate at which its speed was soaring was extremely fast, and the shadow that was encircling the flying axe indulged itself in sweeping up everything in its way, causing the numerous stars that had become meteors upon being attacked to be smashed and scattered instantly. Such an imposing domain-type true treasure was simply not strong enough to restrain huge axe creator. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A palace flew toward them at high speed. It was merely a pinnacle true treasure, but what huge axe creator used to carve his way forward was a supreme true treasure. Godly axe, when coupled with his own power, which was very strong to begin with, how much faster could his speed get? He is closing in on us. Not good. Traveling at more than 10,000 times light speed, huge axe creator, caught up in the blink of an eye. Hiding inside your palace, then I shall seal it up. Huge axe creator stretched out his right hand, which suddenly expanded to a huge palm as extensive as 1,000,000 kilometers. Every finger on that huge palm had an axe-head shadow encircling it, causing the surroundings to fall into a blanket of strange darkness. Let's split up. Hiding within the palace, there is no way we can put up any resistance. Even eternal true God cannot ward off his attacks. This pinnacle true treasure palace once caught, we will be stuck in here, with no power to resist. Then, I fear, we will be thrown into his suppressing type palace, and be subjected to his suppression. Blue Eye, you are not powerful enough, not his match. Hurry and enter my palace. Coming. If the opponent had a suppressing type treasure and was someone much more powerful, it was simply pointless to withdraw into passive defense. Hua hua. That palace vanished into thin air. A man showered in purple light stood amidst the void space. He wore a suit of purple armor and was looking at huge axe creator angrily. He shouted, Huge axe, we have already decided to escape. Why are you still giving chase so relentlessly? If it was just 6th true master before you, there is indeed the Risk of annihilation, but my stars, even if they are not as powerful as yours, they are in no danger of annihilation. Hugh Jack's creator did not beat about the bush. Hand over the 3 pinnacle palace-type true treasures of this level, and all enmity between your divine I clan and my human race will be put to an end. Otherwise my axe technique will have one less competent opponent to train and hone itself against for further improvement. Third True Master's terrible expression was visible even though he was wearing his purple armor, and he kept quiet for a long while. All right then, Divine I clan shall pay you due respect and give you 3 true treasures. Third True Master decided 1 pinnacle domain type true treasure, 1 pinnacle palace type true treasure, and 1 pinnacle soul illusion type true treasure. Show. 3 streams of light flew toward Hugh Jack's creator with arms outstretched. Hugh Jack's creator grabbed hold of the 3 true treasures and took a look before putting them away. So, Third True Master quickly transformed into light and departed at the fastest speed possible. From afar, there was brilliant gold devil god within the cyan stone peak. There were sitting mountain guest and Luo Feng, all of whom were a little startled. The formidable Divine I clan always carried an imposing air of vigor. No one could have expected Hugh Jack's creator to be so powerful to the extent of forcing 2 true masters of the formidable Divine I clan to bow in submission and hand over 3 pinnacle superior true treasures. A childlike voice, crisp and clear, was transmitted from brilliant gold devil god. Congratulations, Hugh Jack's humans from the primal universe are indeed impressive. Teacher Origin was impressive. Hugh Jack's, you are also very impressive. Haha. Now, with a supreme true treasure in hand, Hugh Jack's, you have become so powerful. Haha. Brilliant gold. Please keep this news to yourself for now, Hugh Jack's creator said from afar. Do not spread the news. TSK. Divine I clan has suffered a great loss. If news is not leaked out, I'm afraid they will not proactively spread the news. I think they can't wait for the other groups of powers to also suffer the same loss. Hugh Jack's, how cunning of you. All right, I will make sure that the news does not spread from me. Brilliant gold devil god laughed in his clear and crisp voice. Hugh Jack's creator turned his head in another direction and said to another faraway figure, sitting mountain guest, please do not spread this news either. Of course not, sitting mountain guest transmitted his reply. Hugh Jack's creator made small nods, and then his figure blurred as he transformed into a Hugh Jack's and scraped through the sky with his speedy departure. Brilliant gold devil god bade sitting mountain guest farewell and took his leave, too. Then the cyan stone peak also flew toward the exit of deep abyss. Within the deep abyss, the cyan stone peak was advancing at high speed. Teacher Luo Feng was still running high on emotions, and also, he had many unresolved doubts. First, he poured sitting mountain guest some wine, then asked, Hugh Jack's creator of our human race is quite impressive, so impressive that he could kill other universe supreme masters. Haha, of course he can. Sitting mountain guest replied from where he was seated with his wine glass in his hand. He smiled. Way back then, teacher Origin dominated universe ocean throughout the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 Holy Land universes. No one dared provoke him upon seeing him from afar. The other universe supreme masters would take off right away from how you see it. If it was just him gaining the upper hand, would it be enough to make the other universe supreme beings behave like that? Realization dawned upon Luo Feng. Yes, if there was nothing life-threatening Teacher Origin would not be so fearsome as to instill such fear in the other universe supreme beings. Hugh Jax's power may still be a little lacking compared to Teacher Origin's power back then, but it is already very close sitting Mountain Guest side. Luo Feng continued persistently asking questions. Can Hugh Jax creator kill Third True Master? No, he can't, sitting Mountain Guest answered directly. Third True Master has two supreme true treasures that he takes everywhere he goes. His ability is ranked second out of the 7 true masters. Hugh Jax may be able to suppress and deal Third True Master with heavy blows, but he cannot kill him. Sixth True Master, on the other hand, is weaker with only one soul attack type. Supreme True Treasure. If he is confronted by Hugh Jax, there is a possibility he might be killed. Since he cannot be killed, why would Third True Master how in submission? Luo Feng continued to ask. Haha, sitting Mountain Guest laughed out loud. Of course he has to. Huge Axe has been hiding his true power and has yet to show an actual outburst. His normal power is already so potent that the outburst this time around will likely spark a series of outbursts as he starts to fight against other great beings. Previously, there wasn't any other great being of such a high level to fight against him to allow him to hone and steal himself, yet he was already this powerful. Once he starts to fight against other universe supreme masters, his skills will definitely be pushed toward further improvement. He just needs to advance one more step, then he will be another Teacher Origin. If that is the case, then now, Third True Master is right in bowing to submission earlier so that he will not be putting himself at a disadvantage later. Another realization dawned upon Luo Feng. True, he had never executed that kind of axe technique before, yet he had achieved such a high level of cultivation once he started actual battles. To hone this skill of his, the possibility of progression to the next level was high. If that is the case, why did he only ask for 3 pinnacle superior true treasures? Luo Feng was confused. This is nothing to the Divine Eye clan at all. Haha, how do you perceive the Divine Eye clan? Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head. That is a very powerful group from the first reincarnation era, comparable to the 2 Holy Land universes. Even Third True Master was able to resist Hugh Jax, albeit with much difficulty. If his opponent were First True Master, then even if Hugh Jax improved his ability and power, the most he could achieve would be suppression of First True Master. Previously, when First True Master was in a confrontation with Teacher Origin, he was able to survive all of Teacher Origin's attacks. If the 7 True Masters all joined forces, that would be even more terrifying. Humph. Furthermore, the Divine Eye clan is nearing its doomsday. The 7 True Masters will surely feel an insane amount of pressure if you really come to face a member of the Divine Eye clan. Even the power of one will be intimidating enough. How is it possible for the human race to fight and win against the Divine Eye clan? I'm afraid other universe masters do not even dare to enter Universe Ocean anymore. This is a way of ending the bad blood once and for all. It is a way of gaining some benefits without making the Divine Eye clan feel the pinch. The Divine Eye clan does not dare to provoke Hugh Jax. On the other hand, for the future of our human race, Hugh Jax is unwilling to declare war on the Divine Eye clan. That explains why we have come to this stage. Luo Feng nodded slightly. True, Hugh Jax of the human race was indeed impressive, but the other universe masters were weak. If there was war declared upon the human race, for their own safety, they would be highly resistant when expected to enter Universe ocean, and if they did not dare to enter universe ocean to roam and seek opportunities to hone their skills, it would become very difficult for the human race to cultivate the birth of a third universe supreme master. Among the universe supreme masters, the difference in ability can be so vast. Luo Feng sighed. Sitting Mountain guest voiced his speculation. In fact, it is just teacher Origin, who is a more perversely unique individual from how I see it. Huge Axe likely received teacher Origin's guidance, which is why he can be so strong. Otherwise, solely based on their own ability to comprehend, it would be quite impossible for both to be so formidable. Teacher Origin. Luo Feng nodded. Although Teacher Origin was eternally suppressed, he continued to maintain contact with the human race. However, he might be in contact with a handful of humans like Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City Leader. The Science Stone Peak entered the region that was crazily swallowing everything in the surroundings. Luo Feng had been sucked in here by that gravitational force, which was so strong, even much stronger, that Huge Axe's attacks. Now that he wanted to fly out from inside, he had to move in the opposite direction of that gravitational force. Hua hua. The Science Stone Peak was revolving, and it created many arcs as it moved. It gradually inched its way forward and out of the deep abyss by moving in a circular motion. To go out, you have to resist part of the gravitational force, but you also have to borrow part of it. Sitting Mountain guest instructed, you have to tap the strength of gravity to get out. If not, even a universe supreme master would not be able to get out. This is the only way out. It will be a slow journey. I'm afraid it will take at least a few months, so within these few months, I shall help you in completing the restoration of your crazy demon extermination godly armor. Thereafter, you can continue on your way. Do what you need to do. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng replied reverently. After leaving this place, his next destination would, of course, be the space of the black striped stone pillars, where he could hone his willpower. Besides, he had gained 5 Chaos's black token, so it was all the more urgent that he should head there. The power of the black hole of the deep abyss was endless. The Green Mountain Peak hovered in circles, then gradually advanced out. It was a bit like a sailboat borrowing the strength of reverse currents to propel itself forward in its intended direction, but billions of times more mysterious. After all, this gravitational force was much too strong even for a universe supreme master. No one would dare openly put up a resistance. Teacher is restoring crazy demon extermination. Godly armor. Luo Feng stood at the apex of the mountain peak and looked down at the vast land below, and part of his consciousness is controlling this mountain peak. Loneliness. Luo Feng sat alone, feeling lonely as various thoughts came to his mind. Earlier, when he was watching the Huge Axe creators battle, all he could feel was the adrenaline rush as his excitement level got exceptionally high. Now that he had calmed down, he started to feel the distance between himself and a universe supreme master. In the primal universe, a universe supreme master is held down by extremely great suppression. In universe ocean, a universe supreme master is still under a certain amount of suppression. If there is no suppression at all, the distance between universe masters and universe supreme masters would be even greater. Luo Feng was aware that the suppression was completely over the top in the primal universe. If there were no fights against the universe masters, then universe supreme masters would also be able to ensure that their orders, once given, were strictly enforced. They would also be more powerful than anything Else under the sun even the universe origin laws would have to show due respect to them. Yet the moment a fight happened with universe masters, everything would change. The universe origin laws no longer drew back, on the contrary, they would exert stronger suppression, therefore making it impossible for universe supreme masters to ensure that their orders were strictly enforced. Universe masters were able to control time and space with regards to controlling domains, but universe supreme masters were in no way superior in this sense. Of course, the killing of Yuan Ao Master was carried out according to the wishes of the universe origin, which was why no universe supreme master had to undergo any suppression. The force of godly power unleashed could be equivalent to the godly power of a universe master with a perfect life gene level. This was only a small aspect. There was also the limit on the strongest power and upper limit restriction. This was an ultimate limit value laid down by the universe origin laws. The powers that universe supreme masters released could not exceed this restriction. Once exceeded, they would have to undergo suppression, just like how virtual real devil master was previously bound by chains of the laws. The ability to ensure that their orders, once given, were strictly enforced would disappear. The ability to release their godly powers would be restricted. Even the strongest outburst of capability had an upper limit to adhere to. And after killing a universe master, a universe supreme master had to be severely punished. His godly body would be badly injured. There were so many forms of suppression against universe supreme masters, which was why, in the primal universe, universe masters showed negligible fear for universe supreme masters who were slightly more powerful than their peers would show no fear of universe supreme masters at all. Meanwhile, in Universe Ocean, things were not the same. In Universe Ocean, there were many miniature universes, as well as the primal universe. Scattered all about the primal universe was massive, so the willpower of the primal universe origin remained the strongest. Even laws revolving around the vast universe ocean would be under its influence. Other regions of the universe ocean were considered external, so the power that the primal universe origin could exert over them was much weaker. Thus, the limits were also much weaker. There were only two heavy restrictions. Firstly, when universe supreme masters fought with universe masters, revolving laws no longer drew back. Universe supreme masters would not be able to be certain that their orders would be strictly enforced. Secondly, the strength of godly power would also be suppressed at the level of the perfect gene level of a universe master. There were only two restrictions: by relying on their true treasures and secret techniques to determine how much power they wanted to unleash was up to the universe supreme masters to decide. There was no upper limit restriction at all. Upon killing a universe master, there would be no punishment either. Comparatively, the restrictions of Universe Ocean were less stringent and fewer than that of the primal universe, which was why, overall universe supreme masters were all fearful and wary of the primal universe origin. Luo Feng sat on the apex of the mountain peak, pondering the various relationships between universe supreme masters, the willpower of the primal universe, himself, and many others. A voice was transmitted. Luo Feng. Teacher Luo Feng turned back and saw sitting mountain guest. He immediately stood up. Teacher, aren't you restoring crazy demon extermination godly armor? I'm done restoring it, sitting mountain guest said with a wave. A suit of black armor flew toward Luo Feng right away. Luo Feng was shocked and looked at sitting mountain guest inquiringly. It said Luo Feng, it has not even been 2 days. A mere restoration process, how much effort do you think I will need? Sitting mountain guest studied Luo Feng's expression. I saw you sitting over there, what's on your mind? I was thinking about the willpower of the primal universe origin Luo Feng replied. Universe Supreme Masters, Universe Masters, and me. Sitting mountain guest was taken aback upon hearing Luo Feng's reply. He remained silent. After a long moment of silence, sitting mountain guest sighed. His voice was filled with complex emotions as he continued. Primal universe origin, for one who has not become a universe supreme master, you will still be a child of the primal universe. It will take care of you once you become a universe supreme master. The miniature universe starts to break away from the primal universe. To survive in universe ocean, that universe supreme master will then become a public enemy that everyone started to target. Suppression, suppression, always have been suppressed. Sitting mountain guest lamented. Reincarnation, reincarnation. During every reincarnation era, there will be the process of the primal universe being impregnated, giving birth, then destroying every single living being. Teacher origin of the human race is indeed impressive. He could actually what? Asked Luo Feng, unable to contain his curiosity. Sitting mountain guest shook his head. Stop asking, I thought you were able to enter the virtual universe anytime you wanted. If you are strong enough to get the attention of Teacher Origin, you will be able to converse with him formally. Then perhaps he may tell you why he did whatever he did back then. I was also making some guesses here, which may not be accurate. Luo Feng was eager for information. Teacher Origin had dared to challenge the primal universe origin back then. If he had actually dared to, there must have been a goal he wanted to achieve, a goal that might be over the top, but even Primal Chaos City leader Teacher had not mentioned this to him. Why would Teacher Origin defy the primal universe origin? Sitting mountain guest laughed and looked at Luo Feng. Don't think too much. It is too far out of your reach. You should think more for yourself. That will be more than enough. When you become a universe master with Star Tower, you can ignore the difference in level between you and a universe supreme master. Luo Feng shook his head. Even if I become a universe master, in terms of secret techniques, I am still very far away from the level of a universe supreme master. He had seen virtual real devil master and Teacher Origin fight, but that had been in the primal universe, so the force wasn't that strong. But this time, the exchange of blows between third true master, sixth true master, and huge axe creator really showed him how huge a difference in level he was from universe supreme masters. You are wrong. Sitting mountain guest shook his head. Luo Feng looked at Teacher. Universe masters cannot create such powerful secret techniques, but the secret engravings on Star Tower represent a level of secret technique that is extremely high. Sitting mountain guest laughed. This is the precious part of a supreme true treasure. For instance, the first form of Star Tower, back when you have merely activated the first form, unleashing the power of Star Tower was insignificant, but when you activated the second form, that second level of secret engravings was a standard that miraculously matched the strongest secret technique of a universe master. You may not be able to create, but when merely activating, the difficulty level is reduced. The third level of secret engravings is comparable to the means of a universe supreme master. The fourth level of secret engravings is a grade of secret technique that only a top notch being among all the universe supreme masters could create. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. Right, merely activating the secret engravings compared to secret techniques of the same power, was certainly less demanding. Yet the power was, surprisingly, just as strong or, with a supreme true treasure as a medium, the power unleashed might be even stronger and more forceful. In Universe Ocean, there is a strength determination method, sitting. Mountain Guest said beginner-level Universe Masters' life genes can only multiply in the hundreds, so they may not be able to create secret techniques. This is the first level of Universe Masters' ordinary level universe. Masters' life genes multiply in the thousands, they can create ultimate secret techniques. This is the second level. Above these, there are the third level, the fourth level, and like Star River Master, from the Primal Universe, your teacher Primal Chaos City Leader, and the 5 Chaos Master, who you dragged to his death, the fifth level. A Universe Master, who owns a supreme true treasure, will be on the sixth level. That is also the highest level that a Universe Master can reach. Sitting Mountain Guest said amidst laughter, why would owning a supreme true treasure make one a grade higher than Primal Chaos City Leader and 5 Chaos Master? That's because the secret engravings of a supreme true treasure represented a higher level of capability. Luo Feng listened intently. The 6 levels of categorizing Universe Masters. This was the first time he'd heard of them. A Universe Master at the 6th level is comparable to a Universe Supreme Master without a supreme true treasure, Sitting Mountain Guest said with a laugh. Of course, for someone like Hugh Jack's creator, even without a supreme true treasure, he can still be stronger than any 6th level Universe Master. But I suspect that the 15th axe Hugh Jacks executed the one that he said he had just created. My guess is that when he got that godly axe and observed the secret engravings etched on it after comprehension, the activated secret engravings on that godly axe were the ones that unleashed that extremely powerful axe. Getting out of the deep abyss took close to 3 months' time. Sitting Mountain Guest also provided Luo Feng with guidance, especially on how to carefully comprehend crazy demon extermination, godly armor. Luo Feng then realized that 5 Chaos Masters' 5 Beasts Great Extermination was actually a move adapted from the 3rd level secret engravings of Crazy Demon Extermination godly armor. It's like how the simple yet intelligent locals are able to learn how to use stones and rods as weapons, said Sitting Mountain Guest. The difference in intelligence is, therefore, dependent on how one knows how to utilize weapons. Universe Masters, Universe Supreme Masters, their weapons are true treasures. Learning how to use these treasures, to the extent of creating secret techniques, based on the secret engravings of the true treasures, is how some renowned figures become widely known across the universe. They all have treasures that identify them, like you, although you named yourself Milky Way Horde Leader, the outside world calls you Silver Wings Horde Leader. Luo Feng was aware of that as well. He started to comprehend the secret engravings on Star Tower, Crazy Demon Extermination godly armor, and Sherwu wings. Then he tried to create a suitable ultimate technique. As for his body was sustained by his godly power in that secret, hidden space. It was comprehending the diagram of secret engravings of the ultimate lost knowledge left behind by the ancient existence that was more powerful than Teacher Origin and Hugh Jack's creator, and also comprehending the 6 major diagrams of secret engravings that Sitting Mountain Guest had left behind. All the diagrams were mutually supportive of one another, enabling Luo Feng's rate of progress to set sail on an accelerated track. He was able to comprehend all the other types like the defense type secret Engravings on crazy demon extermination, godly armor at an alarming rate. 4. The triple levels of attack type secret engravings on the golden right arm. He was able to comprehend 2 levels speedily. He vaguely understood a great part of the 3rd level, but it took him more time, comparatively, to finally understand it. The triple levels of secret engravings on crazy demon extermination, godly armor's golden right arm is nothing compared to those of Star Tower, yet they are still able to match the power of a strongest ultimate technique created by a universe master. Once you are able to drive this, I think your achievement in the studies of diagrams of secret engravings will more or less reach the level of a universe master. All right, we are now out of the deep abyss. I will leave from here, and don't ever let such a thing happen again. Luo Feng bowed and replied with much gratitude, "Yes, teacher." Thereafter, from within the endless frozen lake fire, a green mountain peak and a crimson palace Star Tower had transformed its look with the use of Blood Cloud Pearl departed and flew off in 2 different directions. The fight in the abyss was momentous. However, the Divine Eye clan didn't spread the news that they had suffered in the fight, so the powers in Universe Ocean didn't know that another being close to teacher origin had been born as. For where the silver winged true treasure and extermination godly armor, it was a mystery. Did a Universe Supreme Master get the true treasures and hide them? It would be a total waste. Luo Feng didn't hear about the fighting records of Hugh Jack's creator after that, which made sense, as only valuables or feuds would lead to fights. In the abyss, in the mysterious space, Luo Feng, wearing casual clothing, was walking on the island. He looked laid back, yet his consciousness was studying the 6 pictures left by Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest only observed them for several days. Yet the 6 pictures were already very complicated. That meant Luo Feng would be able to comprehend more if he became a Universe Supreme Master. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. I have to comprehend them carefully so that I can accomplish more on the engraving picture path, whispered Luo Feng. The better I am on the engraving picture path, the easier it will be for me to do law comprehension. When he could reach the level of a universe master on the engraving picture path, he would be able to comprehend the law hundreds of times faster. Time flew. While the avatar of his godly body was practicing, Luo Feng was traveling through one dangerous place after another in Universe Boat and approaching the destination. 300 years passed. In the first miniature universe of the Divine Eye clan, clouds floated through the breezy air. 5 Chaos Master was on the 2nd level of the godly palace, and he was sitting in front of the railing, looking at the endless ground. 5 Chaos, 5 Chaos. A shadow flew in from the distance and stopped. 5 Chaos Master smiled. It's Enyong. Enyong Master's avatar stopped. There were 7 miniature universes that belonged to the Divine Eye clan, and the universe masters from the Divine Eye clan were scattered throughout the 7 universes. However, all those universe masters had their avatars in other small universes, so they were able to communicate with each other easily. There was a feud between Enyong Master and Luo Feng, yet 5 Chaos Master hated Luo Feng even more. Before, Enyong and 5 Chaos had been friends, as they were from the same race. They grew closer now. "Why do you look so hurried?" asked 5 Chaos Master. "I received some news about Luo Feng," said Enyong Master. "Oh." The eyes of 5 Chaos Master gleamed since he had died because of Luo Feng. He had treated Luo Feng as his true competitor. However, he hadn't heard anything about Luo Feng after that, even though he had contact with some powers in the original universe. Luo Feng had maintained a very low profile, which was why 5 Chaos had been suppressing a strong urge. I thought he wouldn't dare to enter Universe Ocean without that silver wing. Where is he now? Asked 5 Chaos Master. He's in the Universe Boat, said an young master. What Universe Boat? 5 Chaos Master was startled. He dared to go to the Universe Boat. Not only does he dare to go to Universe Boat, but he's in the inner area of Universe Boat, and said in young master, he went into the deeper area of the inner area. After what happened between you and him, he's been in Universe Boat all that time. He's been adventuring through Universe Boat. However, he's been using another identity. Another identity? 5 Chaos Master was more confused. Cracking Gold Master, said an young master. What, that is him? 5 Chaos opened his eyes wide. It's him, that Luo Feng has another identity, and he's been adventuring in Universe Boat. But how did he get so strong? Cracking Gold Master was a Universe Master who had made himself famous for a fight for true treasures in Universe Boat 300 years prior. No one had seen Cracking God Master since, yet his power was proven, as he dared to get into the inner area of Universe Boat. After that, Cracking Gold Master said that his name was Cracking Gold, and thus, his name had spread. In the next 300 years, Cracking Gold Master had participated in 2 fights for treasures, both of which were not serious, yet his power was proven to be at Level 4. 5 Chaos, he's in Wave of Stars Ocean, said an young master. Wave of Stars Ocean is as dangerous as God-destroying valley, and it's larger. There are several places where true treasures are often seen, so there are several powers. A top-tier domain-type true treasure emerged there, which led to a fight, and Cracking Gold Master interfered. It was a horrifying fight. Zia Master from our universe era lost his original body. Cracking Gold Master showed his true power and got the true treasure. There are many great beings in Wave of Stars Ocean. A Universe Master who saw Luo Feng, Xuezong Master from the second universe era, yelled, "Your Silver Wing Horde leader," and that's how other great beings know that Cracking Gold Master is Silver Wing Horde leader. And young master shook his head. He was not happy that his enemy was so renowned. Now, it was unsurprising that Luo Feng was able to hide his identity. After all, great beings were able to easily alter the way they looked. As for one's aura, it could only be remembered when it was seen by someone, or the virtual universe could simulate that aura, but apparently, other powers didn't have the virtual universe. As for other universe eras, even though they had virtual worlds, they couldn't simulate the aura of Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters. It was exceedingly difficult. He's so powerful now. 5 Chaos Master frowned. He got my original body killed when he first entered Universe Ocean, and I sensed that he'd be my mortal enemy. I can't believe he's at the 4th level now after such a short time. What should we do? And young master looked to 5 Chaos Master. And young master wasn't afraid. He had multiple bodies, so it was difficult for him to die. However, and young master was worried about Luo Feng's power. He couldn't believe Luo Feng was able to show such great close combat power after such a short time. Let's go, said 5 Chaos Master. Let's go to Universe Boat. However, he's in Wave of Stars Ocean, said an young master. Wave of Stars Ocean is deep in the inner area. It'll take a long time to get to Wave of Stars Ocean from the outer area. Luo Feng might be in a different place after that. It'll be more difficult later, said 5 Chaos Master. I'll go now. How about you? Okay, I'll come with you, and young Master nodded. Okay, 5 Chaos Master nodded. 5 Chaos didn't mind taking in Young for one thing, and Young had multiple bodies, and he also had an enormous body, so he had great surviving power, both of which made him a great helper at least, and young Master was better at surviving and stalling enemies than Ultimate Arrow Master. Humph Luo Feng, the eyes of 5 Chaos Master glinted fiercely. He will die if we catch him, and young Master clenched his teeth. Facing the ultimate death, the Universe Masters from the First Universe era could only depend on Universe Supreme Masters they weren't able to get through it themselves, which was why they were crazier. Time kept flying, and it wouldn't stop because of anyone. In the vast universe ocean, countless lives were born and died in the original universe and miniature universes. A short while for great beings might be a lifelong period for other lives. Even though 5 Chaos Master and an young Master went to look for Luo Feng, they were too far from him, and they didn't know where Luo Feng would go in the future, so it would be very difficult for them to find him even if they could. It would be a long time later. However, it was nothing to 5 Chaos Master, who had lived for almost 3 universe eras. The 620th year of Luo Feng entering universe boat in the virtual universe, in the palace at the apex of Thunder Island. Black striped stone pillar, said Primal Chaos City leader in surprise. You're going to that heavenly pillar to sharpen your willpower? There are lots of other places for you do that, and they're closer to you. Why would you choose that? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. There are indeed lots of places for me to do that. However, the closer it is to Celestial Magic Pillar, the faster time will pass, and then I can save more time. 10,000 years in the area beside Celestial Magic Pillar is only 1 year outside. I will have enough time to sharpen my will and comprehend laws at the same time. I can't understand your decisions now, Primal Chaos City leader exclaimed. However, I can't understand your improvements either now that you're arriving at Celestial Magic Pillar. I won't say anything more. Primal Chaos City leader was indeed amazed this disciple of his had gained his fame after the fight in Wave of Stars Ocean, and the human race was thrilled, including Primal Chaos City leader. They thought that Luo Feng lost the silver wing and had kept a low profile, yet they didn't expect him to be more powerful. Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe creator were most amazed, as they knew that Luo Feng hadn't become a universe master yet. He was at the top tier level even before becoming a universe master. This was insane. Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe creator fought Luo Feng in the virtual universe, and they realized that even though Luo Feng's godly power was only as strong as a universe master with a life gene level of 100 times, his techniques were powerful. The technique Luo Feng simulated in the virtual universe using Crazy Demon Extermination Godly Armor was already a merged supreme technique. Not even Primal Chaos City leader or 5 Chaos Master had stronger techniques. But after that, Luo Feng claimed that he was following the engraving picture path. Even though he was only a universe knight, he had created supreme techniques of universe masters, and he was able to drive the 3rd level technique of that true treasure. I've been comprehending the 6 engraving pictures in the past several 100 years, especially after the fight in Wave of Stars Ocean. I reached the universe master level on the engraving picture path and created a universe master level supreme technique, cracking gold, and I'm able to drive the Third level of crazy demon extermination, godly armor. Although my godly power is relatively weaker, I'm at the top tier. Fourth level universe master. If I can become a universe master and get some godly power, I'll be at a top tier. Fifth level universe master, and I'll be able to rival teacher primal chaos city leader. Among the top-tier great beings, the difference in godly powers was highly insignificant. They were more particular about which true treasures were suitable for them and which secret techniques were more powerful. Except for Luo Feng, in terms of true treasures and secret techniques, he did not lose out to these top-tier universe masters, but he was one notch weaker. In terms of godly power, therefore the power he could unleash dropped by one level. I know you have your own plans, having just lost your wings true treasure yet. Gaining another valuable armor that is secondary only to a supreme true treasure. You are merely a universe knight, but when it comes to studying diagrams of secret engravings, you have achieved the level of a universe master. Primal Chaos City leader laughed while shaking his head. Then he entrusted Luo Feng with instruction. I will not stand in your way, but you must maintain your vigilance at all times. If you meet with dangers you are unable to handle alone, inform me or inform Hugh Jax. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. To Hugh Jax, and Primal Chaos City leader, he was indeed a unique individual. Treasures emerging in an endless stream, powers improving mysteriously. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng with a trace of hope in his eyes. Given the rate at which you are improving now, to truly become a universe master, you just need to hone your skills a little bit more, than you will be my equivalent. Since Luo Feng's outburst in the Wave of Stars Ocean battle hundreds of years before, the battle that shocked him and Hugh Jax, Primal Chaos City leader had personally approached Luo Feng for a friendly exchange of skills as well as to have a proper conversation. Thereafter, Hugh Jax had brought Luo Feng to see teacher Origin, who had also had a discussion with Luo Feng. Teacher Origin might have been kept under suppression for eternity, but he was still able to execute Virtual Universe, a powerful secret technique, so naturally he would be able to interact and communicate with Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax. The results of that conversation led teacher Origin and Hugh Jax to determine that before the rise of Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader had been the next promising individual hopeful of becoming a Universe Supreme Master. Following in his stead would be Darkness Master and Pungong Master. But now, the possible order of promising candidates for Universe Supreme Master might have changed to Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng, Pungong Master, followed by Darkness Master. The two great life forms, Teacher Origin and Hugh Jax, were highly in favor of Luo Feng. Since then, this would naturally make Primal Chaos City leader pay more attention to this disciple if both teacher and disciple became Universe Supreme Masters. They would become a highly talked about celebrity pair in Universe Ocean. Furthermore, Teacher Origin was Primal Chaos City leader's teacher, and Primal Chaos City leader was Luo Feng's teacher. Wouldn't that be 3 generations of Universe Supreme Masters coming from the same branch? Think of how greatly Primal Chaos City leader would look forward to seeing this happen. With high hopes, Primal Chaos City leader said with a smile, besides, given your comprehension of the universe revolution, when you have become a universe Master, you will not have to wait long before you try to become a Universe Supreme Master. But with regards to this, I have no suggestions. After all, the path of every Universe Supreme Master is different. Even I am still searching for mine. Luo Feng was truly awe-inspired. Yes, it would not be difficult for him to become a universe master because he was leading in terms of achievements of secret techniques, and his path of law. Comprehension was smooth sailing. In addition, he had already comprehended the heart of Beast God, so in the future, succeeding at the Beast God path would be a breeze. However, if he wanted to become a Universe Supreme Master, that would be much more difficult because every Universe Supreme Master had to follow a different path. Studies of diagrams of secret engravings, studies of beast gods, and such all had predecessors. Therefore, he had to give up on all these. So long as there were predecessors, he had to abandon those paths that said his path would become very narrow. Haha, too far away. Primal Chaos City leader finished with a laugh. You still have quite a long way to go. I think it is better for you to put your heart into cultivating to become a universe master for now. Understood, Luo Feng replied. If there is trouble or danger, remember to tell me or tell Hugh Jax now. You not only belong to your Earth branch or to yourself, you also belong to us, the human race. Primal Chaos City leader jokingly added, go ahead, I am not worried about you going over to the black striped stone pillar. That is the territory of the three old fellows. Yes, I understand. I will take my leave now. Luo Feng retreated immediately, his figure disappearing into the shadows. The space of the black striped stone pillars was one of the few major domains within the universe boat that was free of dangers due to great beings fighting one another were not counted, as places with great beings would always be grounds for resentment and feuds. The entire space was supported by 16 black striped stone pillars that were all 1,000 light-years tall. Other than the frozen space near the black striped stone pillars that disallowed teleportation, there would be no trouble teleporting within the other regions in that entire space. And the black striped stone pillars were natural monuments. These 13, 1,000 light-year stone pillars all have extremely profound black secret engravings etched onto them. The level of their secret engravings was very high, and they contained resentments and feuds that even Universe Supreme Masters could not comprehend. However, it was just like the powerful lost knowledge of that ancient being that Luo Feng found in that hidden secret space. If there were no step-by-step instructions to follow and no gradual increase in difficulty level to aid in comprehending those secret engravings, then the diagrams of black secret engravings found all over those stone pillars would be incomprehensible. Every black striped stone pillar was extremely powerful, more powerful than any supreme true treasure. Its length of 1,000 light-years made this apparent up. Until now, there was no great being who could touch a black striped stone pillar with their bare hands. The closer one got to a black striped stone pillar, the more terrifying the impact it had on one's willpower. Even a Universe Supreme Master was unable to stand before a black striped stone pillar. Regardless, this was a natural, ancient monument that was easily found. The level of secret engravings was extraordinarily high and distributed all over the 1,000 light-year stone pillar, and there were as many as 16 such pillars. Naturally, it would attract hibernating old fellows to entrench themselves here. There was safety, an allowance for teleportation, fast time velocity, and monuments around. Various factors made this a good resting and cultivation place for great beings who were tired from roaming the depths of universe boat. There was fog spreading out, and there seemed no end to it. In his silver armor, Luo Feng teleported twice over short distances. The fog was thinning, as the space of the black striped stone pillars was from a highest to a lowest point, where the boundary of the surroundings was filled with thick fog, but the surroundings of the middle area, where the 16 black striped stone pillars were dispersed at random, did not hold a trace of fog. There was another saying the boundary between areas that allowed and disallowed teleportation was where fog would be so thin that it might seem negligible. Show. A stream of silver, rainbow-like light flashed across the void space. Haha, after traveling for the past 620 years, I finally arrived at this space. Of the black striped stone pillars, Luo Feng had transformed himself in a stream of rainbow light and was full of smiles, happy and carefree. However, my two teachers, Sitting Mountain Guest and Primal Chaos City Leader, were right. Battles are indeed the best when it comes to honing skills. Since I entered Universe Boat, I have been wandering about, gaining experiences from a large number of dangerous lands, getting involved in several life and death battles, and I finally achieved a breakthrough in my battle at the Wave of Stars Ocean. Although he was not a universe master, when it came to studying diagrams of secret engravings, he had an achievement at the level of a universe master. After his battle in the Wave of Stars Ocean, he had spent time creating a series of strongest secret techniques of universe masters. This was comparable to the strongest secret technique of a miniature universe and was an attack secret technique. Most importantly, it was something he created himself and was evidence of his capability. Earlier on, when he advanced with the identity of Cracking Gold Master, he had created this set of strongest secret techniques and named it after his identity. Cracking Gold. Cracking gold was a secret technique he created with his own hands. However, his strongest move was the triple levels of secret engravings on the right arm of Crazy Demon Extermination Godly Armor. He had specially named it Extermination God. Hub Luo Feng turned his head to look off into the distance. Although he was transformed into a stream of silver, rainbow-like light while flying at high speed, he was also unleashing Snow Fire Sector. Snow Fire Sector was one of the true treasures he had obtained during his current venture in Universe Boat. It was a top-tier domain-type true treasure. It was the cause of that battle in Wave of the Stars Ocean, where several great beings fought one another to vie for its ownership. I have actually run into someone from the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng laughed. Milky Way Horde Leader. A stream of deep green rainbow-like light flew over. It was quite fast, but Luo Feng could still clearly make out the face of the other party with his naked eye. It was Swallow Hawk Master, a universe master of a different race from the Hong Alliance. Swallow Hawk Master held a relatively high position within the Hong Alliance because he was extremely powerful, and he belonged to the same level as Ice Mountain Master. Usually, he would be roaming the internal domain of the three most dangerous lands with various means that he carried along with him. He was remarkably skilled at keeping himself alive, and also it was extremely difficult to provoke him. I heard that Milky Way Horde Leader has gotten a new domain, True Treasure, that enshrouds you with endless blue flames. The moment I discovered a site like this from the domain I was previously in, I suspected that it was you, Milky Way Horde Leader, so I rushed over here. With one look, I have proven to myself that I was right. Haha, fancy running into a fellow member from our Hong Alliance in the internal domain of Universe Boat. What a delight. Deep green all over, the bird being stretched and spread out its wings. The top of its head sported golden feathers, and it communicated with the direct Use of the human common language via voice transmission within the Hong Alliance, it used more of the human common language for conversations. Being able to meet Swallow Hawk Master, this is indeed something delightful. Luo Feng exclaimed with joy. I heard about what happened to you, Milky Way Horde leader, said Swallow. Hawk Master, the other bodies of Ultimate Arrow Master and 5 Chaos Master were annihilated, one after the other later. You moved about as cracking gold. Master, all this while, you have been continually pushing yourself for improvement. I'm afraid I am no longer your match. Luo Feng smiled. What the other party was saying was true. Besides, this was a super great, practically licking his boots. Of course, he found it pleasurable. Swallow Hawk Master, you are too modest, Luo Feng laughed. May I ask, why has Milky Way Horde leader come to this space of the black striped stone pillars? Swallow Hawk Master was beside Luo Feng, and the two transformed into streams of rainbow-like lights. Using their godly powers as a medium, they conversed with one another. I am here to borrow the strength of the black striped stone pillars, to sharpen and hone my willpower, Luo Feng replied right away. Oh, Swallow Hawk Master was surprised. Sharpen and hone your willpower. From the 3 reincarnation eras of Universe Ocean and 2 Holy Land universes, not many have specially chosen this place to sharpen and hone their willpower. Most of them are here just for a temporary break, or to comprehend the secret engravings on the black striped stone pillars. I have been here for quite some time. There are certain things I think I should tell you first. Milky Way Horde leader. Swallow Hawk Master, please speak your mind, Luo Feng said. The space of the black striped stone pillars is very safe, and there are ancient monuments with secret engravings which are very profound. Swallow Hawk Master said, that's why there's always a group of great beings entrenched here, especially the 3 beings who are the strongest among them. All the 3 existences are all Universe Supreme Masters. One is a lone wanderer, and the others belonged to different races. They are Bei-Chi Star Master from the 1st reincarnation era, Blood Orchid Ancestor, and Rampaging Devil God from the 2nd reincarnation era. This I know, Luo Feng nodded. I want to tell you about the temperaments of these 3, Swallow Hawk Master began. Bei-Chi Star Master has a remarkably good character. So long as you treat him with respect, nothing will go wrong. But Blood Orchid Ancestor is a plant life form. It is spread all over the place. You must stay as far as 1,000,000 kilometers away from it, otherwise, you may be in danger of annihilation. These 2 are still all right, one of a good temperament, the other being extremely evil and are easy to deal with. The most troublesome one will be Rampaging Devil Master. Luo Feng nodded. He had also heard things about Rampaging Devil Master, including that it was very dangerous and difficult to deal with, but the space of the black striped stone pillars was the territory of these 3 old fellows, so he must be vigilant and be certain not to offend any of them. Rampaging Devil God was a Universe Supreme Master from the 2nd reincarnation era. There was a great deal of information on the Universe Supreme Masters from the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 Holy Land universes. In Luo Feng's mind, the Universe Supreme Masters could be sorted into different groups. There were some skilled in dealing with souls, some skilled in annihilating material subjects, and some possessing supreme true treasures or not contributed to their differences. And among all the Universe Supreme Masters within the Universe Ocean, Rampaging Devil God was an extremely frightening existence. He dared to name himself Rampaging. That said something about his guts. Regarding his personal ability, he was only considered to be a Universe Supreme Master of normal standard, yet he was considered terrifying simply because he had that supreme true treasure. He was a unique life form, and it was in his nature to like swallowing stones, metals, and hard materials. As such, he had been born with that extremely hard outer shell. It was said that there was too much essence of rocks and metals coagulated on the outer shell over his godly body, which was why the degree of hardness of this outer shell was unbelievable. Adding on his supreme true treasure armor, it was certainly enough to allow him to run rampant throughout Universe Ocean. That armor was very unique and was named Blood Ocean Devil armor. Other than the normal defensibility, this Blood Ocean Devil armor was able to create a surrounding that was filled with the impact of an insane willpower, where one seemed to have fallen into hell of blood ocean. When rampaging devil god is battling other universe supreme masters, Swallow Hawk Master said there is nothing outstanding about his performance yet. Against us universe masters, he does have an absolute advantage. Once he goes crazy, his supreme true treasure will let out an outburst of willpower, and that impact will be so strong that even universe supreme masters will be slightly affected. As for us, universe masters, I'm afraid we will be so overwhelmed instantly that we will not be able to put up any form of resistance at all. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. And he is very temperamental. There is no way we can predict his capricious moods. Swallow Hawk Master was flying as he elaborated amidst sighs. He is also a loner, thus, he is not afraid of getting into trouble, which is why the moment anyone sees this rampaging devil god, they would rather make a detour and avoid crossing paths with him. If not for Beiqi Star Master, several other universe masters, as well as myself, would already have left this place. Beiqi Star Master's character is extremely likable, and he has spent a very long time comprehending the black striped stone pillars, so his knowledge is more comprehensive. Beiqi Star Master tends to share what he has comprehended with everyone, which is always so rewarding for us all. Universe Supreme Masters who are willing to share and guide us are very, very few, so we are all reluctant to leave because of Beiqi Star Master. Wherever Beiqi Star Master chooses to reside, rampaging devil god will also be more respectful in his behavior. The most detestable thing about him is that rampaging devil god likes to change his looks, especially when he meets newcomers who have never seen him before, much less know his life aura. Meeting rampaging devil god in his changed appearance, they will not recognize him at all. They will not have the slightest degree of vigilance the moment they do something to anger rampaging devil god, even for something very minor. I'm afraid annihilation is their only fate. Two streaks of rainbow, like light, swept across the void space. As he flew, Luo Feng gradually got a better understanding of the situation. The space of the black striped stone pillars had a total of 16 black striped stone pillars. Blood Orchid Ancestor had stationed himself by the number 9 black striped stone pillar a long time ago, while Beiqi Star Master had stationed himself by the number 2 black striped stone pillar, also on a long-term basis. As for rampaging devil god, he did not fix himself to a certain stone pillar and liked to wander around randomly in his disguised identities. If one could recognize his aura, then nothing much would happen. On the other hand, not being able to identify him or his aura would mean that danger was near. Right ahead will be the number 2 black striped stone pillar. It is the place where the majority of great beings in all of the space of black striped stone pillars gathered. Spreading his pair of wings, Swallow Hawk Master flew up into the sky at high speed and headed towards the number 2 celestial magic pillar. Flying alongside him was Luo Feng, who took a glance at where they were. Heading toward it was a towering height that knew no bounds, so tall that it extended all the way past the limits of the field of vision and bore through the foggy atmosphere. As for the base of the black striped stone pillar, it too had penetrated into the bottommost endless fog. Hoo. A tremendous amount of gigantic rocks orbited the black striped stone pillars, continuously revolving around the pillars like Earth around the sun. These sizable rocks tirelessly circled the black striped stone pillars. Also, amidst the dense and endless ocean of rocks, there could be seen black-tipped architecture that sported some extremely eye-catching and exquisite sculptures. Those were the space chambers. I have obtained a black token from 5 Chaos Master, but I do not know which space chamber this black token corresponds to, Luo Feng said to himself. There are 16 black striped stone pillars here. Every black striped stone pillar has some space chambers in its surroundings. The only problem is, I can only detect a sensation if I am close to the space chamber that corresponds with my black token. Seems like I have to try my luck with these 16 black striped stone pillars, one by one. In the midst of flying, Swallow Hawk Master was observing Luo Feng as they approached the number 2 black striped stone pillar. The powerful impact of the willpower got stronger. Kill. It was as though an army of millions and billions of soldiers was roaring in battle to reach them. For great beings who had just become universe masters, they would need all of their might to resist the impact of such strong willpower. But Swallow Hawk Master realized that Luo Feng was unshaken, and his face seemed to tell how effortless this was for him. This Luo Feng, his cultivation time is short, yet his willpower is so powerful. Swallow Hawk Master was shocked. I have spent a long time cultivating myself, and I also had to spend an extremely long time honing my willpower to reach this high level, before I could easily overcome it. How can he resist the impact so easily? Swallow Hawk Master, said Luo Feng as he pointed into the distance. Several great beings seemed to be entrenched on the gigantic rocks orbiting some of the black striped stone pillars. At a single glance, I can already see a handful of great beings where the number 2 black striped stone pillar is. Exactly how many great beings are there? Close to 100, Swallow Hawk Master replied right away. As you can see, they are all at different distances from the black striped stone pillar. Some are further, some are nearer. This all depends on the willpower of the individual. Great beings, if your willpower is stronger, you can naturally choose a spot nearer to the black striped stone pillar to rest in the deepest area. You will find Beiqi Star Master. So. 2 streaks of light speedily flew toward the black striped stone pillar. What did it really mean to say that the black striped stone pillar was as tall as 1,000 light years? The entire solar system, when compared to it, was merely a small dot. The closer you got to it, the loftier it felt. That formidable aura was so strong that it made Luo Feng shudder. This was indeed worthy of being known to all as a treasure more unique than a supreme true treasure. Until that very day, no Universe Supreme Master dared to go near it, much less to touch it. Milky Way Horde Leader, Swallow Hawk Master, could not help saying, the nearer we are, the stronger the impact of that willpower. My usual mediation area is in the deeper region, and that area is near to my tolerance limit, so I can use it to hone my willpower all the more if it gets overbearing. For do let me know beforehand. That's good, I can take the chance to test my limit, Luo Feng laughed. The two flew toward the inner region. Swallow Hawk Master continued to closely observe Luo Feng. From his point of view, Luo Feng had merely cultivated for slightly more than 10 eras even if he were to start honing his willpower. From his moment of birth, how strong could he become? Yet Luo Feng's expression was natural and relaxed. Obviously, the impact of the willpower did not exhaust him at all, much less push him to his limit. Swallow Hawk Master, as we get nearer to the stone pillar, time velocity is also continuously changing. Luo Feng commented, the time velocity here is already as fast as 200 times more. What about the place you usually go to when honing your willpower? How many times faster is the time velocity over there? The nearer we are, the faster the rate of acceleration of time velocity. Swallow Hawk Master said, the time velocity in the area where I hone my skills is around 1,100 times. For someone like Beiqi Master, whose willpower is extremely terrifying among all the universe supreme masters, he has cultivated for a period longer than one reincarnation era, according to him. The place where he cultivates has a time velocity that is as fast as 130,000 times more. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. It was no wonder even rampaging devil god had to give credit to Beiqi Master, this gentle-tempered existence from the first reincarnation era who did not mind sharing his experience and knowledge with others, was simply too powerful for words. Solely his willpower alone could be so terrifying. If he were to venture into the studies of illusion, the amount of fear he could instill in other great beings would be out of the world. Even executing something as simple as a soul attack, when coupled with his willpower, would result in an invincible soul attack. This great existence also had an extraordinary perspective on life. Even when he was nearing his doomsday, he was still able to cultivate quietly at times. He would openly share his comprehensions. Other times, he would simply exist in peaceful silence. Swallow Hawk Master. By his side that silver-armored, black-haired human that must be Silver Wings Horde leader Luo Feng. In the surrounding area of the black-striped stone pillar, several universe masters had also noticed that Swallow Hawk Master and Luo Feng were making their way toward the inner region, much deeper in from where they were. These universe masters were secretly in shock to be able to venture further and deeper in. Obviously the willpower of Luo Feng was much stronger than theirs. They were in disbelief that someone with such a short cultivation period could have a willpower that was so strong. Amongst them, there were some who were very powerful and had strong fighting abilities, but that did not mean that they had terrifying willpower. After all, out of almost 100 universe masters, only a fraction of them honed their willpower for the long term. The majority of them were only there for a short break. The area they were at was merely a safe transit stop. That is my cultivation place. Swallow Hawk Master was flying at high speed and soon landed on a piece of gigantic rock that was speeding through the air. Luo Feng landed likewise. Milky Way Horde leader, you are able to resist the impact of the willpower of this place. You have earned my admiration. Swallow Hawk Master was impressed. Luo Feng laughed. Luckily for him, he had gone through the honing process within the space of the wings. Given his past, before the time spent in the space of the wings, if he were to be in the space that he was in now, he would have likely been sprawled on the floor with his entire body trembling, gritting his teeth while perspiring profusely. But now, he could only feel exhaustion, nothing else. Oh, there is still quite a number of universe masters ahead. Luo Feng was surprised to see that a distance away from where they were, at an area nearer to the black striped stone pillars, there was, indeed, a handful of great beings on the gigantic rock. Yes, although there are close to 100 universe masters gathered here, more than half are just here to take a temporary break and not intentionally here to hone their willpower for cultivation. The ones who are here with the intention of honing their willpower normally would be of a relatively higher standard in regards to their willpower, as compared to their peers. There are also some whose willpower has reached the pinnacle level of a universe master. As for those who passed the bottleneck and achieved a breakthrough, their willpower is now comparable to that of a universe supreme master. Look that those 19 at an almost similar distance away from the black striped stone pillars, these 19 universe masters have reached the ultimate limit of a universe master's willpower. If they want to make further progress, they will have to pass the bottleneck of a universe master, and thereafter, they will undergo qualitative changes to attain willpower that is comparable to that of a universe supreme master. Look deeper, and Swallow Hawk Master explained, other than Beichi Star Master, standing even closer to the black striped stone pillars as compared to the 19 universe masters, I can see two other great beings. Actually, there are three. These three universe masters all have a willpower comparable to a universe supreme master. These three are, respectively, from the two Holy Land universes and the first reincarnation era. Luo Feng lamented he was afraid of being at a comparable standard as the other 19 universe masters. No one would have expected to find three universe masters whose willpower was comparable to that of universe supreme masters within this space of the black striped stone pillars throughout the entire universe ocean. How many can be found? Right, said Swallow Hawk Master. Out of the three universe masters, there is one from the Divine Eye clan. You previously annihilated the Divine Eye clan's ultimate Arrow Master and 5 Chaos Master. That places great enmity between you and the Divine Eye clan, so you had better practice more caution. Oh, what is he called? Luo Feng asked. Divine Eye Clan Clear Eye Master. Swallow Hawk Master said solemnly. There was a slight change in Luo Feng's expression. It's him. Luo Feng was secretly shocked. This Clear Eye Master was comparable to 5 Chaos Master if he was to be ranked within the 6th-tier category for Universe Masters. He would be ranked as a 5th-tiered Universe Master. Clear Eye Master was first true Master's disciple, especially skilled in techniques involving soul attacks and illusions, and he had an illusion type. Unique treasure Clear Light Mirror. This Clear Light Mirror was comparable to Crazy Demon Extermination Godly Armor in terms of value, or at least, in the hands of Clear Eye Master, it had made a name for itself. In terms of godly power, this Clear Eye Master is close to the perfect limit. In terms of willpower, he is comparable to a Universe Supreme Master, and with Clear Light Mirror in his possession, even if he were to be compared with a Universe Supreme Master, at the very most, he would lose out a little in terms of secret technique. Luo Feng analyzed to himself. Many great beings would rather be confronted by 5 Chaos Master. No one is willing to cross paths with Clear Eye Master in a face-to-face confrontation with 5 Chaos Master. Brute force alone will suffice, but with Clear Eye Master, once they are subjected to a soul attack or an illusion attack, their consciousness will be trapped, and then they will be at a great disadvantage. Of course, if given a choice between 5 Chaos Master and Clear Eye Master, The majority of the great beings would choose to fight 5 chaos. But Luo Feng was keener on battling Clear Eye Master if 5 Chaos Master were to really put effort into fighting a battle. Luo Feng might be cornered into helplessness. Swallow Hawk Master, since you are cultivating here, I shall not interrupt. Further, Luo Feng smiled. Milky Way Horde Leader, Swallow Hawk Master said, when you are honing your willpower in the space of the black striped stone pillars should the need arises, do feel free to contact me via the virtual universe. I will be here all the time. Sure. Luo Feng transformed into a stream of silver, rainbow-like light and continued to fly toward the black striped stone pillars. Huh, it's a human. There is a human flying over here. That is silver armor and black hair. It's Silver Wings Horde Leader Luo Feng. He dares fly here. Seems like for him to make such a name for himself. There must be something different about him, at least, when it comes to willpower. His is comparable to mine. As Luo Feng continued to fly nearer to the space of the black striped stone pillars, he caught the attention of several universe masters. Time velocity is indeed soaring at an accelerated rate, 1,500 times, 1,800 times, 2,300 times, 2,800 times. Luo Feng could feel time and space contorting. Space had frozen, and time velocity was so frighteningly fast at a rate that matched 3,000 times that of the outside world. Luo Feng finally came to a stop and landed directly on a huge flying rock. The other 19 universe masters were about the same distance away. Such great oppression. Luo Feng stood on the huge rock and looked afar at the lofty and towering celestial magic pillars in the distance. The impact of the willpower here is so strong that I can already feel it taking a toll on me. Luckily for me, I am still able to stay poised. No wonder the other 19 universe masters did not continue to advance. If they had done so, I'm afraid they would have lost control of their godly bodies and showed their discomposure. Whole body trembling, perspiring profusely, blood osmosing. These symptoms, along with various other indications of one's soul being put under unbearable agony, were the signs of discomposure right now. It was getting extremely tough, and the oppression was excessive, but he had pulled through. In the future, I shall hone my willpower on this huge rock, Luo Feng said to himself. The human, Milky Way Horde Leader Luo Feng, from the primal universe, has appeared in universe boat somewhere in the space of the black striped stone pillars, within the surroundings of number 2 black striped stone pillar. Luo Feng has appeared. He is right in the space of the black striped stone pillars. It is that Silver Wings Horde Leader. He is right here. I just saw him with my own eyes, absolutely no doubt. Close to 100 universe masters were nearby, and a handful had already spotted Luo Feng. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Luo Feng had expected this to happen. After all, this time around, he was going to stay for a long time to hone his willpower, so there was no way he could hide from them. But even if his presence was made public, it meant nothing much. His primary enemy was the Divide Eye clan. Other groups of powers would not go to the same lengths to fight him. Huge Axe Creator's power might not have been made known to those within Universe Ocean, but third true master and sixth true master suffering a devastating defeat at his hands was major news. Who would not have caught wind of it even if anyone wanted to deal with Luo Feng? It would only be those universe masters who bore a grudge against him. No one else at the level of a universe supreme master would dare to make reckless moves with huge axe acting as a powerful deterrent. Clear Eye Master wore a white robe and had skin that was smooth and clear like white jade. He stood on a huge rock with his eyes closed behind him. The single-eyed shadow radiated faint light rays as Clear Eye Master resisted the impact of that willpower as best as he could. The place he was at was much nearer to the black striped stone pillars, so if ordinary universe masters were to advance nearer, they would likely be hit by the impact of willpower and be knocked unconscious. In the distance, it led to a place occupied by great beings whose willpower had reached the limit of a universe master. However, in the direction which his senses had pointed him, a lone figure was descending. A human. Clear Eye Master's brows furrowed slightly. Soon enough, the identity of the figure became apparent. His eyes flashed with a hint of harsh countenance, but he was quick in showing restraint as he softly mumbled under his breath, "Silver Wings Horde Leader, how dare you show yourself here? You sure have guts." Ultimate Arrow, he has another body. I am unable to totally annihilate him to avenge you, but I can destroy this body of his. Everything seemed to be at peace, but Clear Eye Master's heart was burning with insane rage and murderous intentions. Long before Clear Eye Master had become a universe master, his family and friends from his younger years had all passed away due to old age during a long period of close to 3 reincarnation eras. The other universe masters, who were not only from the same clan but also the same level as him and had similarities of character, naturally formed cliques or even forged deep friendships that transcended life and death. Clear Eye Master and Ultimate Arrow Master were very close at heart and shared an extremely deep friendship, for they had seen each other through a long period of close to 3 reincarnation eras. They had long been accustomed to the existence of friends. The annihilation of Ultimate Arrow naturally filled him with resentment, yet Luo Feng's whereabouts were always a mystery. At times, he would appear in God-destroying Valley. Other times, he would appear in Wave of Stars Ocean. Occasionally, there would be traces of his whereabouts, and these made it more difficult for the other great beings to determine his intended route. Very well. So, a streak of white light flew through the air and charged toward Luo Feng at high speed. It's Clear Eye Master. Why would Clear Eye Master head toward Silver Wings Horde Leader? Could it be because of Ultimate Arrow Master and 5 Chaos Master? The human Luo Feng is in deep trouble. Several other universe masters realized what was happening, but they observed quietly instead. No one intervened. Luo Feng had just sat down cross-legged, about to start meditating, when he suddenly spotted a flash of white light flying toward him. Luo Feng gave a slight frown. Clear Eye Master. That white light maintained a speed of 100 times time velocity and was quickly approaching Luo Feng. A short moment later, it reduced its speed by moving in a crooked line, then descended and landed on the gigantic rock that Luo Feng was on. This rock was so massive that even when both Luo Feng and Clear Eye Master were standing on it, they were like the size of 2 ants compared to the whole planet Earth. Silver Wings Horde Leader. A clear and cold voice was transmitted over to Luo Feng as a white-robed figure approached him, step by step. Every step surpassed tens of thousands of kilometers, and he was so fast that he left behind a trail of shadows. I am called Milky Way Horde Leader, not Silver Wings Horde Leader. Luo Feng finally stood up, appearing leisurely and relaxed as he looked at the white-robed figure in the distance. Clear Eye Master, what is your purpose in coming here? Don't you know Clear-Eye Master was clearly feeling unfriendly toward Luo Feng as he closed the distance between them step after step. To avenge Ultimate Arrow and 5 Chaos, Luo Feng asked in return, or for the sake of saving the face of your clan. Whatever the reason, you ought to die, Clear-Eye Master said. He continued advancing with a cold look. The distance between him and Luo Feng was shortening, and his voice was transmitted over to Luo Feng through green spots of light. Ought to die, Luo Feng laughed. Clear-Eye Master stood firm on his spot as he looked at Luo Feng being sucked into the deep abyss, losing the pair of silver wings, true treasure yet. I had not expected you to be able to rise on your feet again so quickly. What a pity that you are still so tender and immature, judging from how you look. Now, it seems like you show no fear. Luo Feng chuckled to himself. Scared? What a joke. He was wearing crazy demon extermination godly armor, which was made of a unique material that was capable of reducing the power of a soul attack to 1%, but this was beside the point. His greatest trump card was Star Tower, which he kept within his body. Star Tower was a supreme true treasure, and with it guarding his soul, why would he fear? This was why he might feel intimidated by that illustrious name, but if he were to choose between 5 Chaos Master and Clear-Eye Master, he would definitely choose Clear-Eye Master. How confident you are, Clear-Eye Master remarked coldly. Very well, meet your doom. Clear-Eye Master was an arrogant being, through and through. Without warning, the single-eyed shadow behind him suddenly expanded, and an ancient mirror emerged from within his body to combine with the single-eyed shadow. Instantly, the shadow seemed to take on a tangible form, as though a single gigantic eye was gazing at Luo Feng from afar. Then an intangible attack directly befell upon Luo Feng. Just die, once and for all, Clear-Eye Master said coldly with a wave of his hand. Xiao. A beam of white light flew rapidly through the air at Luo Feng in mid-flight. The beam transformed into a dazzling white beast. The beast resembled a white dragon, but it had 2 heads. It glided through the air, let out a deep growl, and, within an instant, appeared before Luo Feng. The 2 heads of the beast suddenly launched their attacks together, like a pair of scissors, determined to snip Luo Feng to death. Falling into my illusions, you shall have no power of resistance at all, regardless of how strong your godly body is, Clear-Eye Master said coldly. The most you could do is to launch a few more attacks. This was why many Universe Masters were reluctant to exchange blows with him. He was a terrifying existence who was extremely strong in areas related to the soul, which was frightening enough. Of course, if his soul attacks could be warded off, he would be rendered helpless, without further techniques to rely on. Being skilled in soul attacks usually meant that he would not be as strong in material attacks like Master of Banff, who had very mediocre skills when it came to using material attacks during fights. Upon comparison, Clear-Eye Master was more powerful than Master of Banff. He could rely on areas involving souls and make the rank of a 5th-tiered Universe Master, but when it came to material attacks, he barely made the rank of a 4th-tier standard, although this was still quite impressive. Pung. Standing unmoving like a wooden pole, Luo Feng suddenly waved his arm. On his right hand, sharp claws formed and started to tear at the surrounding time and space. Instantly, these 5 sharp claws were like golden blades, and they gathered to converge into one huge sharp claw, which viciously caught hold of that 2-headed dragon-like beast, tearing and biting with a murderous intention to kill. There was a loud roar of pain. Pa! The two-headed dragon's skull was split into two as it collapsed the moment. This beast that was formed with the use of a true treasure galvanizing technique was defeated and dispersed. The form of a certain true treasure was revealed. It was a blade that looked like an ordinary white ruler. Hung. The long white ruler rolled into the distance before it fell and smashed heavily onto the vast surface of the gigantic rock, causing the entire rock to tremble. Clear-Eye Master was in shock. He could not be bothered with anything else as he repeatedly executed his strongest technique, clear extermination of reincarnation. So Luo Feng simply dodged the attacks in a flash as a great being who had cultivated the Beast God path. Upon comprehending the heart of Beast God, every part of his godly body was like a weapon, and any technique could be executed directly with his godly body. Luo Feng could move about at a shocking speed. He was just like a fearsome beast god. In a flash, he appeared before Clear-Eye Master then, with sharp claws that seemed to be composed of 5 blades, he slashed down onto Clear-Eye Master's head. Clear-Eye Master tried his best to ward off the attack, but with a loud rumble, he was reduced to something a cookie smashed into pieces. He immediately fell flat onto the surface of the huge rock, and subsequently into a huge pit created by the impact of Luo Feng's strike. How dare you think of killing me? Luo Feng's angry roars resounded in your dreams. How did you manage to? Clear-Eye Master was about to make a hasty retreat as he emerged from the deep pit, but he was still in disbelief that the ultimate technique that he was so proud of, clear extermination of reincarnation, had actually failed to work on Luo Feng. This was the flaw that a great being from the pulse of soul attacks had. If his opponent was influenced by his soul attack, it was fated that he would trample on his opponent. However, if his soul attack were to fail, he would be trampled upon instead. At this moment, Luo Feng's silver armor transformed into something hideous. There were bulges in its shoulders, and blades were protruding out of his elbows. Each of his hands became 5 blades. His entire being had become a blade beast god. Pung pung. Clear-Eye Master used both hands to ward off the attacks, causing the rocky earth below to vibrate so violently that there were cracks spreading in all directions. Clear-Eye, your soul attack is impressive, but your material attack techniques are a notch lower. Luo Feng's entire being seemed to transform into a full weapon. Elbows, sharp claws, fists, knees, fingers, toes, head. It was launching attacks in a frenzied manner, causing Clear-Eye Master to suffer occasional hits. Yet Clear-Eye Master's godly body was strong and large, so he was still able to bear the blows. Clear-Eye Master let out a begrudging roar of reluctance. Silver wings. Horde leader. Hong. The surrounding endless, hazy cyan light spots suddenly became a great, glorious light, and countless rolling waves of cyan light moved to wrap and surround Luo Feng, trying their best to trap him instantly. Luo Feng, who had been moving at an insanely accelerated speed, was forced to slow down. Clear-Eye Master immediately retreated as far away as he could. From afar, he looked at Luo Feng. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. A mere youngster who had cultivated for a couple of eras could force him, Clear-Eye Master, to make use of his pinnacle domain-type true treasure. This was an insult. As a super great being who specialized in soul-type attacks, he would naturally have backup plans should any of his soul attacks fail. For Instance, within the universe ocean, there were some special life forms that did not have souls, so his attacks would be futile. This was why Clear Eye Master's domain type true treasure, palace type true treasure, armor, and various other defense and survival techniques were all extremely strong. However, the moment he was forced to use these, it would mean that he could not beat his opponent, and now, he was being forced by Luo Feng to go all out on the use of his domain true treasure for such an arrogant character like Clear Eye Master. Such an insult would naturally bring him to nurse a grievance. Domain true treasure. Luo Feng's eyes glimmered with the ferocity of a beast. God, then he sat down right away, cross-legged, and sneered for being able to make you, Clear Eye Master, use your domain type true treasure at full force. I am truly honored, Clear Eye Master. It seems like there's nothing you can do to me. How did you ward off my soul attacks? Clear Eye Master could not help asking. Make a guess. Luo Feng smiled softly. Clear Eye Master frowned. According to information sources, you have a Masha body. Could it be that your master body for battle now is your Masha body, or could it be that you have a unique true treasure that is extremely strong in protecting and defending your soul? If it was his Masha body, then it certainly would not be afraid of any soul attack. Why should I tell you? Luo Feng shut his eyes instantly. He could not be bothered with Clear Eye Master. Clear Eye Master truly intended to escape, but Luo Feng was reluctant to reveal his Shiwu wings yet, so he did not give chase. Once Shiwu wings were revealed, there would be much trouble. The Divine Eye clan might think that Hugh Jack's creator gave Shiwu wings to Luo Feng after obtaining it, but Hugh Jack's creator and Primal Chaos City leader both knew that previously, Hugh Jack's did not obtain the wings. Those who were present at the 9th level of Deep Abyss at that time were the few, including Sitting Mountain Guest and Brilliant Gold Devil God. Brilliant Gold Devil God was from the second reincarnation era. It would be highly unlikely that he would be the one to give the wings to Luo Feng then. It would be an easy guess. Sitting Mountain Guest and Luo Feng were related. Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest does not seem to want to publicize this matter, Luo Feng said to himself. If teacher did not mind, I would have made use of Shiwu Wing's ability to control time and space then. Even if I were pitted against 5 Chaos Master, I would have no trace of fear. Luo Feng was aware that he was already different than he had been during the battle in God-destroying Valley. At that time, he had been weak in close combat, but now, he was already at the 4th tier of the top level. Compared to 5 Chaos, he only fell short in terms of godly power when it came to the true treasures each owned. He still had a slight advantage. He had Crazy Demon Extermination godly armor, while 5 Chaos had nothing superior to talk about. Besides, he had Shiwu wings to complement his power. When the two confronted one another in a fight, their powers would not differ much. But, this Clear Eye Master. Luo Feng looked at the faraway Clear Eye Master, who wore a very displeased expression. Immediately, he shut his eyes and said to himself, he is not enough to force me to use Shiwu wings. Humph! Clear Eye Master gave an angry snort, then transformed into a streak of light and left. When Clear Eye Master was gone, Luo Feng opened his eyes with a solemn expression. He was only trying to look as though everything was easy to him earlier on, but in fact, he had depended on the double defense of Crazy Demon Extermination godly armor and Star Tower. Clear Eye Master's power earlier on was so strong that it could exterminate a single reincarnation cycle. Luo Feng Had used crazy demon extermination godly armor to weaken the force, yet it was still so mighty, like wheels in continuous rolling motion. It had been crushing and suppressing Luo Feng's soul. If he had only had an ordinary soul treasure, it would not have been able to protect him at all. Luckily, it was Star Tower. He was so strong. Normal great beings don't even have crazy demon extermination godly armor, or any supreme treasure. Luo Feng sighed to himself. Impressive, indeed. However, it is not good to just depend on true treasures. I must sharpen and hone my willpower as soon as I can. If my willpower could reach the level of a universe supreme master, warding off soul attacks might be much easier, and I will be able to obtain that pair of white wings. So, with that, Luo Feng transformed into light and flew outside. Being where he was merely trying to get a feel of what it was to sharpen and hone his willpower now. The first and foremost thing to do was to find his own secret space chamber. The battle was witnessed by a crowd of over 20 universe masters from afar, including Swallow Hawk Master. Initially, everyone thought that Luo Feng would suffer a great loss, yet, unexpectedly, Clear Eye Master's techniques that allowed him to run rampant across universe ocean failed to work their powers on Luo Feng. He had even lost big time in close combat later on. If even his most powerful soul attack techniques failed when it came to close combat, it was within the expectation of the numerous universe masters that he would still be at the losing end. What Swallow Hawk Master and the other great beings found unbelievable was that Luo Feng could ward off the soul attacks so easily. Could it really be because he had a Masha body? In the endless snowy grounds of internal domain of Universe Boat, 5 Chaos Master and an Young Master were treading across the snowy grounds, not daring to fly, as the skies of this domain were extremely dangerous. Every step they took, however, allowed them to advance a distance of several hundreds of thousands of kilometers. 5 Chaos Master stopped with a frown. What is the matter? And Young Master asked right away. 5 Chaos Master's face flashed a glimmer of rage as he said in a low voice, that Luo Feng has appeared in the space of black striped stone pillars. Space of black striped stone pillars. And Young Master was happy for a moment, then immediately said, right, from what I remember, Clear Eye is now over at the space of black striped stone pillars. At the very thought of Clear Eye, and Young Master was deeply fearful. Clear Eye had already exchanged blows with Luo Feng. 5 Chaos Master continued, shaking his head. A pity even Clear Eye was not Luo Feng's match. Luo Feng easily warded off his soul attacks without flinching. He could only rely on his domain type true treasures to suppress Luo Feng so that Luo Feng could not get near enough to him to fight in close combat. What a Young Master was in great shock. Luo Feng has several massive bodies, and this, perhaps, might be his Masha body. 5 Chaos Master guessed with a frown. I couldn't care less how he managed to ward off the soul attacks. That has nothing to do with me at all. I can totally suppress him, given my capability. What I am troubled over now is, after the battle, Luo Feng left quickly with no one knowing where he is heading off to this time. Still on his way, and Young Master's eyes narrowed into a glare. Where exactly is this Luo Feng's final destination? Who knows? 5 Chaos Master shook his head. The space of the black striped stone pillars was vast and strange, and the 16 black striped stone pillars were endlessly tall. Haha, after half a month, I finally found my own secret space chamber. Luo Feng looked at the faraway black-tipped architecture and could not help smiling. He had already sensed something, and because it was a sensation that could only be detected well within a short distance, he had spent the past few days running around these 16 black striped stone pillars. 5 chaos, oh 5 chaos, your black token has fallen in my hands. Who knows what else have you left here in this secret space chamber? So Luo Feng transformed into a streak of light and flew off at high speed. The secret space chamber was massive. Its size was comparable to the flying gigantic rocks winding about the black striped stone pillars. When Luo Feng flew to stand before it, he felt how small he was, but when he used his hands to lightly touch the walls, he easily went through them. Luo Feng was surprised and let out a laugh. Thereafter, he took a step forward and his entire being passed through the wall of that structure to enter within. There was an individual space within the secret space chamber, towering, vast, and endless. Only the master of a black token could enter. Any other great being, regardless of whether they were a universe supreme master or not, could banish all thoughts of breaking into this space for eternity. No other great being was able to destroy a secret space chamber, even if it was the secret space chamber of this black token, which was at the lowest level of the secret space chambers of the 3 great tokens. This is huge. Luo Feng was suspended in midair as he looked down at the vast land. On the land covered by the rolling mountains, there was a part that seemed to be shaped flat. One look at the smooth rock walls, and he could see a large number of diagrams of secret engravings and transcripts. So Luo Feng descended swiftly to land on the starting point of the countless sculptures of engravings and transcripts on it. There were ancient writings that he was not familiar with. These were different from the writings left behind by the civilized ancient existence in the universe boat, yet they contained a strong willpower of their own and could easily transmit information to onlookers. At Luo Feng's level, a large amount of information could be transmitted to him, even through a mere piece of the painting. I am 9 mortal master. This black token has been here with me for countless generations. Generations of great beings have been annihilated, with only some traces that could be distinguished. This is something that I have always lamented about, so I have a thought. I hope that in the future, the successive owners of this secret space chamber could leave behind some information about themselves, at least when their end is near, and they will thus be annihilated. Future generations shall know of them. I have lived for almost 3 generation eras. My end is nearing. I have been waiting in silence. If I am to die, the later generations can have my treasures. Haha. It's just that I don't know who from the later generation would have such an opportunity. I am Sparrow Spring Senior. 9 mortals' treasures have since become my possessions, and I am thankful to Senior 9 Mortal and the seniors before him. Perhaps this secret space chamber has had many other masters before, but the information was not detailed enough, so I have proclaimed Senior 9 Mortal as its first space owner. I shall be the second, and if I am unable to avoid doomsday, then I shall leave these valuables here. These are the diagrams of secret techniques that I have comprehended. On the vast and spacious rock wall, there was a large number of sculptures. Every sculpture represented a different space master. I am Imperial I Master, 193rd Space Master. The previous senior did not leave anything behind. Haha, but having roamed the 3 most dangerous lands, the most annoying thing to take note of was that there were many unknown places within the 3 most dangerous grounds, and thus, many unknown Danger, so I came up with an idea: every space master should leave a map related to his own findings of the 3 most dangerous lands. Every generation thereafter will then supplement the map with more details, and this map shall always be left here. I believe, after countless generations, this map will become more detailed and will be the greatest boon to owners of this secret space chamber. I shall leave my map about the 3 most dangerous lands here. Venturing along the smooth rock walls, Luo Feng could see the writings left behind by generations of space masters. Looking down the same eye line, there seemed to be no end. Haha, you later generations, just cry your eyes out. I will destroy everything accumulated about the 3 most dangerous lands on this map. Remember, I am Piercing Master, the 1928th Space Master. I left behind no treasure at all, haha. The more he looked, the more transcripts he found. Further down, another Space Master left a map that sparked the transmission of a rich pool of information. There might be interruptions or intentional destructions in between, but the majority chose to transmit and hand down the recordings accumulated and collected in this map. It was a tradition in the map. Many great beings had chosen to leave their diagrams of secret techniques, which they were so proud of. I think the number of space masters may have to be calculated in units of tens of thousands. Luo Feng looked on silently, as though he could see the change of space masters, generation after generation. With the passing of endless time, everything had dispersed within universe ocean, leaving no traces in this secret space chamber. The crag appeared boundless. Luo Feng was walking while looking at the records on it. Even if one space master only represents one universe era, it's much more than 10,000 universe eras, he thought. Besides, lots of great beings here have lived for 3 universe eras. When the old space master dies, it will take a long time for the next master to find the black keepsake. He kept reading them. Lots of great beings had left the engraving pictures of their techniques here. Apparently, they had devoted a great deal of energy to it, and they were formed by their best efforts. Even though Luo Feng had already reached the universe master level on the engraving path, and most of the techniques here had been left by universe masters, while only a few had been left by universe supreme masters, he was still amazed. Techniques could be created this way. There were techniques like these. Luo Feng walked under the crag, admiring the engravings. I, Feng Guling, am the 20,293rd Space Master. There are 9 Universe Supreme Masters here in total, including me. Just like them, I'll venture in the incarnation like the previous ones. Adventuring in the incarnation is extremely dangerous. I took my chances in flowing countless mountain and got a piece of armor that is extremely powerful and second only to supreme true treasures. It's named Crazy Demon Extermination Godly Armor. I'll leave the armor and some pinnacle true treasures I don't need here for the juniors. As for the map of the 3 lands of Extremis, I can contribute more to it. This black keepsake space. Lots of great beings have contributed to bettering the map. Though dozens of them chose to destroy the map, most tried to improve it. I hope my posterity can continue improving the map. I, 5 Chaos Master, am the 20,294th Space Master. I got the valuables left by Senior Feng Guling. I feel exceedingly blessed. I'll better the map and leave behind some true treasures that I don't need. I've created lots of techniques, and the most powerful one is 5 Beast Great Extermination. This was the end. Valuables. Luo Feng surged and flew into the sky above the mountain. He looked around. 5 chaos left a valuable here. Luo Feng read carefully up. Suddenly, a silver wing showed up on Luo Feng's back with his power. Trembling, driving the engravings on Wu wing, a blurry, golden light permeated. Even though the surrounding space was enormous, it was larger than the inspection area of Golden Country. He inspected the entire area with one thought. There are no valuables. Luo Feng shook his head. There's only a map in the independent space. Maybe 5 Chaos Master took all the valuables. He moved his feet and reached the apex of the mountain. In the distance there was a black crystal pillar at the apex, providing a dim light. Luo Feng knew that this crystal pillar carried the map of the 3 lands of Extremis. It was a combination of nearly 900 Space Masters. Each Space Master would improve the map based on what they knew. Even though 5 Chaos left his will, it has been a long time since his true death, so he didn't leave true treasures here. Luo Feng figured that 5 Chaos Master had planned to leave most of the valuables here, but now no way. This map is extremely valuable. Luo Feng walked to the black crystal pillar, defying the blowing wind. He sent out a trace of his godly power and penetrated the pillar. 3 stereoscopic pictures showed up in his mind. They were flowing countless mountain, universe, boat, and tilted peak sector. Such a detailed map. Luo Feng grinned. No wonder it's a map made by nearly 900 Space Masters. Unfortunately, dozens of Space Masters chose to destroy the map. Damn it, otherwise, the map would have been more detailed. Jia Fanzi was indeed amazing. However, the map of Universe Boat left by Jia Fanzi was much more basic than the map contained in the black crystal pillar. Even though nearly 900 Space Masters had improved the map, only one of them was a Supreme Master, Fenggu Ling. This was why the map of the inner area was very thorough, yet the part of the center was blurry. I'll contribute my part of the map. Luo Feng immediately put it in, inserting the 3 lands of Extremis into the pulling traces diagram. He stood at the apex of the mountain, holding the pulling traces diagram as he entered all the information on the map. This. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He held his breath and became excited. His hands shook involuntarily. Ha ha ha, 5 Chaos, you're too kind. You gave me the crazy demon extermination godly armor, and you gave me the black keepsake. Luo Feng grinned and grew even more excited. I've been worried about how to get the valuables left by Jia Fanzi. The valuables left by Jia Fanzi are in the green keepsake space, which at the periphery of the core area of Universe Boat. It's extremely dangerous. Even now, I can't guarantee that I can survive there. However, you gave me the black keepsake and I get a better map. Luo Feng was ecstatic. He could now understand why the great beings in Universe Ocean valued the map so much. It detailed all the routes in the 3 lands of Extremis, and it detailed all the dangers in those areas. Its importance couldn't be overestimated. Before, he didn't dare to go get the valuables left by Jia Fanzi. The map, perfected by the 900 Space Masters, documented most routes in the inner area. And it was much better than the one left by Jia Fanzi. The green keepsake leads to the deepest part of the inner area, and it's at the periphery of the center, said Luo Feng. The deeper it gets, the more dangerous it'll be. Fortunately, the new map is very comprehensive, and there's a safer route. Even with Star Tower and the Silver Wing, he might have been trapped in some areas, and he couldn't ask Sitting Mountain Guest for everything. But now that he had a more detailed map, it would be much easier. He indeed needed valuables, as he needed to repair the White Wing, and it Required extremely valuable material, even a pinnacle true treasure those. Perfect 6 pairs could be combined to form a terrific true treasure better than almost all other supreme true treasures. Got the map. I'll now leave for the green keepsake space. Luo Feng nodded. All I need is for Masha body to sharpen his will. Here there are 16 black striped stone pillars, and one of them is occupied by blood orchid ancestor, so no great beings want to go there. There's another stone where Bei Chi Star Master stays, and many universe masters gather there. As for me, I can certainly choose another black striped stone pillar and practice by myself. Besides, I can't use my domain to inspect the areas around black striped stone pillars. Luo Feng smiled and flew behind the smoothest crag like a streak of light. The 20,293rd Space Master was Feng Guling. He was a Universe Supreme Master and left crazy demon extermination, godly armor, and other valuables. The 20,294th Space Master was 5 Chaos Master. Haha. Luo Feng suddenly smiled. Standing in front of the crag, he pointed his finger, and golden light pierced into the crag. He started to write. He infused his strong willpower into it, so that those who didn't know the common human language would also understand it. I, Milky Way Horde Leader, am the 20,295th Space Master. I killed the last Space Master, 5 Chaos Master, and took the crazy demon extermination, godly armor, and the black keepsake. Unfortunately, I didn't give him a chance to put some true treasures here. Luo Feng waved his fingers, and the light carved the words. Suddenly, it stopped. I'll finish just half, for now, whispered Luo Feng. I've only lived for just over 10 eras. That's nothing compared to one whole universe era. I'll continue in the future. Ha ha ha. The Space Master, before 5 Chaos Master Feng Guling, got crazy demon extermination, godly armor, but never used it. Then the last Space Master, 5 Chaos, got it. Yet now, I have it. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng put down his fingers, looked at those characters, and exclaimed, I don't know how far I can go. Will I end up leaving my last will here, along with my regrets, after 3 universe eras? And then he smiled. Other great beings might have been sad at this thought, but he had only practiced for just over 10 eras. Nobody could predict how much he would accomplish in the future. Let's see whether I'll disappear in Universe Ocean or create a holy land universe and live forever. Luo Feng flew off into the distance, and he reached the end of the space. Immediately, he flew out of the independent space. The towering black striped stone pillar was right in front of him, piercing the mist. Bei Chi Star Master is around the second black striped stone pillar, and there are lots of great beings, said Luo Feng. It's quiet around pillar number 11. There are no great beings around. Luo Feng flew toward pillar number 11. After a long time, he landed on a huge rock that was spinning around it. The rock looked like a continent, and the folds on it were like canyons and mountains. Luo Feng stood in front of a canyon, and a rock appeared in his hand. It was his transformed Masha body. Luo Feng threw the rock into the canyon. Masha body can't be identified by sight, thought Luo Feng, and domain type. True treasures can't find it. He can just sharpen the willpower here. Nobody can find him. By the time my Masha body disintegrates, my willpower will have reached the level of a Universe Supreme Master. Luo Feng was looking forward to it. He flew away from the flying rock, leaving the black striped stone pillar space. From there, he flew to the deeper areas in Universe Boat. After leaving the space of the black striped stone pillars, Luo Feng continued to venture deeper within Universe Boat, where the environment was fraught with more adversity and danger compared to annihilation due to fights with other great beings. The naturally occurring dangers found within the three most dangerous lands, on the contrary, were the greatest cause of annihilation for Universe Masters, even though some dangerous lands had been identified after many years of verification. There were occasional accidents that happened due to unforeseen circumstances. Accidents within the three most dangerous lands. Accidents might possibly happen any time. Roar. A dark, bluish wind raged on, sweeping through the vast space. This endless wind that contained icy frost had caused the vast space to solidify. Therefore, not a trace of ripple or wave could be detected. The degree of coldness was enough to harden and shatter godly bodies of Universe Masters into powder, thus annihilating them if it was to brush across the godly body of a Universe Master. The other party would feel as though a knife was slicing pieces off his body. A crimson stream of light was breaking through layers of raging winds and advancing at high speed. The deeper I get within Universe Boat, the more dangerous it gets, said Luo Feng. There are even several places that require one to traverse with a palace-type true treasure. I believe that any beings able to make it this far are those with pinnacle palace true treasures. Luo Feng was comfortable and snug in the core control room of Star Tower as he sat on a soft, fluffy couch. The tea table before him was laid out with an exquisite tea set specially prepared for him by his wife, Su Xian. The tea leaves used were naturally of premium quality. The amber-colored tea within the teacup was piping hot, and steam could be seen. Even if it were a Universe Master, or even if I am as powerful as Ice Mountain Master, I still have to stay inside Star Tower. Luo Feng held his teacup. Along the way, I have traversed many dangerous lands where even the most common kinds of raging winds, winter cold, or flying rocks, could easily destroy a top-tier palace-type true treasure. Top-tier palace true treasures were difficult to destroy even by a full force attack of a Universe Supreme Master. However, the natural environment within the Universe Boat made this possible. This was merely within the internal domain, of course. When in the deeper region of internal domain, the space of the black striped stone pillars could actually be considered to be a boundary, meaning to say that before the space of the black striped stone pillars, the degree of danger would be considerably small, but beyond the space of the black striped pillars, the danger involved would apparently get more terrifying. This is merely the internal domain. Its natural environment had already surpassed the full force attack by a Universe Supreme Master. If it's the core land, how terrifying would it be? Luo Feng mused to himself. Just the power of a minute ripple would have surpassed that of a Universe Supreme Master. No wonder at the core land, even Universe Supreme Masters with supreme true treasures might get annihilated. Luckily, I have a map. Luo Feng felt even more fortunate that he had managed to obtain the black token earlier on. The secret space chamber that the black token led to had allowed him to obtain this map left behind by generations of space masters. And it was a wealth of information originally, from the space of the black striped stone pillars to the space of the green token. Even with Star Tower, Luo Feng dared not venture there, but with this detailed map, he could choose another route that he dared tread upon. This map is extremely important. I believe my fellow members of the human Race and other races would also be in urgent need of it if every one of my fellow humans is able to own a copy of this map. I think the number of true treasures they can obtain will increase by leaps and bounds. Luo Feng nodded slightly, then right away, his consciousness, which was located far away within the endless remote ocean of the primal universe, entered the virtual universe. Luo Feng's current body, avatar, and remote ocean body were stationed in the Milky Way galaxy on a long-term basis, where he occasionally headed for the ancestral god school's Bauhinia Island to accept inheritances, and there was also a body sustained by his godly power in the secret hidden space within the 9th level of Deep Abyss, which was kept there to comprehend the secret engravings of that place, while his Masha body remained as a rock in the space of the black striped stone pillars to sharpen and hone his willpower. There were countless life forms within the universe. So long as they were alive and capable of thoughts, they would naturally have willpower. The black striped stone pillar, until today, there was no great being that could touch it because the impact of its willpower was too strong. No great being, regardless of its life form, was capable of touching it now. Masha body was at a vast and spacious rock. The gigantic big rock was from a different domain where time velocity varied. The entire rock was in a place where time velocity had a space interval of 3,000 to 3,120 times. Normally, Masha body would sharpen and hone its willpower by studying diagrams of secret engravings and laws under such oppressive conditions. His efficiency was apparently much lower, probably only 1/10 of his efficiency rate under normal conditions, however, because time velocity was much faster. Where he was, although he was performing the same tasks of studying diagrams of secret engravings and laws, his efficiency rate was much higher than when he was in the outside world. In the virtual universe, on the summit of Thunder Island, Teacher Luo Feng shouted as he stood amidst the chaotic airflow. From the far end of the chaotic airflow, a figure in a golden robe walked over. Luo Feng was originally smiling, but as he looked at the approaching figure, his expression started to change slightly. He could clearly see that the chaotic airflow surrounding the approaching golden-robed figure was vaguely changing. There were strange scenes of the creation of the world where all living souls were born. There were scenes of the destruction of the world, where both heaven and earth were destroyed. Various scenes unfolded, only to dissipate. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, made his way over, yet his gaze seemed faintly distant. Teacher Luo Feng bowed with respect. Congratulations, teacher. He was no fool naturally. He could tell that Primal Chaos City leader had made a breakthrough. Primal Chaos City leader smiled and said, just a little breakthrough. I am still short of becoming a Universe Supreme Master, but this breakthrough is already enough to give me a vague sense of that level of boundaries. The roads I walked, the paths I will be moving towards, are all achievable so long as I make it past them all. I will become a Universe Supreme Master. Congratulations, teacher, Luo Feng rejoiced. I sincerely congratulate you. To become a Universe Supreme Master, the most difficult part was finding a road that no other great being had taken before. Many great beings had decided to take this road or to take an alternative road, but the road they chose might not truly be the road to the summit. It could lead to a dead end. Primal Chaos City leader was originally extremely strong. Now, with another breakthrough, he could already sense that layer of boundaries. Such a sense of reaching the final summit was extremely accurate. Who knew how much time the final crossover would take? If I am unable to Crossover by the end of this reincarnation era, then, for my entire lifetime, I will no longer be able to cross over, Primal Chaos City Leader sighed. And Luo Feng nodded. Only the Primal Universe was able to breed Universe Supreme Masters. You are here to look for me. What is it regarding Primal Chaos City Leader? Asked. Happy event, Luo Feng laughed. What happy event? Primal Chaos City Leader also joined in the laughter. Luo Feng did not elaborate further, he pointed right into the void space ahead of them with a move in his mind, the chaotic airflow in their surrounding void space started to evolve into a huge vessel, a discontinued, towering mountain peak, a gigantic mountain range with overlapping mountain peaks where countless majestic waterfalls cascaded at the same time. Within the internal parts of these three, various scenes appeared, and there was abundant, detailed information for every scene that emerged. A map. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng with a look of surprise. A map of the 3 most dangerous lands. I will now send it over to you, please take a thorough look. Luo Feng stopped the mysterious act. The map of the 3 most dangerous lands was extremely detailed and contained a large number of wordy explanations. If he were to try to make out everything on the map alone, he would never be able to succeed and finish everything within a couple of days. A moment later, upon receiving the map of the 3 most dangerous lands, Primal Chaos City Leader took a thorough look and was no longer surprised. He was shocked. The map was detailed to the extent of exaggeration. It far exceeded the map of the 3 most dangerous lands that the human race had. And this level of exceeded expectations made Primal Chaos City feel a little jumpy with apprehension. How can a map be so detailed? This even the map of the 2 holy land universes could not hold a candle to. Primal Chaos City Leader was apparently very excited. Luo Feng, where did you get this map? This is a priceless map. No one would leave it lying around, and without being powerful enough, no one would dare bring it about. Luo Feng laughed. When I was in the internal domain of Universe Boat, I got lucky and discovered a black token after arriving at the space of the black striped stone pillars and entering the individual space of the corresponding secret space chamber of that black token, I discovered the map. Black token. Primal Chaos City Leader was confused. A black token is not very precious. There are great beings being annihilated every reincarnation era, so there will always be some black tokens scattered in every corner. You being lucky enough to have chanced upon one is not surprising, but the individual space that the black token led to should be an ordinary individual space. How did it come to contain such a precious map? The story goes like this. Luo Feng sighed, then explained, in that individual space, there was a rolling mountain range, yet the rock walls of that mountain range were shaven to flat ground by a certain great being. Countless thousands of reincarnation eras ago, or even longer than, he left words and diagrams of secret engravings on it. Therefore, for generations of space masters after him, one after the other, they added on to the map, making it quite rich in information. Although a handful of space masters deliberately wanted to destroy the map time and again, by the time I claimed ownership, there was still information from nearly 900 space masters on this map. That is why this map of the 3 most dangerous lands can be so detailed. Primal Chaos City Leader was speechless. Almost immediately, he laughed. Ha ha ha, the luck of our human race, our luck. Primal Chaos City Leader laughed, nodded. True enough, it is normal for any space master who is about to face doomsday, with his entire race about to be wiped out, to want to leave behind a map generation after generation, this has been happening. This is what makes that individual space of this black token of yours so incomparably precious. Any generation of great being that has the chance to own it is considered lucky. Come quickly, come along with me to meet huge Axe. This is a massive contribution you have made, no matter what. The race must thank you, big time, based on the detailed information on this map of the 3 most dangerous lands. Our human race can easily gain more true treasures of better quality. The ability of our human race will only become stronger with the passage of time. I don't see the need for me to go, Luo Feng replied. I will pass the map to you, and you can pass it over to Huge Axe. That's fine with me, Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Then I will take my leave. Luo Feng left right away, disappearing from his spot. Primal Chaos City leader watched Luo Feng disappear. In his heart, he could not resist a sigh. This disciple, Luo Feng, was indeed out of the ordinary. His capability had improved tremendously, which greatly benefited their race. Time and again, like previously, during the rise of Teacher Origin and Huge Axe Creator, they both accomplished various amazing feats that never failed to leave people in awe and dumbstruck. The rise of every great being was, in itself, a legend. The encounters my disciple has come across can be considered legends. It seems that in the future, he will likely be able to make a name for himself within the list of supreme beings. Primal Chaos City leader laughed to himself. Thereafter, he made his way to meet Huge Axe Creator before that simple and plain godly palace. The heavens have bestowed on us humans, the heavens have bestowed on us humans, ha ha ha, this map of the 3 most dangerous lands. With this map, throughout the whole of Universe Ocean, there would only be a few groups of top powers that could be comparable to us humans. Huge Axe Creator laughed heartily. Previously, after the incident on Universe Boat, I did not have many opportunities. Therefore, I have left Universe Boat and returned to Tilted Peak Sector, which is my lucky land. The map that I previously obtained after the annihilation of Yuan Ao Master was split up. I was just worrying about the incompleteness of the map. With this map to make up for the other one, I will have an easier time in Tilted Peak Sector. Primal Chaos City leader, Huge Axe, said right away. Luo Feng has made a major contribution this time. Let's determine it as 20,000 contribution points. Alright, Primal Chaos City leader nodded. If you work harder for further improvement, you will become part of the list of Universe Supreme Beings. Huge Axe sighed. By then, our human race would be stronger. With your help, perhaps I can have a shot at trying to think of a way to rescue Teacher Origin. Primal Chaos City leader nodded gently. He also knew of this. Teacher Origin had been eternally suppressed. If he wanted to regain his freedom, how difficult would that be? However, so long as power was strong, nothing was entirely impossible. Swamps were everywhere in the deep area of the inner area of Universe Boat. Above it was the boundless lava ocean. Hua hua hua. Lots of lava fell from the sky, and it clotted before it reached the ground. It turned into black rocks, which grew softer. They flew like black mercury and formed the black swamp. The lava ocean was at the top, and the black swamp was at the bottom. This was the infamous flame ice region, as it was in the deepest part of the inner area. There were millions of dangerous places, which was why they were all given random names, but the dangers couldn't be overlooked. Goo goo goo. Suddenly, bubbles started to show up on the black swamp. More and more bubbles showed up, and some black swamp water was blasted out. Ripples showed up on this area, and they spread hua hua hua. Hong 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 hong. The black swamp area started to tremble, and it was horrifying. Around 10 light-years away from that area, a small but delicate palace with a steeple was floating. Inside the palace were 3 great beings, all of them had single-eye phantoms on their backs. Apparently, they were great beings from the Divine Eye clan. A giant man in golden armor smiled. Although it's extremely dangerous in Flame Ice region, the dangers can be identified. It's a good place in universe. But there are rarely any true treasures born, but every time one emerges, it's at least a pinnacle domain type or palace type true treasure. Shadow Dust, I'm so jealous that you two are stationed here in the long term. It's indeed a great place, but there are also lots of powers here. A small man from Divine Eye clan smirked. The 2 Holy Land universes don't care, yet. Several powers from the first universe era are also here. Are you really jealous? Golden Square. Golden Square, let's switch. Can we set a female from the Divine Eye clan in a loose black cape, smiling? Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master were 2 extremely powerful great beings from the Divine Eye clan. They were also partners. One of them was great at close combat, while the other was great at soul attack. They roamed Universe Ocean, cooperating with each other, and they rarely met a match. Normally, they stayed in Flame Ice region. No, I'm not going to switch. The giant man in golden armor shook his head. In the entire inner area of Universe Boat, there aren't many good places that we Divine Eye clan know of. We spent a lot of energies finding that place. Though there aren't as many valuables here as your place, it's much safer. You're so timid. Shadow Dust Master smirked. Just when the female wanted to say something, she frowned. Shadow Dust Master's eyes gleamed as well, and he tried to sense it carefully. That direction. It's there. Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master turned in the same direction, then made eye contact. They both knew that something had happened. Something great happened. Do you want to go? Golden Square asked Shadow Dust Master. Congratulations, it seems that we're about to get something, said the golden armored man. Of course, I'll go. Perhaps not only the Divine Eye clan is stationed there. You two alone might not be able to hold them. I'll need to come and help. We'll give you benefits if you actually help us, said Sorcerer Sprite Master, but we won't give you anything if you prove worthless. We need to make sure that you know this. Of course, the golden armored man nodded. Let's go. Go. So. The palace turned into a green light, and it moved forward in the space between the lava ocean and the black swamp. In another space flew a pyramid-shaped building. Inside the pyramid, a bold man was drinking wine and looking outside through his palace. True treasure. The horrible environment outside gave him chills. Huh, the bold man frowned. Is a new true treasure born? Am I really that lucky? I can't believe I ran into something like this. I'll go. So. The pyramid sensed the direction and flew toward it. The tiny, bloody light kept moving forward 100 times faster than light speed. Inside the control room, Luo Feng sat looking at the outside. He held a cup of green tea in his hand, and there were engravings showing on his eyes. A small trace of godly power permeated. Luo Feng's eyes turned bright immediately. Something special, he whispered. Space and time were very stable in dangerous places like Flame Ice region. It was difficult for space and time to tremble. Have Universe Supreme Masters used their power to break the laws? Is a true treasure born? Is a massive catastrophe coming? Whispered Luo Feng. Probably. True treasures being born. I'd been in universe boat for almost 1,000 years, thought Luo Feng. I only got crazy demon extermination godly armor by killing 5 Chaos Master S4. The true treasures naturally born, the most precious one is the top tier. Domain type true treasure, snow fire sector. I haven't seen one pinnacle palace. Type true treasure. It's time for me to find a better true treasure. True treasures born in the inner area were all great, the best naturally born. True treasure he had seen was a top-tier domain-type true treasure, which was nothing in the inner area, in places like Flame Ice region, top-tier domain. Type true treasures couldn't even survive. I'll go and see. So Luo Feng followed his sensation. Flame Ice region was vast, and teleportation was only possible at the periphery. Luo Feng could only fly. After around a month. Luo Feng frowned. He kept using his domain true treasure, snow fire sector, yet he touched another domain outside. It was a freezing domain. Are you Milky Way Horde leader? Luo Feng, a godly power, transmitted the voice inside the domain. Yes, I am. Who are you? Luo Feng couldn't tell by his voice alone. I am Dear Bug, the godly power kept transmitting the voice. Dear Bug Master, how lucky I am to meet you here, Luo Feng replied. He couldn't tell by sensing the domain, yet now he knew that it was Dear Bug Master, a supreme being from Purple Moon Holy Land universe. Dear Bug Master was an ancient being among the top beings of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. He was a level 6 universe master because he had a supreme true treasure, a supreme true treasure named Dear Bug Godly Armor. Dear Bug Master loved being alone, and he loved adventure. Usually adventurers would die quickly in Universe Ocean. However, Dear Bug Master not only had the information support from Purple Moon Holy Land universe, but he also had his own power and his true treasure to survive. Did you notice that as well? Asked Dear Bug Master. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. I'm heading there. Let's go together, shall we? Said Dear Bug Master. Okay. So. A beam of bloody light and a golden streak of light shot off. After another 3 days. Luo Feng looked at the thrilling scene in the black swamp. A giant boat was rising from the swamp. The boat was black, and black liquid dripped from it into the black swamp. The black swamp churned, and black liquid sprayed out. Aside from the pyramid and the bloody tower, there was another palace with a steeple was in the sky. Is it Shadow and Sorcerer? Shadow and Sorcerer. Luo Feng could tell immediately that it must have been Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master in the palace with the steeple. Yes, it's me and Shadow Sorcerer. I didn't expect Dear Bug Master to be here too, said a clear voice. Judging from the domain, it must be Milky Way Horde leader. Luo Feng's voice was transmitted. It's me. I didn't expect Milky Way Horde leader and Dear Bug Master to be here together, said Sorcerer Sprite Master. We're heading to the same place, said Luo Feng. Not happy seeing us here, said Dear Bug Master. Haha, I am exhilarated. I have met the birth of this boat of mausoleum. I'm so lucky. Humph. Luo Feng couldn't have cared less about the others. He was looking at the giant boat rising from the endless swamp, which seemed to be longer than 10 billion kilometers. Luo Feng couldn't tell what it was. He thought it was at least a pinnacle domain type true treasure. Luo Feng was shocked. It's boat of mausoleum. There wasn't much information about boat of mausoleum in the human race. The mausoleum was a legendary place. Based on the records, it was the resting place of countless dead great beings. Even though some great beings had gone in before, they didn't see any bodies. At the same time, there were lots of valuables left in the mausoleum, so lots of great beings craved to going in. However, the younger couldn't just go in. Like that, even Universe Supreme Masters couldn't get in. However, one could enter Boat of Mausoleum. This is the legendary Boat of Mausoleum. Luo Feng looked at the ancient boat carefully. The towering, massive black vessel continued its ascent, causing the entire black swamp to tremble and vibrate. Compared to the black vessel, Luo Feng and company seemed incredibly small with respect to body size as well as aura for every universe master present, if not for their true treasures. The moment they fell into the black swamp, they would be doomed for sure. Full force attacks were unable to shake the black swamp, but this black vessel shook off a large part of the black swamp effortlessly. How do we seize this treasure? I have never heard of any method. Many thoughts coursed through Luo Feng's mind. There were many legends of the Boat of Mausoleum, but no one in humanity had never possessed it before, and among the near 100 groups of powers throughout the entire universe ocean, the two Holy Lands might be the only ones who had ever managed to seize it before, so it was understandable that no one knew how to seize this treasure. Branding it with life imprints unlikely. If branding was possible, then dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master of the Divine Eye clan, and Sorcerer Sprite Master would not be so peaceful. Dear Bug Master. Luo Feng suddenly did a voice transmission. This time it was directed only to Dear Bug Master, so Sorcerer Sprite Master and Shadow Dust Master were oblivious. Milky Way Horde Leader, Dear Bug Master, replied, I have little experience and knowledge, so I do not have any information about the Boat of Mausoleum. Although I have heard about its legends, I have practically zero knowledge when it comes to true facts about it. Would you, Dear Bug Master, be able to share some of your knowledge about it with me? Ha ha ha, why should I tell you? Dear Bug Master asked back. Luo Feng merely smiled and replied, as if he did not mind, it's fine if you are unable to tell me anything. I will just follow you, Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master, when you three get into action. You really want to know? Dear Bug Master suddenly asked. Of course, Luo Feng replied. I'm fine with telling you, but I have one condition, Dear Bug Master said. I think there should be no other fellow great being from Purple Moon Holy Land here in Flame Ice region when the Boat of Mausoleum has completely emerged, which I guess should be soon. Summoning other fellow great beings is completely out of the question. They will not be able to make it here in time. I may be powerful, but I am afraid I will become a target of attack. Would you be willing to be at my beck and call for the time being? If you agree, then I will tell you detailed information about the Boat of Mausoleum. If not, forget it. Agreed. Luo Feng did not hesitate at all. However, I will only follow your orders before the crowd, before the treasure. Don't blame me if I behave otherwise. Before the treasure, of course we will depend on our own capabilities, Dear Bug Master replied. Deal, Luo Feng answered. He knew why Dear Bug Master was fearful of the other groups of powers. Although Dear Bug Master possessed a supreme true treasure, that was only a supreme armor. Though strong in defense, when in face-to-face combat, it did not offer much of an advantage. Fighting with other great beings, for instance, a 5th-tier universe master against a 4th-tier universe master battling one another, the most the armor could do was to bring the 4th-tier universe master to a disadvantageous position. Killing was not very feasible unless it was with absolute restraint. Like Clear-Eye Master, his sole attack could bring his opponent into an instant daze, where all ability to resist was lost. Perhaps this kind of absolute restraint would work wonders. Some fifth-tier existences were still able to survive when exchanging blows with Universe Supreme beings, so if they were pitted against mere sixth-tier Universe Masters, the results were obvious. Dear Bug Master was able to unleash his power, but the amount that he could unleash was probably only the amount a Universe Supreme Master could release in the Primal Universe. Even though this would gain him an absolute upper hand, it would be extremely difficult to kill any one of his opponents, or even to kill someone like Luo Feng. Since you have agreed, dear Bug Master said without further delay, I shall provide you with information regarding the Boat of Mausoleum. Countless eras ago, the Boat of Mausoleum was a working tool for a group of ancient existences within the universe. Boat, of course, that ancient civilization was very powerful. For instance, they created the black striped stone pillars and the entire universe boat, both of which none of us great beings in the universe ocean of today could cause to budge an inch. Luo Feng agreed on that. That civilization was indeed very powerful, judging from clues left behind on various sources. Many true treasures, even utmost supreme true treasures, were the legacy of that civilization. A certain degree of deduction was possible just by looking at the informative writing found on a supreme true treasure, that they were exactly the same as the writings used by that civilization. There is a large number of unique objects within the universe, both the black striped stone pillars, bloody sea plate, Boat of Mausoleum, and others, for which the method of branding with life imprints to get them to recognize their masters will not work out. I am not so sure about types of objects like the black striped stone pillars and bloody sea plate, but objects like the Boat of Mausoleum were more like tools, not true treasures. For instance, dear Bug Master continued, when you are hiding inside the Boat of Mausoleum and great beings attack from the outside world, the Boat of Mausoleum could counteract to a certain extent, but still, a strong impact would be transmitted all the way. In meaning to say, the Boat of Mausoleum does not function like a palace true treasure, which can block off impacts to near perfection. However, it is a valuable that is naturally able to block soul attacks because of the unique material it is composed of. Virtual godly powers would not be able to penetrate it at all. Its defense is merely because of its unique material. Want to make it recognize its master, one must enter the Boat of Mausoleum and find its core control. Core control, Luo Feng repeated. Within the entire universe boat, dear Bug Master said, there were several Boats of Mausoleum, but it takes ages for one to be born. Every Boat of Mausoleum has a different core control, so you better not think of finding out anything about core controls from me, because I myself am clueless. Luo Feng knew that dear Bug Master definitely had certain information regarding the core control, but this was confidential and also involved seizing a true treasure. Why would he tell Luo Feng so readily? If you want to enter this Boat of Mausoleum, there is no other way, dear Bug Master said. You must wait for it to open its doors. If it does not want to open on its own, then no one would be able to forcibly pry it open. Luo Feng persisted in his questions. How long is the wait? Very soon. The moment it is completely born, the doors will normally open automatically. Of course, there is a possibility of sudden delays, dear Bug Master sighed. From the records of my holy hand, there was also a Boat of Mausoleum that had doors that refused to open upon complete birth. After more Then 300 eras, a supreme being who was extremely skilled in refining true treasures made use of a secret technique to drive this boat of mausoleum, too. Finally stimulated to open its doors automatically. Refining true treasures, Luo Feng felt a jolt. To refine a true treasure, one must first have a deep understanding of the civilization it originated from. Dear Bugmaster, said random great beings, would not be able to fathom the treasures left behind by a particular civilization, but for those great beings skilled in refining true treasures. Upon thorough and meticulous studying of the true treasures, they will be able to reveal the mysteries of these treasures. As for this boat of mausoleum, there is another piece of information. You should have heard this before. A single boat of mausoleum can take in 36 great beings to enter that tomb. 36 great beings. Luo Feng only knew that the boat of mausoleum could bring great beings into the tomb. Only one chance to control and drive the boat of mausoleum. Dear Bugmaster said, once inside the tomb, the boat of mausoleum will leave and no longer be controlled. So, even if you manage to get hold of the boat of mausoleum, you must consider carefully whether you truly want to enter the tomb. Once you enter the tomb, you will lose the boat of mausoleum. The boat of mausoleum was slowly emerging from the black swamp. Its speed might have been slow, but there was sustained, constant movement. Very quickly, it drew in a palace-type true treasure, which was an ancestral god school's group of power from the first reincarnation era. Generation after generation of reincarnation era, regardless of which reincarnation era, there would always be the presence of the ancestral god school. When in the primal universe, the ancestral god school was generally very powerful. However, the moment the primal universe was destroyed to enter a new reincarnation era, these great beings of the ancestral god school, who were forced to live in their miniature universes, no longer had the protection of the universe origin. Their powers would be weakened, and their degree of unity would be greatly reduced, thus appearing to be detached from one another. A wild voice sounded, haha, Shadow Dust Master, from the Divine Eye clan. Sorcerer, Sprite Master, Dear Bug Master, from Purple Moon, Holy Land, Lujiao. Master of the first ancestral god school, the human race's Milky Way horde. Leader. This is the boat of mausoleum. Hong. A pale white light that just arrived immediately swept past the stream of light and charged toward the boat of mausoleum. Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, and the others were mocked. Amidst laughter, as they looked on, they could see the pale white light landing on the boat of mausoleum, searching for a spot that was not tainted by the black swamp, then trying its best to brand the boat with its life imprints. Apparently, nothing was successful. Skeleton Clan, you are just foolish. Cold laughter sounded throughout the domain and resonated in that part of space. We are all watching from afar. No one trying to make the boat recognize a master. Isn't it obvious that a master cannot be recognized? You're still trying to court your death by trying to make it recognize a master. What a joke. Divine Eye Clan, you are just idiotic, said a shrill voice that suggested an untamed character. Sounded, the others are not saying anything, so what nonsense are you speaking? Of course, I am aware that the boat of mausoleum cannot recognize a master, but still, I have to try. Who knows, this boat of mausoleum might be different from the others, and who knows, you Divine Eye Clan might already have some who tried to make the boat recognize a master before me. He was right, the Divine Eye Clan had been the first to arrive. They had indeed studied the emerging boat of mausoleum carefully and attempted to get it to recognize a master. However, the Divine I clan was from the first. Reincarnation era. Regarding information on the boat of Mausoleum, they were lacking in quantity as compared to the two Holy Land universes. Foolish skeleton clan, stop finding excuses, the cold voice continued. Stop being so full of yourself, Divine I clan, the shrill voice snorted. The other groups of powers present did not make a single utterance. Skeleton Clan and Divine I clan were both pinnacle clans from the first reincarnation era, although the Skeleton clan might have been slightly weaker than the Divine I clan, it was still the latter's archenemy. The talents of both clans cursed one another for close to 3 reincarnation eras. Ceaseless fights had been going on between the two clans. Being able to maintain such strong powers while under the suppression of the Divine I clan, one could imagine the power of Skeleton clan. Time passed. Another half a month passed, and no other groups of powers came now. There were 5 groups, namely, Divine I clan, Skeleton clan, the First Ancestral God School, Purple Moon Holy Ground, and the humans. Luo Feng knew he was alone, so what about the other groups? Everyone was within their own palace. True treasures. How many great beings were in those palace true treasures? No one else knew. Perhaps the Skeleton clan had a few of those palace true treasures, with only one person inside. Perhaps there were 2 great beings of the Divine I clan inside, or maybe there were more than 2. Before a battle took place, it was hard to say. Hong. The boat of Mausoleum had finally completed emerging the base of the entire vessel had left the black swamp and was vaguely seen suspended in the air at the same time. The cabin doors were starting to vibrate. The cabin doors are about to open. Milky Way, let's go, dear Bug Master transmitted his command to Luo Feng. Right away. So. Luo Feng's Crimson Tower followed close behind Dear Bug Master's pyramid as they immediately flew toward the towering boat of Mausoleum, which was quite a distance away. Hurry. Keep a close eye on Dear Bug Master, he has the most information. Keep up. The other groups of powers saw Dear Bug Master and Luo Feng dashing over. Without a second thought, they immediately went ablaze with their godly power to propel their palace true treasures to the ultimate forms. Then, with speeds accelerated to 100 times light speed, they transformed into streaks of light and took off in the direction of the boat of Mausoleum. All 5 entities, Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, Divine I clan, Skeleton clan, and Ancestral God School, transformed into 5 streams of light and flew across the void space toward the boat of Mausoleum. Hong Long Long. Floating across the sky above the black morass, the ancient boat was slowly starting to vibrate and tremble. Then a door appeared by the side of one of its outer walls. The door rose slowly, the passageway behind it got larger. Over there. The cabin doors of the boat of Mausoleum have opened. Hurry up, get in. With a slight adjustment to their flight route, 5 streams of light charged in the distance into a straight line toward that passageway behind the rising door. Dear Bug Master, your power is the strongest, and also, you are the most familiar with the boat of Mausoleum. I think it is best you be the last to enter. Crazy chortles sounded as streams of hazy, golden shadows swept toward Dear Bug Master in an unrestrained manner, and in midair, countless golden shadows were gathering and converging. Then, almost immediately, a large yet primitive machete was formed. A voice belonging to First Ancestral God School sounded loud and clear. Dear Bug Master, you already have a supreme true treasure, why are you still vying for one with us? Instantly, numerous butterflies appeared in the void space. Butterflies of various colors flew all over the place and all over one another. Then they charged toward Dear Bug Master in a frenzy. Dear Bug. Coincidentally, the two arch-enemies, the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Eye Clan, also started to attack Dear Bug Master. On the contrary, no one laid a finger on Luo Feng. Obviously, Dear Bug Master was the greatest threat to them, as he was the most powerful one amongst them all, and he had the greatest understanding of the boat of Mausoleum. If they did not act in concert to hinder him, the boat of Mausoleum landing in the hands of Dear Bug Master was almost a given of every Universe Master present. Not one of them was a fool, they would naturally know what to do. A gigantic void space machete, countless drunken butterflies, a white whirlwind under such a concerted attack, the golden pagoda that was originally flying at high speed instantly disappeared. Who? In midair, a beast appeared, covered all over with black scales. It had a large body which looked as though every inch of it was a weapon. On every joint of its several hundred pairs of sharp claws had a sharp barb, and its tail resembled a scorpion's tail. Its tail was divided further into close to 1,000 nodes, and on around every node on its tail, there was a strange cyan color. The moment the beast appeared, Luo Feng's heart lurched. The only part of the entire beast that could be considered normal was its head, which resembled a deer-like beast. Dear Bug, Luo Feng mumbled. Dear Bug Master was able to transform himself into a formidable, frightening beast with the help of his supreme true treasure, as he had renamed himself. Dear Bug Master, after getting this supreme true treasure, this beast was called Dear Bug. Ho! Dear Bug pranced about in the void space, with that gentle-looking head, letting out roars loud enough to cause the void space to tremble. The void space trembled and revealed visible ripples that spread out in all directions. That gigantic void space machete, countless drunken butterflies, a white whirlwind were destroyed and shattered apart to finally be annihilated by these loud roars. Milky Way, follow me. Dear Bug flew quickly but simultaneously transmitted his message to Luo Feng via his godly power. Sure, Luo Feng was secretly breathless, but he did not reduce his speed the slightest bit. Dear Bug has gone nuts. The moment he arrived, he started using his supreme true treasure. Stop him. Stop him, this boat of Mausoleum, it must be ours. Make him reduce his speed. Milky Way Horde Leader, why aren't you helping to stop Dear Bug Master? If he gets in there first, we will have no chance at seizing the treasure. Milky Way Horde Leader, we will stop Dear Bug first. 2 voice transmissions reached Luo Feng, both asking him to help in their attempts to stop Dear Bug. Humph! Luo Feng, on the contrary, ignored their pleas. You will regret this in a while. You all are really full of crap. Luo Feng transmitted his reply. Regret. Indeed, attack me all you want, if you have the guts. Humph. Humph. A few cold snorts sounded, then Divine Eye Clan, the first ancestral god school, and the Skeletal Clan no longer paid heed to Luo Feng at this point. In time, they would not be distracted into dealing with him. Their biggest enemy was Dear Bug Master. The 3 were seen launching heavy, successive blows across the domain, crazily laying siege to Dear Bug Master. It was a common knowledge that those who dared roam the internal domain were usually only 5th-tier universe masters, and a handful of 4th-tier universe Masters who were extremely strong in their ability for survival were sometimes seen roaming the internal domain at that moment. The other parties were attacking Dear Bug from all directions with concerted efforts. The beast, Dear Bug, galloped about the void space, letting out bouts of roars with sound waves of an incomparably powerful impact. Yet the Divine Eye clan, the first ancestral god school, and the skeletal clan were also attacking forcefully. Thus, Dear Bug Master's speed was apparently affected and got much slower. So, the moment Dear Bug Master's speed was reduced, the stream of crimson light, following closely behind and instantly bypassed him. It was Luo Feng. Don't worry about Milky Way, he has no inkling about the internal layout of the boat of Mausoleum. We just have to stop Dear Bug Master, then everything will be fine. Ho ho! Dear Bug Master did not ask Luo Feng for help at all. Instead, he broke through the attacks, one after another, as he charged his way toward the entrance to the door. The distance was still very far, so why were Luo Feng and company all moving so fast? A stream of crimson light dashed through the entrance in an instant. Following closely were Dear Bug Master, who was moving under the influence of restrictions, and the Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton clan, and the first ancestral god school, who all seemed to dash through the gate entrance at the same time. Huh. This place is... Inside the boat of Mausoleum, the environment seemed safe. One after another, the great beings exited their pinnacle palace true treasures, which was nothing impressive, as anyone who was able to make it through Flame Ice region would at least possess a pinnacle palace true treasure. This, the first to dash in, was Luo Feng, and he was looking all around the place. He had charged his way down the passageway after passing the gate, then very quickly arrived at an immeasurably large public square, or was it a great hall? Whichever it was easily 100 million kilometers in diameter, and it was entirely empty. The incomparably smooth surface was all that one could see at first glance, and it was also all that one could see thereafter. As for the border of the public square, there were numerous passageways, all leading in different directions. This confused Luo Feng, as he was at a loss for which direction to choose. If he made a wrong choice, much time would be wasted, and wasted time, no matter how short, would mean losing the core control to another great being. Then he would not be able to get it to recognize its master. Dear Bug Master suddenly transmitted a message: Milky Way, follow me. So, Dear Bug Master flew far into the distance. Right away Luo Feng's eyes lit up, and he wasted no time in following closely, charging after Dear Bug Master. From the Divine Eye clan, only 2 Universe Masters appeared: Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master. From the first ancestral god school, only one turned up: Lujiu Master. From the Skeleton clan, there was also only one Jittery Sea Master. Upon seeing Dear Bug Master and Luo Feng making their moves, the 4 Universe Masters gave chase almost at the same time, as though they were trained to make conditioned responses. Keep your eyes on Dear Bug, he knows which way to go. Stick to Dear Bug. Don't let Milky Way take advantage of the situation. Within an instant, all 4 Universe Masters who were giving chase from behind executed attacks that ranged from soul attacks to long-range attack types, or even domain attacks. At that point, the 4 from behind and the 2 in front were exchanging blows at lightning speed, yet all of them were still advancing forward at high speed. Dear Bug must be using me to absorb some of the impact from the others. Luo Feng thought as he continued chasing after Dear Bug ahead of him. But compared to that group consisting of the Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton clan, and the first ancestral god school, between those three groups of powers and me, I am the weakest even if I manage to stall Dear Bug Master when we eventually have to fight for the treasure. How am I going to win those three all by myself? If I were to follow Dear Bug, then Dear Bug would be attracting most of the attention from our opponents. Perhaps I would be able to gain from his misfortune. Luo Feng continued giving chase from behind. Every single one of them had an agenda of their own. Who? Along the internal passageway of the boat of Mausoleum, 6 figures were advancing at high speed. Dear Bug Master was indeed a common target for everyone, where his speed also got noticeably slower to become alongside Luo Feng. Dear Bug looked at Luo Feng and said, "Milky Way, I think you will gain a great advantage if I am blocked. I am also being attacked now." Luo Feng was like a beast god, fast and furious, and his right claw attacked with occasional roars behind him. 4 great beings were in hot pursuit, but they were only hindering him from a distance, and they did not attack at full force, so why should Luo Feng be bothered? Right there, Dear Bug Master suddenly charged forward. A loud bang sounded. One of the horns on his head rammed into one side of the walls of that revolving corridor. Rumbling sounded. The patterns on the corridor walls suddenly caved in, and soon after, there was a loud crash. A gigantic gate suddenly fell from the top with a loud rumble. The gate fell. The 4 figures charged out in succession as they saw that gigantic gate, and all of them flared up instantly. Loathsome. I have already told you that Dear Bug is the most dangerous one. Jittery Sea Master, you are an idiot. Why did you get distracted and attack Milky Way instead? That Milky Way knows nothing at all. The crucial secrets would Dear Bug tell him. Blocking Dear Bug, even if we let Milky Way wander about in there, he will not be able to find anything in there. Trash from the Divine Eye clan. You only dare to say all these after everything has happened previously. When I was attacking Luo Feng, why didn't you say anything? All right, let's hurry and find another passageway. This is the boat of Mausoleum. There are many passageways within the boat that lead to other places. We don't have this one passageway alone. Let's hurry up. If we delay further, we never know what kind of method Dear Bug will use to shut the passageways. The female member of Divine Eye clan, Sorcerer Sprite Master, grudgingly swung her feet hard at the gate. Hung. The gate did not move, but Sorcerer Sprite Master was forced to retreat 3 steps. Let's go. Sorcerer Sprite Master turned to leave, bringing Shadow Dust Master with her, and speedily left to search for another passageway. Dear Bug Master and Luo Feng flew, one after the other. Dear Bug Master is indeed very impressive, Luo Feng said. You have my respect. I have studied 2 boats of Mausoleum so far, so why should you find it strange that I know more about it? Dear Bug Master laughed and took a look at Luo Feng. At that moment, he had transformed back into his original appearance, a balding man in a forthright manner. He said, "Milky Way. Previously, when I roped you in, it was firstly to ensure that I have one less enemy. Besides, you are the only one who is willing to be roped in to be at my side. Secondly, it is to ensure that the other side has one more opponent. But now you are kind of useless to me." Luo Feng was taken aback. In fact, when the gate in that tunnel was lowered earlier on, he had started To practice due vigilance since there were no enemies from the outside, the possibility of dear Bug Master turning on him was high and his opponent's power obviously surpassed his. Rest assured, I have roamed Universe Ocean so freely for a long, long time. And I am definitely not like those lunatics from the first reincarnation era. Dear Bug Master said in a carefree manner, the boat of Mausoleum is very valuable, even though it is still lacking compared to a palace supreme true treasure. It is superior to any other pinnacle palace true treasure, and with it, you can enter the tomb. It is very valuable, even more valuable than a strange object, or extremely close to that of a supreme true treasure. They can go crazy, but I am not about to lose my sanity, because my life is so long. The most exciting part of it will be to go on adventures, and the most important process of an adventure, to obtain treasures. It is good enough. If you have failed despite putting in your best, failure means nothing at all. Dear Bug Master was very relaxed. At the same time, he transformed into light and advanced down the meandering passage ahead of them. Luo Feng ignored him. Did failure really mean nothing? Was he not bothered at all? If his race could live on for eternity, it meant that he would live on for eternity. If that was possible, then he, too, could afford to be so free and nonchalant. I have made a good guess, said Dear Bug Master. It is the core room right ahead. The core control should be in there. Dear Bug Master took one look at Luo Feng, then said via voice transmission, let's see who is capable enough, you or me, to be able to obtain that core control, to receive the entire inheritance or die. All right. Luo Feng said no more. He transformed into a beam of light as he continued flying at high speed. Then, after taking a bend, he stopped before a huge, exquisite door. The colors on the door were an intertwining mix of gold and cyan, its entirety annotated royalty. Thus, countless living souls would have considered it to be in a superior position, far removed from the masses. They were full of apprehension and did not dare enter. Luo Feng and Dear Bug Master's willpower were extremely determined, as they pushed the door open almost at the same time. Hong Long. The big door opened. Control room. Upon pushing open the door, they set foot inside a towering and spacious hall. That was very beautiful. Within the hall, there were various decorative items on display. There were also some ornaments hung on the walls. Hung. The moment Luo Feng entered, he did not hesitate to release a large amount of godly power from his body. He charged about crazily in a random and haphazard manner and scoured all corners of the vast hall with his eyes flashing traces of insanity. It was as though he was thinking, I, Luo Feng, may not recognize which is the core control, but it is safe within the boat of Mausoleum, and there are no traces of destruction from the external environment, so I could try to brand the treasures I found with my life imprints and get everything instantly verified once. I don't even need to know which the core control is, because I will try to get all of the items here to recognize their master. Luo Feng looked towards Dear Bug Master, who was a short distance away. The moment Dear Bug Master entered the hall, he went around looking for the core control. When he saw how Luo Feng suddenly scattered his godly power without inhibitions, he could not help exclaiming, Milky Way Horde Leader, what are you doing scattering your godly power in such an unrestrained manner? What do you think I am doing? Luo Feng laughed and asked, I am not as experienced as you, Dear Bug Master, so I can only use such a silly method. This is boat of Mausoleum we are talking about. Do you think branding it with Life imprints is the way to get it to recognize its master. You think it is so. Simple dear bug master teased and laughed. Haha, I did not tell you before. To get it to recognize its master, its core control is the real method. Luo Feng's face changed slightly. Yes, that's it. The way of getting supreme true treasures to recognize their masters was complicated, which meant that getting the core control of Boat of Mausoleum to recognize its master would also be quite complicated. Do you know why I rallied you, dear bug master, teased other than the two reasons I mentioned previously? The third one would be those guys from the first reincarnation era have seen more and were more experienced. Maybe among them, there will be someone who knows the way to get the core control to recognize its master. They are my greatest enemies. Come on, if you have the capability to find the way to get the core control to recognize its master, I will not interfere at all. While he spoke, dear bug master was, on the other hand, probing around as quickly as he could. Indeed, you have a hidden hand, Luo Feng whispered to himself. Everything was as he had expected, since it is so difficult to find. Then Luo Feng made a swift decision. The majority of his attention was placed on dear bug master, carefully observing his various reactions like his expressions to help Luo Feng decide on his target. Dear bug master's expression was one of jest as he searched around for that core control in a leisure manner. Very soon, everything within that control room of the vast hall was searched. This caused dear bug master's expression to change slightly again. He searched through every object in that entire hall more meticulously this time, and his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He said. How can there be nothing at all? The core control, how can it not be in the control room? No way. Dear bug master glowered with rage. It seemed as though the various plans that he had made had all fallen through, and he found it unbearable. After all, the worth of the Boat of Mausoleum was close to that of a supreme true treasure. Solely the fact that it was indestructible had made it second only to a palace supreme true treasure, plus, it could enter the tomb. Even dear bug master only had one treasure that was more superior than the Boat of Mausoleum. After countless years, his dear bug godly armor, seeing how close he was to seizing the Boat of Mausoleum, only to see it slip through his fingers. How can he take it lying down? Dear bug master, I'm afraid you may have miscalculated. Luo Feng laughed, then said gently, this core control may not be in the control room. What do you know? Dear bug master grunted coldly. The control room is where the master of the Boat of Mausoleum resides. That great ancient civilization was strict with respect to its hierarchical system, with the control room being where its master resided. The master was of incomparable nobility, and no other great beings would dare intrude from the door you saw earlier to the core control. Both have always been placed here at the control room. This is the usual practice. Usual practice. How many boats of Mausoleum have you encountered so far? Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look behind him at the doorway that was a distance away from him. Dear bug master also turned around to look. Hong 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 hong. For streaks of light charged through the door almost simultaneously. Humph! Dear bug master's expression changed. Ha ha ha, dear bug master, are you trying to stop us? Jittery Sea Master of Skeleton Clan laughed, and his laughter was filled with mockery. But this is a gigantic vessel. After all, there are many ways to get about, and also, more than one route leading to the control room. And by the looks of it, dear Bug Master has yet to obtain the core control. Sorcerer Sprite Master said. Hurry up and look for it, Shadow Dust Master said. Lugio Master did not make a single utterance. He moved quickly and started to search for the core control. Humph, Sorcerer Sprite Master grunted, and with a sudden wave of his arm, an immeasurable amount of golden blood splashed out in midair and divided into countless golden drops before falling over every single item in the hall. Divine Eye Clan, indeed worthy of the Divine Eye Clan, to be aware of such a verification method, dear Bug Master snorted. You think only you who are from the Holy Land universe would understand. Sorcerer Sprite Master laughed coldly, then, with a change of expression, he asked, how come there isn't anything here? Divine Eye Clan was known to be the top power of the third reincarnation era. When compared to the two Holy Land universes, they were an extremely close match on the level of universe masters. The Divine Eye Clan was weaker, but on the level of universe supreme masters, the Divine Eye Clan was, on the contrary, more powerful than the two Holy Land universes for close to 3 reincarnation eras. The amount of information that Divine Eye Clan has gathered was quite plentiful, therefore, the clan was very well informed. This scattering of blood droplets was a way of verifying the core control. Once verified, the next step would be to get the core control to recognize its master, which was more complicated. Not here, there is no core control. Shadow Dust Master looked shocked. How is that possible? Could it be that dear Bug Master has already seized it? Jittery Sea Master of Skeleton Clan said with eyes that were burning with wild flames. If I had it, would I still be standing here like a fool? Dear Bug Master jeered. Strange. How can there be no core control? There were 6 great beings scattered around in that spacious hall, and at that moment, all were in a state of utter confusion. Hong. An intangible force suddenly befell them. Dear Bug Master, Luo Feng, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, Jittery Sea Master, and Lugio Master all turned to look forward at the hall above. The one containing the control room. There was an ancient throne, and at that moment, the intangible force was gathered on that throne to gradually give rise to a vague figure. Finally, the figure came into clear view. The figure looked no different from any ordinary human form man: 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth, 2 arms, 2 legs, black eyes, and yellow skin. Its hair was completely cyan, just like a human. He resembles an ordinary clansman from Purple Moon Holy Land, too. Not a trace of oppression. Luo Feng and company all looked at that vague figure in shock. The cyan-haired human man seated high up on the throne was wearing simple armor that had streaks of floral patterns. At first glance, the armor was like an endless rolling river with surging waves. He looked down with eyes staring coldly. Then he introduced himself. My name is Duandong River Wu. This sent shudders coursing through Luo Feng and the other 5 great beings. Shadow Dust Master looked very solemn. Wu Wu is an extremely respectable title in that ancient civilization. If a name carries a Wu character after it, that person must be someone extraordinary. Dear Bug Master jested as he threw a look at Shadow Dust Master. You do know some stuff, but with that little bit of knowledge, I think it is better you keep your peace. If great beings from that ancient civilization come to know of it, I think you will become the joke of the town. Hump. Shadow Dust Master gave dear Bug Master a cold look. The cyan-haired human man high on his throne did not seem to be aware of the Situation below, as he continued to say with indifference, descendants from endless reincarnation eras later, when you all finally meet me, I would have been annihilated for an unknown number of reincarnation eras previously, when I embarked on this final adventure with my general. I already knew that chances of survival were slim. Indeed, this path was the most difficult one even for the greatest ship, or the bravest and strongest great beings, whatever or whoever is treading upon. It would be bound to fail now that I know I am expected to fail. I do not wish to put an end to my inheritance. I, Duandong River Wu, am the 192nd Master of Duandong River and the sole heir. Generations of ancestors, dying one after another in battles. When it was my turn, the inheritances had accumulated for so long that I lost count. If I die, the inheritance will be cut off with me. I have let the generations of ancestors down. I have remodeled this boat of mausoleum. It is different from the others. Within it there are more dangerous lands, and lands of inheritances. I can die, he continued, but generations of inheritances of Duandong River cannot die off. If you all are feeling afraid now, you may leave. Otherwise, the moment you set foot upon this path, the dangers in your way will only intensify, especially toward the end when you come into contact with the one true inheritance from my Duandong River. Only the one receiving the inheritance may survive, or if none of you were able to receive the inheritance, then all of you shall be annihilated. The earlier you leave, the safer you are. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with just a mere bit of inheritance, non-descendants from the generations of Duandong River who try to covet after our line of inheritance must die quick. Make your choice, descendants. The voice dispersed, and the figure on the throne vanished. At one point in time, there was an oppressive energy over the entire hall. All 6 pairs of eyes contained craziness or excitement or worry. There was a wide array of emotions. Inheritance, the true inheritance. Why were the 7 true masters of Divine Eye clan so powerful? Because the Divine Eye clan once found a complete series of inheritance among monuments, allowing the 7 great true masters to be able to unleash an unbelievably strong power the moment they joined forces. That was why, among the universe ocean, the most precious inheritance would be a complete series where cultivation could start from a low to a high level. But this inheritance, it was an inheritance from a pulse on Duandong River. From the sound of it, this pulse on the Duandong River was probably one that ran rampant, one from the great ancient civilization that was extremely strong and dominating. Every pulse only had one heir with a name that contained the Wu character. To remodel an entire boat of mausoleum, given his speaking tone and manner, and even to have followed his general out on a venture, this so-called general must have been a general from the universe boat. His status had to be extremely high. Obviously, this inheritance from the pulse on the Duandong River was very precious. Even if this Duandong River wanted to die alone, the inheritance must be left behind, an endless and long-standing ancient inheritance. Earlier generations were probably much stronger than the current generation of Duandong River, which meant that this inheritance should not be judged based on the capability of Duandong River Wu. There was probably something more profound about it. The current generation of Duandong River had yet to reach that level of cultivation. Regardless, the conclusion boiled down to one point: the inheritance of that pulse on Duandong River was a most precious inheritance. However, the moment one was to tread upon this path, the result might be frightening once one touched an inch of that inheritance. Duandong River Wu's voice seemed to vaguely resonate within the main hall of the control room, which made the silence within the hall even more apparent. Dear Bug Master, Lugio Master, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, Jittery Sea Master, and Luo Feng were all going crazy, and their eyes were filled with agony as they struggled on. Dear Bug Master was in a dilemma amidst his struggles, to go or not to go. I am from the Holy Land universe, an eternal being, eternally free from annihilation. If I go, I will be at risk of being annihilated, but if I choose not to go, I will forego this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How powerful is that ancient civilization? Shadow Dust Master squinted his eyes, and the single-eyed shadow behind him was flashing and flickering. Apparently, the ripples of uncertainty he was feeling were extremely strong. To be able to create the universe boat such a large quantity of items like the black striped stone pillars were only one out of the many items within the universe boat. This inheritance that Duandong River Wu is referring to, even when placed within the context of that ancient civilization, must be one of a kind. What a valuable inheritance this must be, but for such an inheritance, the difficulty of obtaining it would be as expected. A chance, the one and only chance, one and only chance. Jittery Sea Master's eyes were filled with insanity. Bestow upon me the chance. This time Lugio Master's perfect face registered traces of hesitation. All who were present were in turmoil. The same was true for Luo Feng, whose entire body seemed to be going out of control as his godly power raged and surged, producing waves in his surroundings. He had thought the fight to be for the boat of Mausoleum. Who would have expected that the boat of Mausoleum was only a supplementary item? The more prominent part of it was that it contained the extremely powerful inheritance of the ancient civilization. The inheritance was certainly an object of great desire, yet going after it also entailed the risk of annihilation. Luo Feng was aware that he might have another body, but given the means of this ancient civilization, who dared to make a remark like, those who covet after our line of inheritance must die, its punishment surely would not deal solely with one body. Luo Feng was silently considering his options. Should I go or not? I, Luo Feng, have gone through merely a dozen or more eras of cultivation. Even without this opportunity, I believe, with my power, I will be able to become a universe master easily. I can still become a universe master later. There is still hope, but the moment I accept this inheritance, I will be volunteering for a perilous adventure. Should I take the risk or not? Luo Feng was caught in a dilemma. I only have the confidence that I can become a universe master, but I am clueless about how I can become a universe master even if I do become one in the future. So what? At most, I can live for as long as 3 reincarnation eras. Luo Feng quietly mumbled, if I want true immortality, then I must achieve a successful breakthrough of a reincarnation era. What a pity. Throughout Universe Ocean, for countless eras, who has actually succeeded? Only the 2 Holy Land universes. Luo Feng recalled the individual space within the chamber of the Black Token, where he saw that smooth and shiny stone wall filled with information left behind by generations of masters of that space. First Master, Second Master, Third Master. Starting from 9 Mortal Master, to 5 Chaos Master, then to Luo Feng. There was a total of 20,295 Space Masters. As for the actual number of Space Masters before 9 Mortal Master, no one knew. Based on the current total, it was clear that an overwhelming number of reincarnation eras had passed. Endless reincarnation eras, and how many gifted talents were there merely? 2 Holy Land universes. There will be universe supreme masters from every reincarnation era, a few dozen of them, for thousands of reincarnation eras or more. There must be so many universe supreme masters who have emerged who could achieve eternity. Luo Feng raised his head to look up at the throne in that hall. His gaze was ablaze. This is the chance of a lifetime. That highly arrogant ancient civilization must have an extremely powerful inheritance. By my judgment, Duan Dong River Wu must be ranked at the top within the universe boat, so within that ancient civilization, this chance must also be very valuable. With this inheritance, I will be able to see a path that is much further ahead, a path that is higher than that of universe supreme masters. With the guidance of that inheritance, I will be able to achieve greater things and tread on higher paths. In that great hall, every one of them struggled with their own trains of thought. Suddenly, a foreign aura made an abrupt appearance. Golden Square Master, since you have chosen to come out, I will let you out. Sorcerer Sprite Master said coldly, but what choice you make is your own business. A man in golden armor from the Divine Eye clan appeared beside Sorcerer Sprite. Master, this was Golden Square Master, who had been hiding within the palace. True treasure. All this time, although he had not come out, he had been able to see and hear everything that had happened in the outside world very clearly. Naturally, he too would not be able to resist the temptation. Hong. Another figure appeared beside him. It was a strange, lofty figure, covered in dark red, which seemed to be fully composed of blood-red bones. A great being from the Skeleton Clan. Red Lark, this is a choice that concerns life and death, but I will not stop or influence you, Jittery Sea Master said. Red Lark Master nodded. All of you appear to have your own helper, Lugio Master said with a gentle wave. Then beside her, a burly giant with 8 arms and a body that seemed to be made entirely of stones appeared. In a low and rumbling voice, he said, Lu Gio, if you say you are going, I will go. If you are not going, then I shall not go. Rock Giant Master, so, it is true that wherever Lugio Master is, we will find you. Rock Giant there, too. Sorcerer Sprite Master snorted. Dear Bug, do you have a helper? Milky Way, do you have a helper? The Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton Clan, and the First Ancestral God School all had helpers of their own. It was just that the number of helpers was usually limited to 1. In fact, it was common practice that, within the deep region of the internal domain, unless one was extremely confident, like Dear Bug Master, the great beings would normally choose to act in pairs, like Red Hawk Master and Jittery Sea Master acting together, Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master taking action together, and Lugio Master and Rock Giant Master taking action together. And for Golden Square Master, he simply just happened to be around when this fight was happening. Since I started roaming Universe Ocean, I have always acted alone, Dear Bug Master said right away. Luo Feng shook his head. I'm without a helper, too. Haha. 3 from the Divine Eye clan, 2 from the Skeleton Clan, 2 from the First Ancestral God School, Milky Way, and me all together, 9 of us. Dear Bug Master laughed out loud. I'm afraid this is not going to be an easy choice, but it is an opportunity that comes by once in a lifetime. Even within my Purple Moon Holy Land, I have never heard of such a mysterious kind of inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but I suppose those are Left inside by normal great beings, and obviously not on the same scale as Duan Dong River Wu's inheritance, and when those normal great beings are annihilated, the little dangers that they leave behind are not major enough to threaten me. But this Duan Dong River Wu, he dares to utter such words. I think even if he has been annihilated, the methods that he leaves behind will be powerful enough to deal with Universe Supreme Masters. Dear Bug Master's eyes swept through the crowd, then said, "Everyone, please be thorough when you consider your options." Just as everyone was going through an internal struggle, on the throne where all energy seemed to converge, the cyan-haired figure took form again. That was Duan Dong River. "Have you all made up your minds after careful considerations?" Duan Dong River stood up and slowly walked down while keeping his eyes on the 9 figures below. Luo Feng, dear Bug Master, and the group of great beings were aware that this was merely a figure left behind by Duan Dong River and was controlled by something like an intelligence. The actual Duan Dong River had already been annihilated. Rise! Duan Dong River pointed to the ground and gave his orders gently. Hong Long. The hall was lifted and started to rise in an instant. A large, circular stone tile immediately rose up to reveal a deep hole. One glance into the deep hole, and, vaguely, one could see a sea of dark red with occasional, contorted red airwaves. "If you are willing to receive that inheritance, you may go down," Duan Dong River said. "I shall choose the heir to my pulse of Duan Dong River according to our own methods. What lays in store for you all would be various tests that you have to pass, and you shall gradually get in contact with the inheritance. The moment you start getting in contact with the inheritance, your path will be fraught with life and death dangers. If you succeed in accepting all the inheritance, you survive. If you are unable to receive the full inheritance, but merely receive traces of it, then you must die. If you are having cold feet now, you can leave right away. The gate will not shut after it has opened. You can even invite your fellow clanspeople and friends to try their luck. The more potential intruders, the better. This way there is a higher possibility of finding the next Duan Dong River." Duan Dong River's gaze swept across the 9 concerned figures. "Choose." After finishing his instructions, his form seemed to become nothing but dust. Then, with a slight tremor, he disintegrated to nothingness. The circular stone tiles floated up, revealing an endless, dark red passageway to go in or not. "Doomsday is near, yet I am given such an opportunity," Red Hawk Master said in a low voice. "Based on the methods of that ancient civilization, I may be from the first reincarnation era, but it is also possible for me to become a Universe Supreme and break through a reincarnation era. Even the ancient civilization is unable to break through the restrictions. Once I get hold of that inheritance, it will guide the universe masters of my skeleton clan. When one of them is successful, we will all witness the birth of a third holy land. Universe. Haha. Hua. A stream of dark red light flashed and disappeared upon creating a winding line in the air. Then it flew right into the deep, dark passageway and disappeared. This is the only change before the impending doomsday. How can I miss it? Lu Jiao Master smiled, transformed into a stream of light, and made her way in. Lu Jiao said a low and thick voice. "If you are going, then I will go too." Rock Giant Master followed without hesitation. He, too, transformed into light and flew in. Shadow Dust. Sorcerer Sprite. Husband and wife looked into one another's eyes and smiled. "Let's go. Let's go." Then they, too, went in together. Haha, Golden Square Master let out a hearty laugh. I would have to die. Anyway, this is just a moment earlier with that, he too went in. In a moment, all the great beings from the first reincarnation era had entered. Only dear Bug Master and Luo Feng remained on the outside. Are you going or not? Dear Bug Master looked toward Luo Feng. What about you? Luo Feng threw the question back. Dear Bug Master's gaze was airy as he commented, eternity, so what? The passions of my life lie in all those risky adventures. My clan will not be affected at all if I am gone. The Holy Land universe itself is an eternal existence throughout this endless era. This is an inheritance that is hard to come by. If I miss it, I will regret it. This risk may be the biggest one I take in my entire lifetime. Even if I were to embark on it and die in the process, I will still find it a worthy death. Haha, I will make a move first. Dear Bug Master transformed into light and flew right in. In the entire Great Hall, only Luo Feng remained. If I were to be annihilated, being a universe knight, I still have a chance of resurrection. The price of resurrecting me may be big, but I can afford to shoulder it. Luo Feng looked toward the dark red abyss. Initially, I wanted to get my golden horned beast body to take Star Tower and leave this place. But the moment I am annihilated, Star Tower will become an item without a master and will drift about the universe boat, where it might end up in some dangerous lands or even be snatched away by other groups of powers. If that is the case, I shall take Star Tower with me and try my luck in breaking through with Star Tower. I have more confidence in dealing with the various dangers. I shall put in my everything and take a gamble. If I succeed, my human race can live on for eternity. So, Luo Feng transformed into a streak of light and charged into that dark red abyss without further hesitation. Flying through the crimson waves, one could feel how distorted time and space where there was a feeling of flying through the universe tunnel. Hua! There was a flash of light. Before him was a hall faintly enshrouded by a light, white mist. The material of the hall was the same as that of the passageway of the boat of Mausoleum. And the various materials within the cabins were all suffused with a deep gray. Inside the hall, there was Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, Jittery Sea Master, Lugio Master, and another 4 universe masters. All 8 of them turned over to look. So, Luo Feng flew over right away. Milky Way Horde Leader, you have cultivated for only a dozen eras, which is extremely short, and you dare to come here? Dear Bug Master laughed. We were just discussing whether Milky Way would come or not. Shadow Dust Master said with a very kind look. If I were you, with this being the primal universe and with Doomsday still 2 reincarnation eras away, I would still be able to live for so long with such a short cultivation period. But such great achievement, there is no need for you to come and fight it out with us. Actually, you can still make a full retreat now. Since I have come, I will not back away, Luo Feng said casually. Humph, being here is the same as courting death, Jittery Sea Master said, shooting Luo Feng a hostile look. Since our junior here wants to die, there is no need to bother about him. Red Lark Master also said in a hostile tone. The Skeleton Clan was originally a crazy and cold race. They were only united among their kind. They treated the rest of the world with equal enmity, especially Luo Feng, who has such a high achievement. Even though he had only cultivated for a dozen eras, for him there was an additional trace of jealousy. Actually, out of everyone present, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Red Lark Master, who had chosen to try their luck and take the risk in coveting the inheritance, were the ones who hated Luo Feng the most. They were well aware that the selection of an heir normally placed much emphasis on areas such as improvement, speed, and comprehension level one had cultivated for a dozen eras, and another had cultivated for close to 3 reincarnation eras, yet their achievements were comparable. Who would Duan Dong River choose? It was needless to say now, they could only hope that the methods that Duan Dong River left behind were unable to determine how long a great being had lived, yet they all felt that Duan Dong River was too unfathomable, so they were full of uncertainty when it came to him. More of them prayed that Luo Feng would back out as early as possible. When all 9 of them, including Luo Feng, had gathered in that misty hall and were all engaged in a heated exchange of sarcastic remarks, and intangible energy suddenly started to gather by their side. Eventually, it gave form to a figure. This was the green-haired man, Duan Dong River. All 9 have arrived. Duan Dong River's gaze swept across the 9 great beings, and he nodded. Let's begin with the first round of selection. Selection. Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, and Luo Feng all felt knots within their chests. No one dared to claim that he would be able to pass the selection. Rise. Duan Dong River pointed at the somewhere far on the ground of the hall. Hua. The ground suddenly split in half, then a strange machine gradually emerged. From beneath, it was entirely dark red in color. On its surface were many secret engravings of various laws. The secret engravings were so mystical that they made every great being present go dizzy due to a lack of understanding. Ka. A crack suddenly appeared on the Magicube instrument to reveal a door. Go in one at a time, Duan Dong River said right away. Selection will be done one at a time. Only one can enter each time. Let's begin. The 9 great beings looked at one another. Who should go first? The strange and unpredictable Magicube instrument looked quite dangerous at that moment. Not a single great being present was willing to be the first to enter. Duan Dong River pointed at Dear Bug Master. You, go in. The other universe masters from the first reincarnation era relaxed instantly, and even started jesting. This is merely the start of the selection process. Dear Bug Master will succeed for sure. Yes, how can this be of any difficulty to Dear Bug Master? Dear Bug Master merely smiled. Without a word, he walked toward that Magicube instrument and stepped into it. Soon, a cracking sound was heard. The doors of the Magicube instrument shut. The secret engravings on the surface of the Magicube instrument lit up. Hong hong hong. Bouts of strong energy waves were churning inside the Magicube instrument, and the entire Magicube instrument went from an initial dark red to a dazzling incandescent white. What is going on in there? Luo Feng grew tense. Selection. What was being selected? Everything was unknown. From inside, Dear Bug Master did not make a single sound, or perhaps he was shouting and roaring in pain, but no sounds were transmitted out. In short, because nothing could enter the Magicube instrument, the rest outside could not help feeling anxious. A moment later, Ka. The door opened. A figure walked out from the Magicube instrument. It was Dear Bug Master. Doubt was written all over his face, which the other 8 universe masters did not understand. It seemed like something had happened to Dear Bug Master. When he'd gone in, that would explain his expression. First round of selection, qualified. Duan Dong Master took one look at Dear Bug Master instantly. Dear Bug Master's face showed his delight. Dear Bug Master, what is inside the instrument? Lucio Master asked. Congratulations, dear Bug Master, I'm not sure what's in there, Sorcerer. Sprite also asked. There were the only two females present, and at that moment, both had spoken up. Go in and find out for yourselves, dear Bug Master finished curtly and stood by the side anyway. He had made it through this ridiculous selection process, so naturally he would be able to relax and wait by the side. Duandong River's gaze swept through the remaining 8 next. I'll go next. Jittery Sea Master's eyes flashed a murderous glint as he took one big step forward. Seeing that a great being had volunteered himself, Duandong River simply stood there without a word and watched in silence. Jittery Sea Master walked to the door of the magic cube instrument, hesitated for a split moment, then with one step forward, he went in. Ka. The door shut soon after. The secret engravings on the surface of the magic cube instrument lit up again. Luo Feng and company waited in silence. What was going on inside the instrument? After a short moment, the door opened, and Jittery Sea Master walked out. Similarly, he, too, wore an expression full of doubt. Duandong River looked toward Jittery Sea Master, and with a tinge of harshness in his eyes, he said coldly, "You, disqualified." This caused the other great beings to feel a sudden tremble in their hearts. Disqualified. Disqualified. I'm disqualified. Why am I disqualified? Jittery Sea Master grew so anxious that he could not hold back himself as he blurted out. I have lived through almost 3 reincarnation eras, even though that dear Bug Master has lived much longer than me. The only advantage he had over me was that he owned a supreme true treasure. That's why he's a little stronger than me. Why am I disqualified? This was the one chance that the Skeleton Clan had. Jittery Sea Master was reluctant to give it up. Shut your mouth, Duandong River shouted next. Duandong River looked at the other 7, the only one willing to volunteer. Jittery Sea Master had unexpectedly been disqualified. This made the remaining 7 feel so cautious that they did not dare volunteer themselves. You. Duandong River pointed at Lucio Master. Lucio Master, qualified. Rock Giant Master, disqualified. Shadow Dust Master, qualified. Sorcerer Sprite Master, qualified. Golden Square Master, qualified. Jittery Sea Master, disqualified. Red Lark Master, disqualified. Duandong River finally pointed towards Luo Feng Yu. Was the order intentional or unintentional? No one really knew, because after Jittery Sea Master's failed attempt upon volunteering his turn, the rest of the great beings' turns were all decided by Duandong River, who pointed out who was next in line. Luo Feng held his breath and walked toward that magic cube instrument. Then he walked past the door and entered. Inside the instrument was an individual void space. Luo Feng was suspended within the void space as he observed his surroundings. There was no exit at all. Hong hong hong. Streaks of distorted secret engravings started appearing within the void. Space-dazzling white secret engravings were distributed all over the void space as bouts of strange and unpredictable energy appeared instantaneously. This energy tried to penetrate Luo Feng even though he had Star Tower to guard his soul and crazy demon extermination godly armor to protect his body. They were not useful. This strange and unpredictable energy penetrated his godly body, and at that moment, Luo Feng felt as though all his secrets were revealed. The invisible, strange power continued to penetrate within his body. It penetrated every inch of godly power, and eventually merged with Luo Feng to become a complete whole. A short moment later, the distorted secret engravings in the void space started to dissipate, and the strange energy completely disappeared. Ka. A door appeared before him in that void space. Luo Feng took a step and passed the doorway to enter the hall outside. What happened inside the magic cube instrument earlier still left Luo Feng filled with doubts. There were slight changes in the expressions of Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and a few others who had passed the first round of selection earlier, as this was the first time Duandong River Wu had smiled since the very beginning. Huh. Smile. Not right. Something is not right. Given how the various great beings judged, this Duandong River must be of a very cold character. This shadow that he left behind must have been compatible with his character. You Duandong River pointed toward Jittery Sea Master, Red Lark Master, and Rock Giant Master. The three of you, quickly take your leave. If you do not leave now, you may be annihilated on your way. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master looked at one another with great reluctance. All of the skeleton clan had been eliminated. Rock Giant Master was a rock-type special life form. He also looked at Lujiao Master and whispered, Lujiao, Rock Giant will no longer be able to protect. You do take great care. Lord Duandong River, would you be able to tell us why both of us did not pass? Jittery Sea Master could not hold back his question. Not from my clan, and yet you wish to inherit something from a pulse on my Duandong River. Dream on, get lost. Duandong River said with hostility. Your clan. Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, and the others were greatly shocked. Strictly speaking, the 6 great beings who had passed the selection were not from the same clan, or even not fully beings of the flesh and the blood type. For instance, Lujiao Master was a plant life form, yet she had still passed the selection. Clan. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master trembled. This was the reason there was big trouble. Then if both of them failed for this reason, then even if other great beings from Skeleton Clan were to come, they would fail just the same. Still not leaving. Duandong River's eyes were brimming with coldness. Let's go. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master gritted their teeth, transformed into light streams, and dashed out. Giant Rock Master, after bidding farewell to Lu Jiao Master, with a most unwilling heart, also dashed out and flew into the crimson-red streaks of light. Coursing along the crimson-red streaks of light, with the passing of time and space, the three quickly arrived at the control room in the hall they were at previously. Humph. Jittery Sea Master lowered his head and looked at the deep crimson passageway with gritted teeth. He said, if that is the reason, doesn't it mean that no one from Skeleton Clan will be able to succeed? If that is the case, our Skeleton Clan will not be able to succeed at all. Red Lark Master said with a voice dripping with hatred, let's just spread the news. Let the various groups of powers know. Let a large number of great beings make their way here. What we of the Skeleton Clan cannot achieve, we shall not let the Divine Eye Clan achieve easily. After all, out of the 6 who qualified, 3 were from the Divine Eye Clan. How could the Skeleton Clan look on while the Divine Eye Clan was on their way to achieving something they could not? Within the misty hall, Duandong River looked at the remaining 6 and said, if you are not from my clan, naturally, you do not qualify for the inheritance. However, This is merely the simplest round of selection also, it is the only safe round. What comes next will involve life and death dangers. If you are afraid, you can still choose to retreat now. All 6 of them, dear Bug Master, the 3 Universe Masters from Divine Eye Clan, Lu Jiu Master and Luo Feng remained silent, but no one retreated. You've got to be kidding. Perhaps many things would go through their minds when they just started to make choices, but once they had made their decisions, why should they flinch? From the moment they took their first steps on the path of a great being, death and crises were never far away. Perhaps they might die with much unwillingness, but not a single one would fear death. For the powerful inheritance of this ancient civilization, they would all rather give their best shot to fight for it. Good Duandong River nodded. Follow me. Duandong River turned and walked toward another side door of that foggy hall. Hua. The side door automatically opened. Duandong River walked in, although dear Bug Master, Luo Feng, Shadow Dust Master, and the other 3 great beings all had doubts about where they were heading. They still followed his lead. Following behind Duandong River, the group walked along a wide path for a short moment before they were completely blocked by a floodgate. Duandong River continued walking until he was standing right before the floodgate. Then he stopped. Wait a little while the floodgates will open, and you all will continue along this corridor. Duandong River's gaze scanned Luo Feng and company. So long as the 6 of you are able to walk all the way down this corridor in a straight line and make it to the next hall alive, you will be considered to have passed the most basic level of the selection process and can start to get connected to the inheritance. All 6 of them, including Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, and Shadow Dust Master, made a shudder as their eyes lit up. So long as they could walk all the way down this corridor and make it to the next hall alive, they would be considered to have passed the selection process and start getting connected to the inheritance. They were all very excited, but all 6 were also aware that Duandong River's inheritance was very powerful, so the selection process would not be simple. Meaning to say, this corridor would truly be a death corridor, and amongst them, there would likely be someone who would be annihilated. Everyone had to give their utmost best. 6 of you. As you make your way down this corridor, you can use your weapons, and you can use every technique and method you know, Duandong River instructed. Slowly, all you have to do is to make it to the next hall alive. Duandong River turned to look at the floodgate and pointed to it. Raise it. Hua. The heavy, large floodgate rose slowly, revealing a wide, deep passageway that seemed to have no end. This made Dear Bug Master, Luo Feng, Lu Jiu Master, and the other 3 all frown. What dangers awaited them within this death corridor? What methods had Duandong River, from a great ancient civilization, deployed for his selection process? Once they failed the selection process, they would have to face the danger of death. The easiest stage of the selection process was the one before them now. All they had to do was to stand on a magic cube instrument for a short while. If they did not pass, they could leave right away. You 5 of you, go in. Duandong River pointed at 5 great beings. Us. Me. All 5 of us go in together. There was an uproar. All 5 of them, Dear Bug Master, Lu Jiu Master, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Golden Square Master, registered shocked expressions. Duandong River had pointed at the 5 of them and asked them to go in together. Shadow Dust Master pointed at Luo Feng and could not help asking, what about him? What about Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng? Dear Bug Master and the other four started to get a little unsettled. They could not doubt or change Duandong River's decision, but during the screening by the Magicube instrument earlier on, they had noticed Duandong River revealing a trace of a smile when it was Luo Feng's turn at that time. They had found it suspicious. Furthermore, among them, Luo Feng's cultivation period was the shortest, at only a dozen eras. Was that not substantially short? The five of you will go in together, and he will go in alone, Duandong River said coldly. Why are you unwilling to then leave now? You are still able to leave this place alive. If you do not leave, the five of you must quickly make your way in. If you don't enter, you may be disqualified. Dear Bug Master, Lugio Master, and the three great universe masters of Divine Eye Clan looked at one another, then took one glance at Luo Feng. Let's go. Let's go. 5 figures entered the corridor at the same time. Hua. The heavy and wide floodgate lowered with a loud crash. The corridor was sealed once again. By the entrance of the floodgate, only Duandong River and Luo Feng remained. Duandong River looked at Luo Feng. Once you enter, there will be no chance for retreat. Luo Feng nodded, but many thoughts were rising in his mind. The other 5 went in together, but he was to enter alone. Why was he so special? Could it be Duandong River really looked at him in a different light, or was there a special form of danger awaiting him? Was this a blessing, or a curse? Within the corridor, Dear Bug Master, Lugio Master, and the 3 great Universe Masters of Divine Eye Clan looked behind them at the floodgate that was once again lowered. Their expressions were slightly different than before. The situation does not look promising, Shadow Dust Master said in a shrill voice. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint. If an heir was to be chosen, then considering someone like Luo Feng, who has cultivated for only a dozen eras to attain such high achievements, to those like us, who have cultivated for close to 3 reincarnation eras to attain such high achievements, only a fool would not choose Luo Feng. I suspect that the weird Magicube instrument test was not only testing our blood lineages and life characteristics, it was most possibly detecting our lifespans, too. The 5 of them were shocked. That was right, no one knew what that weird instrument actually screened them for. It must have detected some unique characteristics, Shadow Dust Master laughed coldly. If not, why would Duandong River let out such a rare smile? Apparently, he must be very satisfied with Luo Feng, but why? I think the instrument must have detected that Luo Feng has only lived for a dozen eras and has the shortest period of cultivation. Such an outstanding talent with an extremely short period of cultivation, even to the 3 reincarnation eras. He is unbelievable. Even if we were to compare him within the ancient civilization, I think he would still be phenomenal with such an extraordinary talent appearing to inherit his legacy. Of course he would be greatly pleased. Thus, the differential treatment. Right. True. That is highly possible. One by one, they spoke their minds. Even Dear Bug Master nodded in agreement. They were all of high positions, and were clear that when it came to choosing disciples, there would never be absolute fairness once they set their eyes on a certain disciple. During any selection process, they would always give differential treatment. But what else can we do now that the 5 of us have to go through this corridor together? There is no way we can plant accidents along Luo Feng's Wei Golden Square Master shook his head. I think Duandong River must have thought about that. That's why he separated Luo Feng from us. Even if we had any plans in mind, we will not be able to execute them now. Dear Bug Master shook his head. Let's go, let's not think further. This is the inheritance Duandong River left behind. We can only act according to his wishes. We can find another opportunity to deal with Luo Feng right now. There is simply no chance at all. We can only move forward from here. This death corridor, there is a possibility we might not even be able to make it through. Breaking through the death corridor, everything can be used, dear Bug Master. With your supreme true treasure, you have a much greater chance. Humph, dear Bug Master said no more and flew ahead right away. Lu Jiao Master also transformed into a streak of light and flew ahead. The other three from the Divine Eye clan looked at one another, nodded slightly, and also continued advancing down the corridor. The only advantage to being part of Divine Eye clan was that the three of them were of one heart. With joined hands, they would not be the least bit bothered even if they had to fight against someone like dear Bug Master. At the other side of the floodgate, Luo Feng could also vaguely guess that Duandong River's method would have caused the other 5 Universe Masters to start targeting him as their enemy and treating him with hostility. They would see him as the greatest threat when it came to the inheritance. Hong. A strong wave was faintly transmitted from the other end of the floodgate, and Luo Feng could not resist turning over to take a look. He could only see that heavy floodgate. Next up, bouts of energy waves were transmitted over in a continuous stream. Apparently, some dangerous life and death situation was happening deep within this death corridor. Lord Duandong River, why would I be separated from the other 5? Luo Feng suddenly asked. Duandong River stood with his eyes closed. His entire being seemed to become an iceberg emitting cold air. Hearing Luo Feng's question, he opened his eyes and replied, "You only need to follow my instructions. Do not question why I decided on such a selection process. If you are displeased, you may leave. If you choose to leave now, you can still have the chance to live." With that, he closed his eyes again. Luo Feng could only put up with everything that he was asked to do. The Skeleton Clan was a pinnacle clan from the first reincarnation era. Within the vast universe ocean, there was a total of 4 miniature universes. Within the first miniature universe, 4 towering figures were scattered in 4 different directions in midair. They looked at one another. These were the 4 Devil Masters from the Skeleton Clan. Red Lark Master stood in midair deferentially as he reported what he knew to the 4 towering figures. This was our personal encounter, Jittery Seas, and mine. That was indeed a terrifying inheritance, an inheritance of a super great being named Duandong River Wu, who was from the ancient civilization. This Duandong River Wu, based on my speculation, must be a great existence that was only second to a so-called general from endless reincarnation eras ago. Even before the completion of Universe Boat, his inheritance was definitely something major, and from the descriptions of it, throughout the entire ancient civilization, every generation will only have one heir for this Duandong River inheritance. Jittery Sea said, a towering figure. Is that true? Jittery Sea Master, who was standing to the side, also replied deferentially, "Yes, that is the truth. The 2 of us were eliminated right from the very first stage of selection. The reason was simply because we do not belong to the same clan, so we do not qualify for the inheritance. Red Lark, whatever the 2 of you experienced, simulate a part of the memory You have into a projection for us. The 4 devil masters of Skeleton Clan were extremely solemn. This matter seemed very serious. Even when heard in summary, it was clearly a great deviation from the norm. Yes, Red Lark Master replied deferentially. A 3-dimensional projection appeared in midair from the moment they charged into the boat of Mausoleum. The projection started to play. They saw images of Duandong River appearing within the hall and saying those words. And they started to get emotional. Then there was the inheritance one line. From Duandong River, not from my clan, and yet you wish to inherit something. From a pulse on my Duandong River dream on get lost. These words sent chills into the hearts of the 4 devil masters. How loathsome. Such an opportunity, but, because of those 3 beings from Divine Eye Clan, we cannot enter. Loathsome. The 4 devil masters also let out ferocious roars. All were clearly furious. Spread this, a hoarse voice shouted. Let the news be spread to the 3 great reincarnation eras and the 2 holy land universes. Spread it to them all. Let the whole of universe ocean know. Let great beings from all over gather here. We must create chaos within the boat of Mausoleum, so that we can destroy Duandong River's inheritance. In short, so long as there is chaos, we Skeleton Clan stand a chance. Even if we have no chance, we can destroy it and deprive the Divine Eye Clan of their chance. The Divine Eye Clan and the Skeleton Clan are arch enemies, sharing endless hatred for one another. We cannot give them such a great advantage. Spread the news. The other 3 devil masters roared furiously, all in extreme rage. Without hesitation, they started transmitting the news to various groups of powers within the entire universe ocean. Within the deep region of the universe boat's internal region, on Flame Ice continent, inside the boat of Mausoleum, Luo Feng stood at one end of the floodgate, feeling the bouts of energy waves transmitted from the depth of the corridor, yet he was clueless as to what was happening inside. Duandong River suddenly opened his eyes, then whispered, 1 annihilated, 4 left. Luo Feng was shocked. He involuntarily glanced at Duandong River. 1 annihilated. The 5 universe masters in there were all extremely powerful. The 3 from the Divine Eye Clan were all of one mind, one heart. Dear Bug Master had a supreme true treasure that he kept close to him. Lugio Master was the most difficult to kill out of all plant life forms. Luo Feng took one look at Duandong River, who was still standing at the same spot with his eyes shut. Although Luo Feng wanted to inquire about something, he decided to give up on that thought. It would be a futile attempt. Another was annihilated. Duandong River suddenly said, left with 3. Luo Feng's heart lurched. This life and death corridor was much too dangerous. Those universe masters who dared break deep into its internal domain, how impressive they were. Even if universe supreme masters were thinking of annihilating them, they could not be this fast. Right in the blink of an eye, 2 more were annihilated. Dear Bug Master is the most powerful. The 3 from Divine Eye Clan are of one mind and one heart, and Lugio Master is a 5th-tier universe master, and also a plant life form. Compared to the 3 of them, I am the weakest now. Out of 5, 2 have been annihilated. What if I were to go in? Luo Feng frowned as he started to worry. Flame Ice region, at the cabin door area of the boat of Mausoleum. Jittery Sea Master, Red Lark Master, and Giant Rock Master were standing at the cabin door entrance. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master had both sent their other bodies back to their clan to make a report. As for Rock Giant Master, of course, he too would be making arrangements to send his other body back to where his group of power was to make a report. No. Rock Giant Master's massive body trembled. Lucio Rock Giant Master suddenly let out a hoarse shout. His crazy voice was filled with anguish. Pung. He fell to his knees heavily, and his knees smashed the sturdy floor tiles at the cabin door area of the boat of mausoleum as both his hands grasped the edges of the ground. His implacable emotions could not be held back. His raving roars and strange yowls were high-pitched and mournful. There were also shouts that expressed complete hysteria, and Rock Giant Master's godly body trembled and contorted. Beside him, Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master were taken aback. Both looked at Rock Giant Master in his state of hysteria, then back at one another. Lucio Master must have been annihilated. Yes, I guess she must have been annihilated. It is said that wherever Lucio Master is, there will be Rock Giant Master, always, for countless years. Close to 3 reincarnation eras, Rock Giant Master had been silently following Lucio Master. It seems he has very deep feelings for her. The moment Lucio Master got annihilated, Rock Giant Master went crazy. The two, on the other hand, were gloating over Lucio Master's misfortune. Both of them were unable to receive the inheritance, but so what if they had been able to go and try to receive the inheritance? They would still have faced the fate of annihilation. Rock Giant Master was still letting out crazy roars while waving his 8 arms about. Fist after fist crashed heavily against the ground. Pung 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 pung. The heavy impacts of the crashes brought a faint quake to the ground as the floor of the boat of mausoleum was incomparably sturdy. Even Universe Supreme Masters would not be able to bring harm to it, much less the fists of Rock Giant Master. Insane, heavy punches smashed about until the surfaces of the 8 fists started to shatter and crack. Inheritance, that detestable inheritance, that detestable inheritance was what killed you. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Rock Giant Master was howling in pain. I'm going to destroy this inheritance. I'm going to destroy it and kill the heir. Who wins it? Kill them. Duan Dong River, Duan Dong River. It's all because of you. It's your fault. It's your fault. I am going to cut off your inheritance. Sever it. I will avenge Lucio. Soon after, Rock Giant Master turned about suddenly and charged toward the control room of the boat of mausoleum. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master laughed coldly as they stood aside and watched everything with indifference. Crazy. Rock life forms are really set in stone. How rigid their minds are, and it is starting to go crazy. Merely a short moment later, Rock Giant Master's massive figure returned. Can't cross over anymore. Can't cross over anymore. Rock Giant Master shook his head. His eyes were filled with sorrow and anguish. I told you that I will always be with you. My doomsday is nearing, but you were annihilated before me. Lucio Rock Giant Master slumped into a corner at the cabin door entrance with a loud bang. There he sat, leaning against the wall wordlessly. Jittery Sea Master and Red Lark Master felt a little fearful, so they moved further away and walked into the public square of the hall, not daring to be near to Rock Giant Master. Outside the floodgate of the corridor, Luo Feng stood where he was silently and could subtly feel the energy waves. Suddenly, the energy waves stopped. Luo Feng felt a constriction in his heart. Duandong River opened his eyes and gently nodded. Still all right, just too dead. Then he turned to look at Luo Feng. You, go in. Following his voice, that wide and sturdy floodgate that was shut earlier started to rise with a rumble again, revealing that deep corridor at the end of the corridor. There was not a single figure. This made Luo Feng all the more fearful. Even with the 5 of them moving together, 2 were dead. For him to act alone, would it be a blessing or a curse? Either you give up, or you move forward. Duandong River cast a look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng returned Duandong River's look and, without further hesitation, flew in. Hung. The gigantic floodgate behind him lowered with a loud crash, then it was sealed again. No chance of backing out now. Luo Feng took one look at the floodgate behind him, then lifted his head to look deep into the corridor. I would like to take a look at what this life and death corridor has that could annihilate 2 out of the 5 of them. So he transformed into a beam of light and moved forward at high speed. The corridor ran deep. Sometimes it became narrower, other times it widened. Flying for a short moment, his path ahead seemed to get even darker within the deep, hazy passageway. Luo Feng's eyesight still allowed him a clear vision of his surroundings. Luo Feng frowned and stopped to hover in midair. Not far ahead, a tall figure lay on the ground. His body resembled that of a human. There was a large amount of hair on his head and neck like a lion. His neck was thick and strong, and both his eyes were shut. Half the surface of his godly body was protected with a layer of black armor, and when Luo Feng appeared, that tall figure suddenly sat up and opened both his eyes. With both eyes emitting faint red light, it stared at Luo Feng. All you have to do is to survive Kueyo's blows. An icy cold voice sounded by Luo Feng's ears. He recognized the voice right away. It was Duandong River. You cannot hide in your palace or such true treasures. If that is the case, then I have no choice but to eliminate you. You must meet the battles head-on. Hiding within palace-type true treasures is not allowed. Other than that, all other weapons can be used. 2 out of the 5 were annihilated at the hands of Kueyo earlier on. I hope that you will survive. Hong. The seated figure suddenly stood up. He had a body that was more than 100 kilometers tall and eyes that were icy cold, exuding an endless, murderous aura. The corridor was approximately 6,000 kilometers wide, which was enough for combat. I must meet the battles head-on. Luo Feng descended slowly. He looked at that strange existence with the name of Kueyo from afar. Why did Duandong River call it Kueyo from endless eras ago until now? For it to remain, it most likely is not a life form. Roar die. The monster, Kueyo, let out a roar and charged over in big strides. Shwa. It transformed into a streak of light, and before Luo Feng knew it, it had already arrived before him. Luo Feng also followed suit and acted immediately. This monster, Kueyo, left here by Duandong River, could annihilate 2 universe masters. Of course, Luo Feng would not dare to be careless. The moment he arrived, he was prepared to fight with all he had. He entered the state of the heart of beast god right away. With a loud howl, he charged ahead. At the same time, his strongest right arm transformed into 5 gigantic golden blades, which he waved about while howling. It was as though 5 battle blades were hacking down at the same time. Third form of crazy demon extermination, godly armor extermination. God. Pung. Monster Kueyo's head was mercilessly hacked, and its entire being seemed to become a sandbag struck into rotary motion. It was thrown backward, where it landed heavily, smashing the ground of the corridor with a great tremor. Luo Feng was taken aback for the moment and did not follow closely after Kuei to continue with his attacks. What this Luo Feng was shocked, this is the standard of what killed 2 Universe Masters. What a joke, those 5 were extraordinary, to kill 2 out of 5 of them. At least the power of a Universe Supreme Master would be required, and since he was only at the 4th tier before he arrived, Luo Feng had already made plans. The moment he arrived, he would use his trump card, then he would go along with the collision force during their exchange of blows to make use of its strength. Borrowing this force, he would make an urgent retreat through this very first blow. He would determine the capability of his opponent, then he would be able to devise detailed plans. But in reality, after a single strike, Monster Kuei was beaten right away, without any power to resist. Luo Feng, who had initially intended to borrow force for his urgent retreat, was dumbstruck in midair. What is happening? Why is it so weak when it received 1 claw from me just now? The power that it displayed was so weak that even a Universe Master would be able to trample on it. Luo Feng was filled with doubts, but hesitated no further. In a flash, he charged toward Kuei. Monster Kuei was already roaring as it rose to its feet, once again roaring, die, die, die. Pung. Like a flash of lightning, Luo Feng struck it at a frighteningly fast speed. There was no way Monster Kuei could have defended himself right away. The blow struck his neck, causing Monster Kuei to fall flat on his face and crash to the ground with a loud bang. What is going on? Luo Feng used both legs continuously to execute a strongest secret technique. Cracking gold, 2 dazzling golden boots of light kicked at the back of Monster Kuei's head, causing its face to kiss the ground twice with rumbling sounds. Roar. Monster Kuei's big, thick hands pushed against the ground to flip itself around so that it could stand up. Luo Feng looked up in midair, with furrowed brows. Its body is quite strong. My attacks left no trace of injury on it at all. However, its ability is too weak. Although he could not make any sense of this, if his opponent was weak, it would be his chance. Trample hard on it. Luo Feng transformed into a beam of light and instantly made his way to where Monster Kuei was. Monster Kuei was roaring while waving his fists, yet Luo Feng grabbed onto him swiftly and sent him crashing onto the ground. Pung 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 pung. Being trampled upon repeatedly, Monster Kuei was sent sprawling on the ground or thrown against the walls of the corridor. The hair at the back of its head was grabbed by Luo Feng, who used it as a means of swinging it against the walls. For a period of time, Luo Feng moved at the speed of lightning. Repeatedly, he trampled upon Monster Kuei. Although he was doing the trampling, Luo Feng still remained vigilant. Every single time he attacked, he made sure that he was prepared to respond to any possible violent outburst from his opponent. His power is soaring. Apparently, it is on the rise. During the trampling process, Luo Feng increasingly felt that something bad was going to happen. He could sense that the power Monster Kuei was displaying was continuously increasing from a senior universe knight to a 2nd-tier universe master, to a 3rd tier, a 4th tier. Its power was soaring with the passage of time. Where it started off easy for Luo Feng to trample on Monster Kuei, he started to find it more and more difficult to do the same. Especially at this very moment, when Monster Kuei had almost attained the 5th-tier Universe Master standard. Luo Feng and Kuei would be on par with one another when it came to fighting, yet Monster Kuei's power was continuing to rise and surge. Pung. Luo Feng rolled and collided into the walls of that corridor, then, instantly, it vanished. Hong. Monster Kueyo's terrifying kick crashed into the wall. Already at the 5th tier, Luo Feng was forced into a tight corner. If its power continues to rise, won't it progress to the 6th tier, or to a universe? Supreme Master. The monster Kueyo didn't know any techniques, all it had was speed and strength. When one's strength was strong enough, laws would back down. Kueyo was an example of this. His fist could easily twist space and time, and turning it into a gleaming beam of light. This light could easily annihilate an entire solar system with a simple ripple. Pung. A huge golden claw scratched the fist. It's stronger. Luo Feng turned his body. He followed the strength, yet he couldn't walk straight. He hit the wall like a phantom, and the shockwave from his godly body immediately penetrated the wall. Hong. The foot slammed into Luo Feng's chest and pressed him against the wall. The great shockwave made him tremble. So. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and tried to run away. At the same time, the godly power from his golden-horned beast body was transferred into the original earthling body to make it back to the best situation. This monster Kueyo's power is surging too fast. It's approaching the 6th level. Luo Feng felt helpless. He could only reach the 4th level with the help of crazy demon extermination godly armor, and he could barely fight a 5th level Universe Master. However, the monster Kueyo was more terrific than 5 Chaos Master. He was being crushed. It consumed 8% of my godly body in such a short time. I can't let this go on anymore. Luo Feng turned his head and roared. Kueyo roared and rushed to right in front of him. Shua. A glowing white wing showed up, and under the strong godly power, a golden glow permeated. The light covered an area of nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers. The powerful binding power slowed Kueyo. Luo Feng's wing trembled, and he retreated. Duandong River only indicated that we can't use palace-type true treasures. Luo Feng opened Silver Wing. His excitement was building. Sure Wu, we haven't fought together for a long time. How the monster Kueyo was furious. Its roar twisted space, and the shockwave slammed into Luo Feng, but he didn't move at all. The shockwave dissipated. Hong. The monster Kueyo dashed at Luo Feng again. With Shiwu Wing, I'm not so easy to mess with. Luo Feng's silver wing trembled, and his body started to look bizarre. He started to fight the monster Kueyo in close quarters with the help of Golden Country. His most powerful technique, Extermination God, could reach the 5th level. This made him nearly on par with Kueyo. They fought closely again. The monster Kueyo charged recklessly, but Luo Feng produced many phantoms. Pung. Luo Feng bounced away with the 4 wings covering his body. His power is still surging. Top of the 6th level, or a universe supreme Master. Luo Feng couldn't tell any more, but he could sense that Golden Country's influence on Kueyo was withering away. Kueyo's power frightened Luo Feng. He was being crushed. Even though Kueyo was bound by Golden Country, he was still much stronger than Luo Feng. Luo Feng was hit in the chest before he could dodge the attacks. The power of Kueyo horrified him so much that he needed Shiwu Wing just to protect himself. Pung 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 pung. He couldn't resist it, but he couldn't run away either. Luo Feng was like a sandbag being kicked and punched by Kueyo. Against Kueyo, Golden Country was As negligible as thin air. He must be as powerful as a Universe Supreme Master, now muttered Luo Feng. Even Universe Supreme Masters need true treasures to wield such power, yet. He's using his bare body. Luo Feng covered his body with the silver wing. I may be killed. Should I get into Star Tower? He wondered. Star Tower can definitely resist the attacks, but I'll be eliminated if I enter. I have to stand it, he decided. Withstand it. Just when Luo Feng was rendered in agony and being kicked, beaten, and smashed, Kuei suddenly stopped. Luo Feng looked at Kuei, confused. He was floating in the sky. Why did he stop? Hong. The monster. Kuei sat down and closed its eyes. You've passed this round. Continue. It was the voice of Duandong River. Luo Feng was relieved. Finally, he passed this round. He looked at the monster. Kuei, who was lying there, not moving, then flew forward after a short while. He saw a door. As Luo Feng flew closer, the door closed immediately. Luo Feng saw 3 shadows. You survived. Sorcerer Sprite Master was surprised. Shadow Dust Master sneered. Milky Way Horde Leader, you survived that monster all by yourself. I do admire that, dear Bug Master said with a smile. It seemed that Golden Square Master and Lujio Master were the ones who had died. Luo Feng hadn't expected a plant life form like Lujio Master to die. Why did 2 of you die? Luo Feng was shocked. That monster is not that powerful. Shadow Dust Master sneered. The one you met is not that powerful. If you met one like the one we met, you would have died. How did you meet him? Luo Feng couldn't help asking them. Dear Bug Master said, the monster Kuei we met was not very powerful at the start. However, as the fight went on, it grew stronger and stronger. Its power reached that of a Universe Supreme Master in no time, and it kept surging. It might be more powerful than all the Universe Supreme Masters I've ever seen. One punch from it did major damage to our bodies, exclaimed Dear Bug Master. Lujio Master wasn't able to dodge it, so he was killed instantly. He didn't even have a chance to take out his palace-type true treasure to save his life. As for Golden Square Master, he died as well, as he didn't cooperate well with Shadow and Sorcerer. Fortunately, it stopped soon after, otherwise, Shadow and Sorcerer would have died as well. Shadow Dust and Sorcerer Sprite sneered. Luo Feng was shocked. Something was wrong. The monster Kuei they met was more powerful than the one he had met. The monster had started with the power of a 4th-level Universe Master. On the contrary, Kuei had only started with the power of a senior Universe Knight when it met him, and it had stopped when it reached the power of a Universe Supreme Master. A figure appeared. It was Duandong River. You are the only 4 left, he said. Dear Bug Master, Luo Feng, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master all gazed at him. Duandong River said coldly, that was only a small test, yet 2 of you died. That's only a part of the corridor. You need to arrive at the next hall to receive the inheritance. Keep moving. Duandong River pointed to the front. It appeared there was still a long way to go. They were all terrified. That had only been a part of it. Their only choice was to keep going. They flew carefully, moving more slowly. Luo Feng frowned. In the virtual universe, in front of Hugh Jack's godly palace, Luo Feng appeared. There were Universe Masters sitting beside the stone table. Hugh Jax glanced at him. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, said, we just got the news from the skeleton race about Duandong River from the First Universe era. We hear that You are one of the 6 seeking the Duandong River inheritance. What is it about Duandong River? Asked Hu Jack's creator. The other great beings all looked at Luo Feng, anxious. Although they had received the news from the skeleton race, they didn't know much about it. I'll show you all. Luo Feng pointed to the sky and shared all his memories. From flying into boat of mausoleum to seeing Duandong River in the control room of boat of mausoleum to assessing the magic cube instrument to fighting the monster Kueyo, he played all of them, but he cut out the part where he performed Shiwu Wing. The great beings all went silent. Luo Feng nodded. So, this is the case. The Duandong River Wu inheritance is an inheritance of an ancient civilization. It's a great opportunity, but it's also extremely dangerous. There will only be one inheritor and we might all fail. Although this is only the beginning start, there are only 4 of us left. This is an opportunity for us humans. I need to take it. Luo Feng looked at Hu Jax and Primal Chaos City Leader. Hu Jax and Primal Chaos City Leader both nodded. He was right. Both Hu Jax and Primal Chaos City Leader knew that Luo Feng was most suitable for this. Luo Feng was a universe knight, so he could be revived if he died. Although he might lose some true treasures, his law comprehension, techniques, and willpower would still be there, so his power could be recovered quickly. Luo Feng, try to get the inheritance, said Hu Jax. Don't be distracted by us. If we have arrangements for you, we'll notify you. Okay. Luo Feng nodded and disappeared. At the same time, the news also spread to Purple Moon Holy Land, East Emperor Holy Land, and the other powers from all the 3 universe eras. Now, things would only get crazier. Within the vast universe ocean, only the 2 Holy Land universes, namely Purple Moon Holy Land Universe and East Emperor Holy Land Universe, were able to transcend and survive through the reincarnation era. Yet speaking of the longest history, strongest power, deepest foundation, naturally, the winner was the East Emperor Holy Land Universe, which had existed up until now, was still an unknown figure to all. Within the East Emperor Holy Land Universe, there was the endless godly sector, a place where 90% of the entire Holy Land universe is undying godly spirits, 99% of its universe knights, all its universe masters, and all its universe supreme masters gathered. The entire place was beautiful and magnificent, peaceful and tranquil. There were countless buildings of different cultural styles, and various rare flowers and plants could be found everywhere. On Bang Wu roar hush high. In the middle of endless godly sector, there was a towering green tree that connected everything within the whole godly sector and was constantly transmitting sounds out in a multidirectional manner to spread the news to all parts of the godly sector. This big tree was ancient and deep green. It was very upright and towering, and all around it, there were many vines that were like jade carvings. When the wind blew, the tree gently swayed along, giving out intermittent bouts of soul-captivating voices. Many figures were currently seated cross-legged under this ancient tree. At one glance, there was seemingly no end to the sea of people. Boom! With a sudden jolt, the entire big tree radiated a dazzling cyan light. Boom! Then the cyan light was transformed into an endless red light. Boom! The towering tree went on to emit an endless black light. Boom! It was transformed into endless blue light. Boom! Last of all, was a dazzling golden light. Thereafter, the entire ancient tree was encircled by layers of apertures, 5 layers to be exact, so dazzling and resplendent that at that point in time, The entire endless godly sector could see the tree in this glorious state. Ancestor Tree. Ancestor Tree has shown its 5-colored light halo. Ancestor will make his appearance soon. Ancestor will make his appearance soon. Ancestor. The moment the numerous godly spirits, undying fighters, universe knights, and even universe masters who were all originally seated cross-legged under the towering, ancient trees saw the 5-colored light halo surging out from the ancestor tree, where they were all enveloped in a surrounding so dense with airflow they were all shocked and excited. There were even some undying godly spirits who immediately burst into loud sobs, while others fell to their knees, trembling in excitement. Ancestor. East Emperor Holy Land Universe, an existence that had been around for an eternity. Ancestor East Emperor was the supreme being of all living souls within the whole of East Emperor Holy Land Universe. Yet, throughout the endless years that passed, Ancestor East Emperor was practically non-existent, as he almost never appeared. Even many universe masters who lived through many rounds of reincarnations had never seen him in person before, not to mention the world out of universe ocean beyond universe ocean. Not a single great being had ever met this ancestor of the two holy land universes. This was why Ancestor was known as the first great being of universe ocean. However, when compared with the ancestor of the two holy land universes who had long transcended reincarnation, Ancestor East Emperor was still a notch lower. Yet even within the two holy land universes, it was extremely difficult for them to catch a glimpse of their own ancestors. Even for this ancient East Emperor to make an appearance, the chances were so slim that it was pathetic. And every time he made an appearance, the ancestor tree would display this 5-colored light halo. Ancestor is going to appear soon. Ancestor. Even all the universe masters in their own palaces were shocked and excited. From birth until today, I have lived through a total of 82 reincarnation eras, but not once have I met Ancestor. Ancestor is finally going to appear. A universe master was so excited that he forgot all about his disciples and teleported himself right away to where Ancestor Tree was. The last time I met Ancestor was 119 reincarnation eras ago. Ancestor has appeared. Craziness. All of endless godly sector seemed to have fallen into a crazy state. This was the heart of the most ancient holy land universe, the very core of their pride. So proud of it were they that they vaguely started to look down on Purple Moon Holy Land Universe, and from the size of a Holy Land universe, one could also tell their East Emperor ancestor was much more powerful than the Purple Moon ancestor. It was an absolute pride, and they highly regarded East Emperor ancestor with utmost admiration. Numerous streams of light appeared and gathered at the bottom of Ancestor Tree. Countless great beings floated in midair. Those who dared float in midair were at least universe masters or universe supreme masters. At one glance, close to 1,000 beings were in midair, scattered all around Ancestor Tree. Each and every one was silently waiting, in full deference, for their almighty ancestor. On bang wu roar hush hi. An inexplicable voice suddenly sounded loudly. Every great being present was intoxicated by this sound, including the few universe supreme masters. Amidst a strange music, an immensely dazzling figure appeared out of thin air. High up in the sky, it wore a robe that was covered with countless green branches and leaves, and the robe was radiating an intensely hazy cyan light that was rich in vigor and life. The intense cyan green light shone upon and enveloped the hundreds of millions of great beings waiting and kneeling Beneath it, comforting them all instantly, those whose injured godly bodies were damaged were completely healed. Hua. All the living souls, regardless of whether they were undying or universe Supreme Masters, gave him their full attention. Then, respectfully, they all shouted in unison, Ancestor. There was total silence as all the living souls looked up at Ancestor East Emperor with burning gazes. East Emperor looked down at them all. His entire body was bathed in the intense cyan light that seemed to obscure him from clarity. Even the few Universe Supreme Masters and few hundred Universe Masters could feel a supremely oppressive force come over them, albeit an invisible one. I heard that within the universe boat of the three most dangerous lands in the universe ocean, there has been the birth of an inheritance. This is the inheritance of Duandong River Wu. Is this true? East Emperor slowly articulated his question. Several hundreds of Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters respectfully replied in unison, yes. The news had only reached them a short while ago. There was no way anything that happened within the Holy Land universe could be hidden from East Emperor. This Duandong River Wu's inheritance is a top-notch inheritance within that powerful ancient civilization. East Emperor said, My life North True Star. Master, you shall personally lead a team of 20 Universe Masters, 200 Universe Knights, and 2,000 undying fighters and head for that universe boat at the fastest speed possible. Send every member of the team in to fight for that inheritance. Yes, a man in a white robe immediately replied with deference. North True Star Master was an extremely ancient being, and he was a universe Supreme Master. Of course, his status of a Universe Supreme Master had been attained as early as when he was in the Primal Universe era. He existed in the same era as East Emperor, yet his miniature universe had fallen into a state of decadence a long time ago, so he was based in the Holy Land universe for daily life. Are there any volunteers? East Emperor looked down. The inheritance can only have one heir. The rest who fail to be the chosen one will be at risk of annihilation. I'm willing. Willing. I'm willing to go. Willing. Almost instantaneously, from the sea of great beings kneeling on the ground, a large number of Universe Knights and undying godly spirits volunteered as for the Universe Masters in midair. A dozen of them shouted out their willingness. Their number was much smaller because they were, after all, a minority group within the Holy Land universe. Let's leave it to the elders to discuss and finalize a detailed list of names. East Emperor looked down and slowly added, We must finalize the list as fast as we can, so that we can head for the universe boat as quickly as possible with a force of 20 Universe Masters, 200 Universe Knights, and 2,000 undying fighters. We are going for that Duandong River's inheritance. My East Emperor universe must obtain that inheritance. I need that inheritance. Yes, all said in unison, in one voice filled with excitement. East Emperor needed it. This instantly drove the countless great beings beneath him into a feverish state of enthusiasm. It was merely a short moment, just enough for a cup of tea. North True Star Master was on board a dazzling, polygonal black sphere and was advancing at high speed within the universe ocean. I have not set foot in universe ocean for a good dozen reincarnation eras. Since I am making my appearance now, I shall make sure that I seize this inheritance for East Emperor universe. On the same day, when the news reached Purple Moon Holy Land universe, the equally mysterious Purple Moon Ancestor also made an appearance at long last. He too gave orders to his clan to necessitate the need to obtain that Duandong rivers. Inheritance. Understood. Understood, ancestor. This inheritance must belong to us, the Purple Moon, Holy Land dear bug. Master is already there, we have the greatest advantage. Let's go. According to Ancestor's order, 1,500 undying fighters, 150 knights, and 15 Universe Masters shall rush over as fast as possible. Universe Supreme Masters will be able to rush over there quickly, as their speeds are naturally extremely fast. The two Holy Land universes of the Divine Eye clan were very similar in strength of power when compared with one another. The result was all the crazier. The avatars of the 7 true masters gathered. This is our only chance. Doomsday is nearing. We must seize this Duandong River's inheritance, the previous complete inheritance that we have obtained when compared to Duandong Rivers. Obviously, there is a vast difference in status, and from what Shadow Dust and Sorcerer Sprite reported, even after Duandong River's annihilation, the methods he had put into motion after all these years to seek an heir were intimidating and frightening. We can tell a thing or two about how powerful his inheritance will be. I suspect that the inheritance is not restricted to only Universe Masters. It is likely that even Universe Knights and Universe Supreme Masters can be potential heirs. The avatars of the 7 true masters gathered in the void space to discuss with one another. I'm willing to go, 7th true master spoke up. Even if I were to meet with any danger, I have my Palace Supreme true treasure. Besides, I am a Universe Supreme Master. I don't believe that the Duandong River, who was annihilated endless reincarnation eras ago, is able to leave behind a method so deadly that it can kill me. I will go with 7th first true master, nodded slowly. Instantly, there was an uproar. First true master. Teacher. First true master, how can you be the one going if all of us should fail? The mission of transcending a reincarnation era has to depend on you. Divine Eye, do not be so reckless. First true master was the most powerful great being of the entire Divine Eye clan. If he were to take the risk and be annihilated in the process, the clan would be in deep trouble. Speaking of power, I am one notch lower than Ancestor. Even if I were to compare with Hugh Jack's creator, I might, at most, be on par. First true master sighed, but to achieve a breakthrough of a reincarnation era for countless reincarnation eras, only the ancestors of the 2 Holy Land universes were able to succeed. I cannot even surpass Ancestor, nor Hugh Jack's creator. Who am I to even think I can succeed in transcending a reincarnation era? It's just too difficult this time around. I'm afraid it would be our Divine Eye clan's very last chance. Regardless, Divine Eye, you cannot be so reckless. I will go with 7th. We just need to deploy more Universe Masters and Universe Knights. Yes, 2nd and 7th, we shall place all hopes on you both. Soon, all arrangements were properly in place. The Divine Eye clan had sent 2nd true master and 7th true master, and with them, they lead a team of 20 Universe Masters and 100 Universe Knights in their quest for the inheritance, headed for the Universe boat to the Divine Eye clan. This had become a desperate fight arising from jealousy over whose clan was more superior. Groups of powers were indeed going crazy for the inheritance, especially the first reincarnation era, as they were originally in the face of impending doomsday. The 2nd reincarnation era and primal universe were also coveting This was probably what the line "a man who does not have foresight will find worry right at his doorstep" meant. This so-called Duandong River's inheritance, if they were to miss it this time, would likely not reappear again for at least the next few reincarnation eras. If the various groups of powers knew that the ancestors of the two Holy Land universes had made appearances just to give orders for this inheritance, it would probably drive nearly 100 groups of powers from the three great reincarnation eras into an even higher state of fervor. The outside world was wild with enthusiasm, but inside the life and death corridor within the boat of mausoleum, silence prevailed. Dear Bug Master, Luo Feng, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master were carefully flying along the corridor at a reduced speed by the time Luo Feng received news from his race. Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master had already learned of it much earlier. This went to show the great importance the races and clans attached to this event. Purple Moon Ancestor had shown up to have a face-to-face conversation with Dear Bug Master's body. Personally, how honorable was that at that moment? Dear Bug Master had the highest probability of becoming the greatest hero of Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. The 7 true masters had earnestly implored Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master to do their utmost best, with the promise that second true master and 7th true master would lead a big team of universe masters to render support. All out, we shall go all out for the slightest chance for survival. Shadow Witch couple went berserk. Dear Bug Master was also going crazy from the glory he was basking in. Purple Moon Ancestor has made a personal appearance. This might be the most glorious moment of my life. I must do my very best. Luo Feng, meanwhile, was feeling a magnanimous amount of passion. The human race is weaker, the number of great beings is limited. I cannot compare with any of them in terms of head count, so I shall depend on myself, Luo Feng, and my own capability. The 4 great beings flew together. Occasionally, their gazes would meet, and their eyes were filled with enmity. As they flew ahead, the corridor started to widen, and the surroundings started to get brighter. Gradually, stone pillars started to appear on either side of the corridor. On every stone pillar, there were virtual shadows of different forms. There could be square shadows, or pyramidal shadows, or polygonal shadows. In short, every stone pillar would have one virtual shadow. Those on the left side of the corridor had shadows that were compacted together, and within these shadows there were 1,000 different kinds of ripples. The stone pillars on the right side of the corridor had shadows that were loosely scattered and, thus, were just barely able to form a skeletal frame. On the left, there was a total of 123 stone pillars. On the right, there was a total of 10,080 stone pillars. What? While flying, Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master wore expressions filled with doubts. They flew slowly, and along the way, they also carefully observed the 3-dimensional virtual shadows on the stone pillars. These 3-dimensional virtual shadows were all immensely huge, and within them, there were innumerable ripples. The 3-dimensional virtual shadows on 123 stone pillars on the left side corresponded nicely to the 3-dimensional virtual shadows on the first 123 stone pillars on the right. On the left, the 3-dimensional virtual shadows were compact and complete. They were well structured, like the Great Wall of China. The 3-dimensional virtual shadows on the right, however, only had a skeletal frame, as though many bricks of the Great Wall had been being taken out, causing the entire structure to become so shaky that it seemed as though it would fall apart. Every three-dimensional virtual shadow had a variety of colors, emitting thousands of light rays at that moment. The inside of the entire corridor was so dazzlingly beautiful that it looked like paradise. The foursome, including Luo Feng, advanced together and soon arrived at the end. The area in front of the 10,080th stone pillar on the right. All the light had gathered to give form to a figure, and that figure was Duan Dong River. Shadow Dust Master and Sorcerer Sprite Master were the first to bow and pay their respects, my lord. This prompted Dear Bug Master and Luo Feng to also bow in respect, yet Duan Dong River did not pay attention to the surroundings. His gaze fell upon the various three-dimensional virtual shadows that were held down by the numerous stone pillars. Then, with a sigh, he asked, "Do you all see it?" Shadow Dust Master was the first to reply, "My lord, there is a total of 123 three-dimensional virtual shadows on the left, and a total of 10,083 dimensional virtual shadows on the right between both sides. The stone pillars on the left are perfect without flaws. It seems like they contain certain mysteries about secret techniques within them. However, those on the right are all imperfect." Dear Bug Master added, "The first 123 virtual shadows on the right happen to correspond with the 123 virtual shadows on the left." "That's right," Duan Dong River said, looking at those dazzling three-dimensional virtual shadows that were radiating millions of light rays. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision as he whispered, "This is my hometown. And this was the most popular form of entertainment during the time of my civilization. It is also a method for cultivating and training comprehension. Any major group or power, unique inheritance, and several others would frequently utilize it when they needed to test the comprehension capability of their candidates for various purposes. This was called Rhinoceros Emperor Game. Rhinoceros Emperor Game. Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master all listened intently. Rhinoceros Emperor Game was created by an ancient, strong being, Rhinoceros Emperor. Before he was annihilated, he had put his best effort into creating it. Rhinoceros Emperor's entire lifetime can be said to be sorrowful. He was a true hero, but in the end, nevertheless, Rhinoceros Emperor Game was remembered by all the great beings of my civilization. Of course, his powers were much stronger than mine after he was annihilated. This Rhinoceros Emperor Game was spread to the masses in the early stage. Countless great beings merely took it as a form of entertainment. Later, they discovered that it was extremely demanding on comprehension level, and often, studying the Rhinoceros Emperor Game was beneficial in increasing one's comprehension level in our civilization, be it someone as young as a child just born, or someone as high up as a supreme existence. All enjoyed this game. For Emperor Rhinoceros Game, continued Duan Dong River, there is a total of 10,081 types of basic endgames. The right side has a total of 10,080 endgames. As for the so-called 10,081st endgame, it is the scoreless game, and on the left side will be the perfectly decoded games. Once you have supplemented the first 123 endgames and have brought them to completion, you will found the solution to the game. All four of them, including Luo Feng, nodded their heads to indicate understanding. Study the first 123 decoding methods, Duan Dong River said. You should be Able to find out its basic secret rules if you can't even comprehend the basic secret rules, then your comprehension level is much too low. Once you have completed comprehension of the basic rules, you can proceed to decoding. Solve the first 124 endgames on the left. When you reach the 125th endgame, you will be able to find the solution. I will give you all a longer time. Just do your best in decoding for a solution once the time limit is up. If you cannot even meet my most basic requirements, you will be eliminated of course. In this round of elimination, you will certainly face annihilation. Luo Feng and the other three were taken aback. Annihilation. Of course, you all have yet to truly come in contact with the inheritance. Duandong River said only after you have decoded the game up to a level that meets my minimum requirement and arrive at the next big hall, that is when you can start to get in contact with the inheritance. If you have yet to come into contact with the inheritance, then of course, there is no need for total elimination of the soul. Even if you are to be annihilated, it will just be your current godly bodies that will be destroyed. If you all have other bodies, you still survive. Duandong River informed them of all this in a straightforward manner. However, he added, the moment you all start to get into contact with the inheritance, as there can only be one possible heir, the rest of you will be facing complete annihilation of the soul. Look ahead. Duandong River pointed afar, then commanded, rise. Hong 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 hong. The ground in the middle of the corridor started to vibrate. The ground started to crack apart at that moment. 4 light pillars radiating colorful light emerged. These 4 pillars belong to 4 of you. Duandong River looked toward Luo Feng, dear Bugmaster, and the other 2 great beings. Once you all have comprehended the secret rules, you can start decoding the game up till the 124th stage. When you have completed the game, use your godly power to draw an outline and transmit it within this crystal pillar. If the decoding is successful, the crystal pillar will prompt you. If the decoding is not successful, the crystal pillar will not show any reaction. Go now. You may have a long time, but it is limited within the limited time. Whoever can decode up to 6,000 stone pillars will receive the inheritance from 1 pulse of my Duandong River. Of course, to be able to decode 6,000 of them, this person is bound to have a bright future, and the success achievable may be even greater than mine, but I guess that none of you here will be able to achieve that yet. Just try to meet the basic requirement within the limited time. For now, the one who can decode the most at the end will gain the upper hand when it comes to the inheritance. Duandong River's gaze swept across the 4 of them, including Luo Feng. Then he vanished into thin air. Duandong River disappeared, and in this spacious corridor, there were 123 three-dimensional virtual shadows on the left and 10,083 dimensional virtual shadows on the right. Luo Feng, dear Bugmaster, Shadow Dust Master, and Sorcerer Sprite Master all felt an intangible pressure. Game Entertainment Shadow Dust Master whispered, I can't believe Duandong River has chosen us only to use this game from his ancient civilization to test us. You fool, dear Bugmaster said in a cold voice, you really take this as a game? Weren't you listening? That ancient civilization from the younger generations to the supreme masters, almost everyone liked this rhinoceros emperor game. Besides, so long as we are able to decode the game up to the 6,000th stage, we may be destined for achievements that were greater than that of Duandong River. Wu, that would be the same as saying that breaking through reincarnation eras will be an easy feat. The hearts of Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Luo Feng burned. With passion breaking through a reincarnation era enabling one's own clan to attain eternal existence, there was no other greater glory that one could ever ask for. Let my human race exist for eternity, Luo Feng hoped silently. Dear Bugmaster shared the same fervent wish. Purple Moon Ancestor regards. This with such importance, he has long ago transcended the reincarnation eras. And his power was incomparably powerful if he holds this inheritance in such high regard, then this inheritance is apparently extremely important. I would like to see this so-called Rhinoceros Emperor game for myself and find out just how impressive it is. I don't believe that I am unable to decode the game up to the 6,000th level. The hearts of the great beings burned with passion. Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Dear Bug Master were self-proclaimed universe masters. Their conscious minds were able to revolve at extreme speeds, and that was extremely scary, as in a mere second there could be countless thoughts racing through their minds. Naturally, they had what it took to gain the upper hand in the game. Luo Feng did not lose out to them in mastering the game. I am extremely accomplished in the decoding diagrams of secret engravings, Luo Feng said to himself. This diagram of secret engravings and the Rhinoceros Emperor game are both three-dimensional, so simply at one look one can see the various secret engravings. These two have a common point, and even though I left the space of the black striped stone pillars many hundreds of years ago, my consciousness has remained with the black striped stone pillars to work on my comprehension of the laws and studying the secret engravings. With a time velocity that was faster by 3,000 times, my achievement in the studies of secret engravings is now much higher than before. Purple Moon Holy Land Universe Ancestor. Dear Bug Master's other body looked up at the vast sky respectfully. He said, I am comprehending a method of the ancient civilization used for testing levels of comprehension. Rhinoceros Emperor game. I will need to decode enough stages within a limited period of time, so now, what I need is a space where time velocity is extremely fast. Purple Moon Ancestor knew everything that happened within the Holy Land universe. Rhinoceros Emperor game, said a gentle voice. I know that game. It is very difficult and profound. You must give your best. I will send this body of yours to Circle of Time, where time velocity can be maintained at 10,000 times. Your true body will stay here in Universe Boat to observe while your consciousness can remain in the Circle of Time to continue comprehending. Sorcerer Sprite Master and Shadow Dust Master also went to plead with First True Master. Within the miniature universe, a part of space where time velocity was extremely fast could also be set up. That was where their other bodies were planted. Once he learned of the situation Luo Feng was caught in, Primal Chaos City leader could not be bothered about anything else. Hurry, your remote ocean body has to head for Hugh Jack's creator's miniature universe as fast as possible. Teacher origin has been suppressed for eternity. This has prevented the primal universe from maintaining a perfect rate of acceleration in Hugh Jack's miniature universe. A space can be set up to allow you to maintain an acceleration rate of 10,000 times. Primal Chaos City leader personally retrieved Luo Feng's new remote ocean body and headed for Hugh Jack's creator's universe. Inside Boat of Mausoleum, all the stereoscopic phantoms glowed in different colors. Luo Feng, Dear Bug Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Shadow Dust Master all walked to the phantoms and stood in front of the stone pillars. They penetrated their godly power into the phantoms to study them. Even though I've lived longer than them, my brain might work faster, dear bug. Master thought. Shadow, Sorcerer, and Lu Feng could feel the sense of hostility and competition in the air, though none of them spoke a word. They were the first ones here. For the inheritance, they had the best chance. Inside the miniature universe of Hugh Jack's creator, around a section of land were whirlpools and black mist that seemed to be destroying the world. Luo Feng sat at the top of the mountain with his legs crossed, watching the whirlpools in the distance. His finger pointed to the space, and traces of godly power penetrated it and formed a complex, stereoscopic phantom. How amazing, such a complicated Rhinoceros Emperor game. I've been trying to comprehend it for a while, but I have no idea how it works. What are the rules of this game? Luo Feng hadn't played any game seriously before while still living on Earth. He'd been trying to better his life and the lives of his family after he became a warrior. He had never had a chance to relax, however, now that he was standing among the most powerful beings in the original universe. He started to study the most popular game from an ancient civilization. He was very curious about this game. After all, it could test or even improve one's comprehension. What are the rules for this game? Luo Feng said again, studying it carefully. Although he had just started studying the game in boat of Mausoleum, more than a day had passed outside the boat. Thanks to the speed of his brain, he could immediately finish studying the spaceship. However, he couldn't even decipher the basic rules for the game. 123 solved games in total, he muttered. 123 solved games, and 123 broken games. They correspond to each other. Light shape. Luo Feng studied it for more than 3 years. This is the game rule, Luo Feng whispered, smiling a bit. Rhinoceros Emperor game is a stereoscopic game, like a complex engraving picture. Rule number 1, there are 10,081 basic elements, Luo Feng said to himself. Rule number 2, on each microstereoscopic hologram, each basic element can only appear once. Rule number 3, every microstereoscopic hologram will change, which makes the holograms appear different from each other. No two lines of the hologram can have the same picture. Rule number 4. Rule number 5. Rule number 9. In the ultimate solved game, the stereoscopic phantom, formed by godly power, has a perfect circle. The energies will exist forever. 9 rules, and all were extremely complicated. Even the mind of a universe master couldn't remember the position of a basic element. Countless basic elements formed a microstereoscopic picture. Countless pictures formed a small stereoscopic picture. Countless small pictures formed a medium-sized picture. Countless medium-sized pictures formed a stereoscopic phantom. Even universe masters wouldn't have been able to remember them. One needed to understand the mysteries behind the game, just like performing techniques. One needed to understand the mysteries to truly perform it, as its complexity could not be memorized directly by the brain. Impressive, Luo Feng exclaimed. How complex the rules are, and each game formed is complete and doesn't consume any energies. Impressive. Even the engraving of my miniature universe can't achieve a perfect energy circle. The first round of Rhinoceros Emperor game isn't as complicated as the miniature universe engraving picture. However, it is exceedingly complex, and the energies last forever. That's why it's perfect. No wonder Rhinoceros Emperor game is so popular in Duandong River. Wu, amazing that someone was able to create such a mysterious game. Luo Feng was excited. It was much easier to study Rhinoceros Emperor game after learning the rules, and he was immediately attracted to the game. Immediately, Luo Feng was addicted. It was interesting, challenging, and offered a sense of accomplishment. He admired Rhinoceros even more now for being able to create such a game. It had strict requirements for intelligence, and one needed to be at least an undying fighter to be able to contemplate the game. Duandong River said that in the ancient civilization, everyone including the children loved this game, thought Luo Feng. Does that mean even children of that civilization were undying? The idea flashed through Luo Feng's mind, then he stopped overthinking and focused on contemplating the game. Dear Bug Master, Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, and Luo Feng were all staring at the stereoscopic phantoms. Finally, Sorcerer Sprite Master transmitted the voice, Shadow Dust Shadow Dust. I figured out the rules. What are the rules? Shadow Dust Master was overjoyed. This goddamn game. I've studied it for a long time, yet I still have no idea how the rules are. The rule is, and Sorcerer Sprite Master notified him. Shadow Dust Master was exhilarated. Of course, haha, no wonder I couldn't figure out the mysteries behind these phantoms. The connections between these stereoscopic pictures are so complicated. Sorcerer Sprite, we both know the rules now. How about the other two? They both glanced at Luo Feng and Dear Bug Master. Dear Bug Master and Luo Feng stood as still as sculptures. Don't worry about them, said Sorcerer Sprite Master. We can communicate with each other and comprehend those together. We'll be way ahead of them. That's right. When the second true master and others from our race come here, we'll have a better chance. From the 3 universe eras to the 2 holy lands, great beings from almost all the powers were heading toward universe boat. Great beings from the heaven Clock clan was the first to arrive. Hung 100,000 times faster than light speed, a broken shadow was roaming the space. Outside Flame Ice region, it was approaching boat of Mausoleum at high speed. Jittery Sea Master, Red Lark Master, and the Silent Rock Giant Master were all looking at that shadow. It's a Universe Supreme Master. Hua. That broken shadow immediately slowed and stopped in front of the gate. The 3 Universe Masters were horrified and took a step back. Shadow Clock Demon Master, the 3 Universe Masters all looked at the outside. A black clock shadow floated outside the gate, then the shadow dissipated, followed by a ripple, a weird elder with long hair that had billions of small black clocks on it appeared. There were even clocks on his eyebrows and body hair. This was the typical outward appearance of a creature from the heaven Clock clan. Shadow Clock Demon Master, the 3 Universe Masters, gave a salutation. Ha Skeleton Race, thanks for the news. Shadow Clock Demon Master laughed. 3 great beings from my race are rushing here. 3 forces showed up. Go to that control room, Shadow Clock Demon Master ordered. He looked at Jittery Sea Master. You know how to go. Of course, said Jittery Sea Master. This is the map. A trace of godly power flew outside his body, and a complex map was formed, leading to the center palace. It was a simple route, and it was easily understandable. Great Shadow Clock Demon Master nodded. Then go. Shadow Clock Demon Master took a look at the 3 Universe Masters from the Heaven Clock clan and added, the hope of our race is borne on your shoulders. Okay. Okay. We'll make it or die trying. The 3 Universe Masters were also excited. They flew to the control room like 3 streaks of light. After half a year, in front of the gate of Boat of Mausoleum. How are you? Stop us from getting in, Shadow Clock Demon Master. Do you want To fight us, the first ancestral god school. Get the hell out of here. Shadow Clock Demon Master. 6 universe masters had gathered in front of the gate. They were all universe masters staying around Flame Ice region. They had come here after hearing the news. However, Shadow Clock Demon Master needed to take care of his race. He needed to stall any other great beings as long as possible. Shadow Clock Demon Master stood there, ignoring them. Hung. A powerful force tore apart the surrounding space and time. Shadow Clock Demon Master was horrified and looked toward the force. Such a strong force, he said. Which Universe Supreme Master is it? I've never seen you. Pung. A beam of light rushed into the gate. Shadow Clock Demon Master didn't dare to resist it. He could tell that the Palace True Treasure was a supreme true treasure. Its powerful force permeated the surroundings. An elder in a white cape, surrounded with leaves, landed. He glanced at Shadow Clock Demon Master. You are Shadow Clock Demon Master, frowned Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Humph. The white-caped elder didn't even want to take one more look at Shadow Clock Demon Master. He waved his hands, and suddenly, 20 Universe Masters, 200 Universe Knights, and 2,000 Undying Fighters appeared. Go, he ordered, get the inheritance for our Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Yes. All the great beings rushed in. The skeleton race had given the map to Eastern Emperor Holy Land a long time ago in an effort to befriend them. I, North True, haven't been in Universe Ocean for more than 10 universe eras, the white-caped elder said, glancing at the others. If Purple Moon, Holy Land, and the other powers haven't arrived by now, they never will. Hong. The white-caped elder waved his hands, and a giant black oval blocked the gate. Now that I'm here, let's see who can get in. The white-caped elder took a step and merged with the black oval. On the life and death corridor of Boat of Mausoleum, there were 6 figures standing in scattered directions while observing the ongoing Rhinoceros Emperor game. Any movement, Luo Feng's brows were furrowed, and he looked outward. He could vaguely feel the bouts of ripples being transmitted over from the other end of the corridor. He guessed that was where he had earlier exchanged blows with Monster Quayo. The ripples produced during their battle had caught the attention of Shadow Dust Master, Sorcerer Sprite Master, Deer Bug Master, and the 2 other Universe Masters from Heaven Clock Clan. Their expressions did not look very well. Could it be that another great being has arrived? Luo Feng mumbled to himself. Duandong River has left the floodgate open, and for those from the skeleton race who were eliminated at the very beginning, he did not kill them. Rather, he let them off unscathed. Obviously, he wanted the news to spread so that he could attract the attention of more great beings. The greater the number of candidates, the higher the chances of finding a great being that could accept his inheritance. Luo Feng could understand Duan Dong River's intentions, but his actions added pressure to Luo Feng. Rhinoceros Emperor game is really difficult, although it has not even been a year here. In Huge Axe's universe, I have been comprehending for a couple thousand years. Luo Feng sighed. A few decades of comprehension, yet I am still in the pondering stage now. I have merely passed up to the 119th stage, and have instantly mapped it out onto the crystal pillar. From the 1st to the 10,081st stage, Rhinoceros Emperor game was unbelievably demanding on one's ability to comprehend. Although the regulations had been summed up earlier indicating that one only needed to decode a complete solution for the 1st to the 123rd stage to achieve full comprehension and then to instantly map it out was still very difficult. Luo Feng had to fully comprehend the first 100 stages before he felt that he had made some improvement that was an improvement in his ability to comprehend, as when he was thinking about the mapping process, his consciousness could take up a more multi-dimensional structure. A short while later, Hong. A strong ripple was transmitted. A great many figures were flying over Luo Feng, and the other 5 could not resist turning around to look, and what they saw brought changes to their expressions. So many. This is really a lot. How can there be so many? Luo Feng and the rest were shocked. With one look, the dense crowd of figures included at least a couple hundred great beings, and most of these hundreds of figures had similar appearances. For instance, their godly bodies were generally surrounded by green leaf vines. The majority of these figures were obviously from the same race, with only a handful who obviously were different from this race. Shadow Dust Master's expression changed slightly. Almost all of them are from East Emperor Holy Land Universe. Only 3 are from another race. East Emperor Holy Land Universe has unexpectedly sent so many over. Look, not all of them are Universe Masters. There are even Universe Knights and Undying Souls. Sorcerer Sprite Master added. Previously, Monster Quayo had been extremely terrifying, but now, even Universe Knights and Undying Souls are able to make it past Monster Quayo to come here alive. I think Monster Quayo must have taken into consideration the intruder's ability before showing its power. Yes, this news is very important. Previously, clans only brought more Universe Masters over to try their luck. They did not bring any undying godly spirits. This news must be transmitted to our clan. If we are talking about undying godly spirits, the Divine Eye clan has tons of them. Shadow Witch couples' bodies immediately started to report the news to their clan. But the Divine Eye clan acted first and sent second True Master and seventh True Master, who had already set off. An icy cold voice resounded. The turnout is quite big this time. Luo Feng turned to take a look and saw a lone figure that was formed by converging light rays standing in the distance. Duandong River. Luo Feng merely cast one brief look. Thereafter, he did not pay further heed to Duandong River. Every time there were newcomers, Duandong River would come out to repeat the same explanation earlier on. When the 2 Universe Masters from Heaven Clock clan arrived, Duandong River also gave the same explanation. Occasionally, Luo Feng would pay attention to the situation in his surroundings, but in doing so, he felt that it did not have the slightest bit of influence on his speed of comprehension. He, Dear Bug Master, and Shadow Witch couple, being the earliest batch, were in an advantageous position even if an outstanding great being turned up later. So long as any one of the 4 managed to meet the basic requirement, he or she would naturally be able to get in contact with the inheritance first. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Previously I managed to complete mapping out the first 100 stages. I felt as though things were brightening up, and I was cheering up over the fact that I had made marked improvement. Now, I have fully comprehended the first 123 stages. I am left with this 124th stage. Luo Feng cast a glance at that 124th endgame that was quite a distance away. Then he focused all his attention on the crystal pillar before him and started to try decoding. The first 123 stages were fully comprehended, but because the Solutions were already publicized, there was no difficulty at all he had to do was comprehend the solutions thoroughly at that moment. He was facing the first true attempt at decoding. It was not like before, where he just had to look at the outcome of the decoded game to comprehend it. This time, he had to look at the endgame too. Decode the game. Obviously, he felt terribly bothered. Once. Twice. Luo Feng tried to map the layout, even for those basic elements that he was unclear of. He mapped them based on his gut feeling. With the passage of time, Luo Feng's mind got clearer, as though his mind was sketching from tens of thousands of dimensions that were combining with one another, and very quickly, the basic elements were determined. This was his first attempt at decoding, and suddenly, he felt that he had gained new experiences on top of the knowledge he had learned from his previous comprehension. Half a month passed. Wang. A three-dimensional virtual shadow of a cone was forming within the crystal pillar from the outside. No one could see it. The three-dimensional virtual shadow was perfect, suspended in midair. Not the least bit of godly power could be dissipated. A bout of ripples was immediately transmitted to Luo Feng's consciousness. The 124th stage has been decoded to perfect completion. Luo Feng was secretly happy. Finally, he had managed to succeed in his first attempt at decoding. I shall move on to the 125th stage. Time passed. When the group of great beings from the East Emperor Holy Land universe arrived, Luo Feng and company could feel the ripples caused by battling of supreme great beings from the outside world, and since those were ripples caused by battles in the outside world, to have that amount of power, the battles must have involved universe supreme beings. It was the 5th month since great beings from East Emperor Holy Land universe arrived. Hong hong hong. The terrifying ripples were transmitted across the different layers within the boat of Mausoleum, with their power weakening while traversing layers. When it reached the life and death corridor, where the comprehension of Rhinoceros Emperor game was ongoing, even the undying godly souls were able to detect the ripples. For the majority of great beings, like Luo Feng and Dear Bug Master, the amount that they detected was naturally much stronger. That loathsome East Emperor universe, Dear Bug Master's eyes flashed with a glimmer of rage as he looked coldly at the Universe Masters, Universe Knights, and undying godly souls of East Emperor Holy Land from afar. That North True Star Master actually blocked the doorway. He actually blocked the cabin doors. Humph! North True Star Master is in an advantageous position only because he has many supreme true treasures. That is why he dares to show such arrogance. The 3 reincarnation eras knew very little about North True Star Master. But for someone who had lived for a long time, Dear Bug Master knew a lot about North True Star Master. Incomparably ancient, North True Star Master was one of the few remaining Universe Supreme Beings of East Emperor Holy Land Universe. East Emperor Holy Land Universe had been around for a long time and had therefore received countless ancient inheritances. North True Star Master may not have owned a miniature universe, but even relying on the ancient inheritances, his battle power was still considered quite strong among all the Universe Supreme Beings. Taking the field this time, East Emperor Holy Land Universe was putting in its 101% best. North True Star Master had the other Universe Supreme Beings loaning their true treasures to him, so he had brought along a whopping 4 Supreme True Treasures. The 4 Supreme True Treasures were Palace Type, Domain Type, Close Combat Attack Type, and Long Range Attack Type, respectively. Once he blocked the door, great beings from the Purple Moon Holy Land who arrived later would not be able to charge their way in. Dear Bugmaster was furious and grumbled his displeasure loathsome then. Pushing North True Star Master out of his mind, he put in his best effort into studying the secret techniques. Battles in the outside world were ongoing. Purple Moon Holy Land and East Emperor Holy Land were really fighting each other to life and death, and both parties were amply prepared as North True Star Master was first to arrive. His blocking of the entrance of the cabin doors had really left his opponent with no way out. This time, North True Star Master could arrive earlier due to certain reasons. 1. He had an attack-type Supreme True Treasure to help him pave his way, and 2. The clan had a more detailed map of the universe boat, so he could find an even nearer shortcut. The difference in arrival time of both Purple Moon Holy Land and Divine Eye clan was not that far apart, merely 3 days. On the third day of battle between Purple Moon Holy Land and East Emperor Holy Land, North True scram. North True, you think you are able to stop the 3 of us? Get lost. Eternal True God, go, get him away. At the cabin doors, Purple Moon Holy Land and the Divine Eye clan joined forces. The 3 Universe Supreme Masters were doing their best to lay siege to North True Star Master, the Universe Supreme Masters of the Divine Eye clan. Every single one of them owned a miniature universe. The power that each possessed was extraordinary. Furthermore, 2nd True Master and 7th True Master were also skilled in concerted moves. North True Star Master might not have been afraid, but he could only hold out for that short moment before he was blasted away. Luo Feng and a couple hundred great beings were hard at work, trying their best to comprehend the Rhinoceros Emperor game, and, not surprisingly, Luo Feng and Dear Bugmaster were the few who were faster. As for the other universe knights and undying godly souls who had come over, their speed of comprehension was much slower, especially a handful of undying godly spirits who, although they were already briefed by the other universe masters of the same race about the rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, were still unable to grasp a full understanding of it. Hong hong hong. From where Monster Quayo was, there were bouts of energy ripples being transmitted over. Luo Feng was aware of it. Most likely, this would be another large batch of newcomers. So many have come, but in the end, only one can receive the inheritance. Luo Feng sighed. Madness, the clans had all gone mad. After a long while, a mighty group of a couple hundred figures flew over. At first glance, a majority consisted of undying godly souls from Purple Moon Holy Land. As for the overall number of Universe Knights and Universe Masters, Purple Moon Holy Land seemed to have the same number as the Divine Eye clan, which was also similar to East Emperor Holy Land Universe, or probably only short by 2, but if Dear Bugmaster was added to the head count, then Purple Clan Holy Land would, on the contrary, be at an advantageous position. This is the most basic rule. Dear Bugmaster took one look and started telling the latecomers discreetly. Hazy light rays started to gather. The light rays gave form to a green-haired man. He had eyes that were peaceful, like the ocean, and as his gaze swept the 1,000-plus candidates present, he said, "Those who have come later, this is the last test before moving on to the next hall. It is a test on your comprehension. This is my hometown. It is a game that is most widely spread. It should not be seen simply as a game, but rather as an important means to help you hone and cultivate your Comprehension he can test and increase your comprehension, and he is given the name Rhinoceros Emperor Game. Duandong River gave a slow and elaborate introduction. Let's begin within a limited time, those whose decoding progress has reached my minimal requirement may enter the next hall. Duandong River, scan the room with a cold look. Do not underestimate this Rhinoceros Emperor Game, for who came the earliest humph up until now, only the human was able to perfectly decode the 124th endgame. The other three are still too slow. If this goes on, humph. Duandong River shook his head and laughed coldly, then he vanished into thin air. The moment his words were heard, almost simultaneously, over 1,000 candidates present from the Divine Eye clan, the Purple Moon Holy Land, the East Emperor Holy Land, and the other groups of powers all looked over at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly, to that loathsome Duandong River. This is pure malice. How could he utter such words? Attack this human so that he cannot focus on comprehending. Attack. Attack this human. Dear Bugmaster and Shadow Witch couple stood afar wordlessly with distant looks on their faces. As for the Divine Eye clan, Purple Moon Holy Land, and East Emperor Holy Land, all three had sent 2 to 3 Universe Masters out almost at the same time to launch attacks on Luo Feng. Duandong River might have given instructions for them to work on comprehending, but he did not forbid killing during the process of comprehending.